Chapter 1: The System from the Sky. Night in Zhengcheng. Lin Fan dragged his tired body back to his rented apartment, which still had a month left on its lease. This is the room he rented for part-time work. He was an ordinary third-year student at Zhengcheng University, as ordinary as could be. At least I had a complete family before. But his parents suddenly passed away when he was 6 years old, and he was raised by his maternal grandmother. Before Lin Fan could achieve anything, his grandmother passed away when he was in his senior year of high school. Sigh. Lin Fan sighed and took out his old phone with a slightly cracked screen. The class group chat is buzzing with discussion about tomorrow's birthday party for school beauty Lin Meng. I heard Sun Peng is planning to confess his feelings to Lin, the school beauty, in front of everyone at the party. TSK, the Sun family is a well-known wealthy family in Zhengcheng. What a handsome man and a beautiful woman. How romantic. If young Master Sun confessed his feelings to me, I would definitely say yes. We can only admire from afar. Lin Meng, the undisputed campus belle of Zhengcheng University, possesses stunning beauty and comes from a wealthy family. She is the dream goddess of countless boys. He turned off his phone, lay on the cold bed, and stared blankly at the ceiling. If only I could change all of this. The moment that thought arose. Ding. Host strong desire detected, meeting the binding conditions, the God level system is activating. 1%. 50%. 100%. Binding successful. Greetings, host. From today onwards, you will become the sole ruler of this garden of beauties. Lin Fan suddenly sat up in bed, looking around in surprise and uncertainty. Who's speaking? Host, please don't be surprised. You can communicate with this system in your mind. This system is dedicated to making you the strongest king in the world. You only need to bind with high-quality women recognized by the system and increase their favorability to receive generous rewards. Once the affinity level with the bound partner reaches 50, the system will issue a reward for every additional 10 points. Once the favorability rating reaches 100, the host will be loyal to the death. This system will release limited time tasks at irregular intervals. The rewards for completing them are huge. The next second, a high-tech virtual panel appeared in front of Lin Fan. Host, Lin Fan. Physical condition, 6. Normal adult score is 10. Spirit, 7. Appearance, 5. Max level 10. Skills, none. Cash, 1,253.5 yuan worth of dragon coins. Currently bound goddesses, 0. Initial mission released, the beginning of glory. Mission objective, to confess your feelings to Lin Meng in a public setting. Task time limit, 24 hours. Success rewards, God level appearance aura passive, 10 million dragon coins, and 1 super lottery chance. Penalty for failure, none. Lin Fan's mind went blank. He was overwhelmed by a massive amount of information, and after processing it all, Lin Fan was overjoyed. This might be the only chance the system father, gave him to turn his life around. Let's give it our all. Accept the mission. The next day, Lin Meng's birthday party was held in a luxurious private room at a KTV near the school. Most of the attendees were either prominent figures in the school or students from well-off families. When Lin Fan appeared at the door wearing his faded jeans and plaid shirt, he immediately attracted several strange glances. Hey, Lin Fan? What brings you here? A boy in Adidas sportswear asked teasingly. He is Li Chang, Sun Peng's henchman. Lin Fan ignored them and fixed his gaze on Lin Meng, who was surrounded by the crowd in the center, looking like a princess. She wore a white lace dress today, and she looked absolutely stunning. Ding. S-class target detected, Lin Meng. Appearance, 96, charisma, 95, figure, 93, meets the binding criteria. Bind on? Bind. Ding. Binding successful. Current level of emotional response, 10. Sun Peng was holding a huge bouquet of blue roses and walking affectionately toward Lin Meng, clearly preparing to begin his carefully planned confession. Now. Lin Fan took a deep breath and, amidst everyone's astonished gazes, strode through the crowd. He walked straight up to Lin Meng, even faster than Sun Peng. The entire private room fell silent instantly, and everyone's eyes were focused on the uninvited guest. Sun Peng's face instantly darkened. Ignoring everyone else, Lin Fan looked into Lin Meng's beautiful, questioning eyes and, mustering all the courage he had, shouted. Lin Meng, I like you. I've liked you since the first time I saw you. Please be my girlfriend. The voice was loud and clear, echoing throughout the private room. Dead silence. A full 3 seconds of deathly silence. Immediately, a deafening roar of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, what did I just hear? Lin Fan confessed his love to the school beauty, Lin? Is he desperate for money? Or is he still half asleep? Look at the cheap clothes he's wearing, does he even deserve it? A toad trying to eat swan meat. Young Master Sun is just about to confess his feelings. Is this poor kid here to make a fool of himself? Sun Pang was so angry that he laughed out loud. He walked up to Lin Fan and slapped Lin Fan's cheek in a highly insulting gesture. Lin Fan, are you fucking drunk? Get out of here and stop embarrassing yourself. Lin Meng frowned slightly as she looked at Lin Fan. Although there was no disgust in her eyes, there was more helplessness. She spoke softly, her voice clear and melodious. Lin Fan, I'm sorry, you're a good person, but we're not a good match. Ding. Target Lin Meng's favorability 10, current favorability 0. Although his confession was rejected, it was all within Lin Fan's expectations. Most importantly, the mission was a success. As for the decline in his favorability rating, he didn't care at all. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the initial task of publicly confessing their feelings. Task completion rating, satisfactory. Reward, God tier beauty aura passive. God tier good looks aura passive has been activated. 10 million dragon coins have been deposited into the system space. The host can withdraw them to any bank card at any time by thought. One chance to win a super prize. Want to use it now? Use it, Lin Fan silently recited in his mind. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Grandmaster level combat skills. A massive flow of information and warmth instantly flooded into Lin Fan's mind and body. Countless fighting techniques, power generation methods, and combat experience seemed to be innately imprinted deep within his soul. At the same time, he felt some subtle changes occurring in his body. He felt full of power, enough to kill a bull. Seeing that Lin Fan hadn't moved for a while, Sun Peng assumed he was scared out of his wits and impatiently reached out to push him. Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? Before he finished speaking, Sun Peng's hand was already about to land on Lin Fan's shoulder. In that very instant, Lin Fan made a move. He didn't even turn around, he simply reached behind him and precisely grabbed Sun Peng's wrist, then gently twisted it. Ah! Sun Peng let out a pig-like scream, his entire arm felt like it was being tightly clamped by iron clamps, the pain almost made him kneel down. Your hands are too dirty, Lin Fan said coldly, then casually flicked them away. Sun Peng stumbled and fell to the ground, scattering blue roses all over the floor. The entire venue fell silent once again. Everyone stared at Lin Fan in disbelief, as if they were seeing him for the first time. What just happened? Lin Fan, who is usually so weak, actually managed to take down Sun Peng, who has studied Sanda Chinese kickboxing. Lin Meng also covered her mouth in surprise, a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. This Lin Fan seems completely different from usual? Ding. Target Lin Meng's favorability +5, current favorability 5. Lin Fan looked coldly at Sun Peng lying on the ground, his tone calm. I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person. But what I got in return was humiliation and ridicule. Very well. I'm coming clean, I'm not pretending anymore. However, his behavior was seen as madness by others. Although they were shocked by Lin Fan's sudden fighting prowess, so what? In today's society, everything revolves around money. After saying that, he didn't linger for another second, turned around, and left the noisy private room with a flourish. Sun Peng got up from the ground, straightened his clothes, and faced the figure outside the door. He said arrogantly, so you're good at fighting? What good is fighting? To survive in this world, you need power and connections. As he said this, he spat towards the door, you little bastard. Chapter 2 Lu Ruyan. Lin Fan walked out of the KTV, a cool evening breeze brushing his face. He glanced back at the brightly lit building, a faint smile playing on his lips. Those people who he once looked up to are now no different from dust in his eyes. Power, is this what it feels like to have power? Lin Fan clenched his fist. Feeling the inexhaustible energy flowing through my body. And looking at the cold 10 million lying in the bank account. All of this is unbelievably real. He didn't take a taxi, but chose to walk, needing some time to process the changes that had occurred during this period. Walking down the neon-lit street, passers-by seemed to linger on him for a few extra seconds. The god-level good looks halo was quietly taking effect. He originally only had an average appearance score of 5. With the huge boost from this cheat, one's appearance is subtly altered. Although her facial features haven't changed, her overall appearance has definitely improved. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was Zhao Digang, the only roommate he could talk to at school. "Brother Fan, damn, you've been hiding your true strength." As soon as the call connected, Zhao Digang started yelling in his loud voice. "Right now, the whole class group is buzzing with the news that you easily beat up Sun Peng at the karaoke bar across from the school and even confessed your love to Lin, the school beauty, in front of everyone. Is it true? When did you become so amazing?" Lin Fan smiled, his tone remaining calm. "Gangzi, the news spread so fast?" "It wasn't just fast. That bastard Sun Peng turned green with shock." "Damn, Fan, you're awesome." Zhao Digang's tone was full of excitement, as if he himself was the one who had finally triumphed. "It's nothing," Lin Fan said casually. "By the way, Gangzi, do you know where in Jianqing it's convenient to buy a car? One that's readily available." "Buy a car? Brother Fan, you want to buy a car?" Zhao Digang's voice rose 8 octaves. "You mean you not only became a better fighter, but you also became rich?" After Zhao Digang finished speaking, he began to scream in agony. "Seeing my good brother doing so well is worse than killing him." "Bugatti, do you have one?" Lin Fan interrupted him. Lin Fan doesn't usually know much about supercars. He only knows that Bugatti is quite famous, but he doesn't know its actual price. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the phone, followed by Zhao Digang's gasp. "Bugatti? Brother Fan, that's a supercar, starting at tens of millions. Jiancheng doesn't seem to have a direct dealership. You'd have to go to Shanghai or Beijing to place an order, right?" "Oh, never mind then." Lin Fan's tone remained completely unchanged. "Then let's just buy any car for transportation for now. In that case, there will be a huge car market in the south of the city, with all kinds of brands." After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan hailed a taxi and headed straight for the South City Auto City. Just as the taxi was waiting at the red light, a pink Porsche 718 next to it rolled down its window. A stylishly dressed, beautifully made-up girl peeked out. Lin Fan was curiously observing the back seat of the taxi. "Hey handsome, where are you going? Want me to give you a ride?" The girl's tone was slightly provocative. His gaze boldly swept over Lin Fan's face and body. Lin Fan merely glanced at her indifferently, his eyes calm and unwavering. "No need, thank you." The girl was taken aback by Lin Fan's cold attitude and seemed somewhat unconvinced. Just as she was about to say something, the green light came on. The taxi driver stepped on the gas and drove off, leaving behind only the pink Porsche and the somewhat annoyed girl. Soon, we arrived at the car city. At a Porsche center, a salesperson in a suit, who appeared enthusiastic, approached me. But when his gaze swept over Lin Fan's cheap clothes, a barely perceptible hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. "Sir, are you looking at cars? We have the Mekong and Cayenne models, both of which are quite suitable for young people." The sales pitch was formulaic, clearly indicating that they didn't believe Lin Fan had the purchasing power. Lin Fan ignored him, his gaze falling directly on a sleek, matte gray sports car in the center of the showroom. "Porsche 911 Turbo S. Do you have this one in stock?" Lin Fan asked, pointing to the car. The salesperson was taken aback, and the smile on their face stiffened slightly. "Sir, this is a 911 Turbo S, our top-of-the-line display car, with a final price close to 3 million. What I'm asking is, do you have any cars available?" Lin Fan interrupted him, his tone still calm. The salesperson was taken aback by this imposing manner and instinctively replied. This is it, but..." Lin Fan stopped wasting words, took out his phone, showed the text message with the 10 million yuan balance, and handed it to the salesperson. "Swipe your card, complete the formalities, be quick, I'm in a hurry." The salesperson's gaze fell upon that long list of zeros, and their expression instantly became obsequious. Yes, sir, you have excellent taste. This 911 Turbo S is absolutely..." "Let's proceed with the formalities directly," Lin Fan interrupted again. "Full payment?" Yes. "Your Excellency, please come to the VIP lounge to rest. I'll process it for you right away." "Xiaoli. Quickly pour this gentleman some tea. We want our best Wyashan de Hong Pao." The salesperson bowed and scraped, practically running towards the finance office. The entire Porsche center was alarmed. All the sales staff and customers stared at the ordinary-looking young man who had spent a fortune on a sports car, and whispers circulated among them. In less than an hour, all the procedures were completed, and the temporary license plate was quickly issued. As Lin Fan sat in the driver's seat of the matte gray 911, enjoying the comfort of the leather seats and the refined atmosphere inside, the system's notification sounded again. Ding! Host's spending behavior is consistent with that of a super rich person, triggering a hidden reward, God-level driving skills. Ever since I got my driver's license, I've realized that I'm not qualified to drive a car at all. His skills are even worse than those of drivers who only need 2 tanks of gas a year. With this skill, my previously somewhat rusty driving skills were mastered instantly. Lin Fan couldn't wait to get into the driver's seat. Gently twist the start button on the left. The engine let out a deep, powerful roar, like a beast awakening. With a light touch of the accelerator, the Porsche 911 bolts into the air like a gray lightning bolt. It drove out of the car city smoothly and swiftly. Instead of returning to school, he set a navigation destination based on the new task just released by the system. Ding! New mission issued, encounter in the night. Mission objective, go to the blues bar by the river and make contact with the S-rank target, Lu Ruyan. Task deadline, tonight. Success rewards, Eye of Insight allows you to view the target's basic information and favorability, 5 million dragon coins, and 1 random skill chest. Penalty for failure, none. Lu Ruyan? Lin Fan murmured the name. Chapter 3 Enchanting. The blues bar is located by the river. The dim, warm lighting created a quiet and pleasant atmosphere as groups of 2 or 3 guests chatted in hushed tones. Lin Fan parked his matte gray Porsche 911 on the side of the road, opened the door, and got in. His gaze swept across the room seemingly casually. Ding! S-class target detected, Lu Ruyan. Appearance, 95, Charisma, 94, Figure, 90. Meets the binding criteria. Bind on? Bind. Ding! Binding successful. Current level of emotional response, 0. The system's prompt accurately pinpointed the target for him. In the far corner of the bar, a woman sat drinking alone. She was wearing a simple black fitted t-shirt. It outlines a breathtaking curve, with a pair of slim-fit jeans on the bottom and a pair of Dr. Martens boots on the feet. Her profile was sharply defined, with a high-nose bridge and tightly pursed lips, exuding a coldness that kept strangers at bay. At this moment, there were already 2 empty wine glasses in front of her, and she was holding a third one. His eyes were slightly unfocused as he gazed at the river outside the window, a hint of unease seemingly lingering between his brows. Lin Fan did not step forward immediately. The perception granted by master-level martial arts allowed him to keenly sense. In the other 2 booths of the bar, several malicious glances were constantly being cast at the woman drinking alone. Interesting. Lin Fan took a sip of his drink and decided to wait and see. Sure enough, not long after, a burly, bald man wearing a floral shirt and a gold chain appeared. Led by 2 shady-looking henchmen, he swaggered over to the bar. They surrounded the woman named Lu Ruyan. Hey beautiful, drinking alone is so boring, why don't you join us guys for a few drinks? The bald, burly man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his eyes greedily scanning Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan didn't even lift her eyelids, coldly uttering a single word, get lost. The bald, burly man's face darkened. Hey, pretty hot-tempered, huh? Do you know who I am? Who around here doesn't give Brother Biao some face? As she spoke, a hairy hand reached out and put its arm around Lu Ruyan's shoulder. Just as his hand was about to touch Lu Ruyan. Smack! A crisp sound. Lu Ruyan struck first, slapping the bald, burly man across the face with a clean, decisive motion. The force was so great that the burly man staggered, and 5 clear finger marks instantly appeared on his face. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly as he watched Lu Ruyan slap the burly man away. A martial arts expert? Damn it, you're asking for it. Get her and take her away. Bald Brother Biao covered his face and roared angrily. His 2 henchmen immediately pounced on him with sinister grins. Lu Ruyan's eyes turned cold. She abruptly stood up from the bar stool, her movements swift and precise, executing a standard sidekick. He kicked the first henchman who rushed up, sending him flying and overturning a table. But clearly, she underestimated the effects of alcohol and overestimated her current condition. Although his movements remained sharp, his footing was slightly unsteady. Another henchman seized the opportunity to grab her arm from the side. Meanwhile, the bald-headed guy, Biao Gu, rubbed his face and cursed as he approached again. "You bitch, I'll teach you a lesson." Seeing that Lu Ruyan was about to get entangled, Lin Fan stepped forward. Without any extra movements, he casually reached out and grabbed the wrist of the underling who was holding Lu Ruyan, giving it a gentle squeeze. Crack! A slight sound of bone cracking was accompanied by a pig-like scream. The younger brother clutched his twisted and deformed wrist, screaming as he fell to the ground and rolled around. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan turned to the side and delivered a simple, direct straight punch to Baldy Biao's chest. Bang! With a muffled thud, Brother Biao, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, was hit as if by a speeding lucky coin. He was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the wall several meters away, before sliding down and losing consciousness. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. So clean and efficient it's breathtaking. The guests and waiters who were initially alerted and ready to intervene to break up the fight or watch the commotion. They all froze on the spot, dumbfounded. Lu Ruyan was also stunned. She looked at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of her. She wasn't particularly burly, but she exuded a composed aura, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ding! Target Lu Ruyan's favorability increased by 20. Current favorability, 20. After dealing with the smaller fry, Lin Fan turned around and looked at Lu Ruyan. Upon closer inspection, her features become even clearer, exuding a cold and aloof beauty with an unapproachable air of heroism. Are you all right? Lin Fan's voice was calm. Lu Ruyan came to her senses, shaking her head, which was still a little dizzy from the alcohol and the fight earlier. Striving to remain conscious, "It's okay, thank you." She looked at Lin Fan's face, which appeared exceptionally charming in the dim light, and his deep, calm eyes. My heart skipped a beat for no reason. This guy, he's actually quite good looking, and his skills are ridiculously good. Lu Ruyan. She took the initiative to extend her hand. She was straightforward and clear about her grievances. Lin Fan had helped her, so she was naturally grateful. Lin Fan, a student at Jiangcheng University. Lin Fan reached out and gently shook her hand. Want to find a place for a drink? Lu Ruyan invited for some reason. She regretted it as soon as she said it. Perhaps she had too many worries lately, or perhaps she didn't dislike Lin Fan. Or perhaps she just wanted an outlet for her emotions. Okay. Lin Fan was slightly taken aback, but still agreed. My car is over there, come with me. Lin Fan pointed to the matte gray Porsche 911 outside. Lu Ruyan glanced at the expensive supercar, then at Lin Fan, her expression becoming even more complicated. A student with terrifying skills drives such a luxury car? The two then went to another small tavern. Then Lu Ruyan kept drinking cup after cup, saying as she drank. Why do they all have to push me like this? Is it wrong for me to want to do what I love? Lin Fan reached out to stop her, but she always managed to deftly block him with her fingertips. Don't spoil the fun. She only stopped when she lay face down on the table. Lin Fan nudged her, but she didn't respond. With a soft sigh, he helped her up and led her to the nearest hotel. I checked in amidst the strange looks from the receptionist. He helped Lu Ruyan into the room. I intended to put her on the bed and leave. But as soon as he turned around, Lu Ruyan grabbed his arm. I don't know where she got the strength, but she pulled him hard. Caught off guard, Lin Fan lost his balance and fell into a soft, warm place. He instinctively braced himself with his hands, which met Lu Ruyan's large, beautiful eyes beneath him. Her two slender arms wrapped around his neck like snakes, locking it tightly. A soft, sweet whisper, don't go. Lin Fan had never experienced such a scene before. Her cheeks instantly burned, and even her ears turned bright red. Miss Lu, you've had too much to drink. No. Then Lu Ruyan's warm, moist lips covered Lin Fan's lips. Lin Fan, who was not a match for Xiao Chunan, immediately responded. Chapter 4, Complete the Mission. Nothing was said that night. When Lin Fan opened his eyes again, Lu Ruyan had already left long ago, without anyone noticing. Lin Fan lifted the covers and saw a patch of plum blossom-shaped bloodstains on the sheets. Lost in thought. Who would have thought that just a few days ago he was a poor orphan who couldn't even afford to eat? Last night I had sex with a goddess like Lu Ruyan, who was like a star. This is the first time. Ding. Target Lu Ruyan's favorability increased by 50. Current favorability, 70 deep affection. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have formed a deep connection with S-rank target Lu Ruyan, exceeding the target for the night encounter mission. Rewards for exceeding the task target are being distributed. Eye of Insight active skill is now loaded. View the target's basic information and real-time affinity. Provides additional intelligence on the target randomly. 1 billion dragon coins have been credited to your account. A random skill chest has been distributed. Would you like to open it? 60 affection points achievement reward, photographic memory. 70 affection points achievement reward, golden kidney warrior physique, the host has unlimited energy. A series of system messages drew Lin Fan's attention back. Looking at the system panel in front of him, and the overfulfillment of tasks shown above, Lin Fan's lips twitched involuntarily. Thinking about everything that happened last night, it seems that they did indeed exceed the target. Holy crap, 1 billion? Lin Fan quickly opened his phone and saw the text message from the bank that 1 billion yuan had been deposited into his account. Hiss. Lin Fan pinched his cheek to make sure he wasn't dreaming. It's great to exceed the target, we should do it again next time if we have the chance. And the golden kidney warrior, why does he look so frivolous? His gaze then fell upon the random skill chest. Activate. I silently chanted in my mind. Congratulations, host, you have acquired master-level medical skills traditional Chinese medicine. After digesting the medical knowledge transmitted from the digestive system, Lin Fan was overjoyed. This skill was extremely practical. Which protagonist in urban novels doesn't have this skill? It's perfect for showing off and slapping others in the face. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a stack of cash on the bedside table. It's about 10,000 yuan. Lin Fan stepped forward and picked up the cash. There was also a sticky note next to it. It says on it, "You're very good, this is compensation." Lin Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly after reading it. Although he spent a short time with Lu Ruyan, but I still know that she likes to do things at her own pace. Even what happened last night. Is it a clean break? Lu Ruyan returned home. Lying in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Because of training since childhood, I have extremely strong physical fitness. After those few drinks, she wouldn't get drunk at all. That's right, everything that happened last night, including stopping Lin Fan. She did it all on purpose. Perhaps it was to vent, but she doesn't regret it. Thinking of the absurd night she had spent last night, she covered her face with her hands. She somewhat regretted leaving the cash behind that morning. She knew Lin Fan didn't lack that 10,000. But her pitiful pride insisted on freezing that tender moment into a settled transaction. Jiangcheng University? As if she had thought of something, Lu Ruyan's tightly furrowed brows relaxed. The system panel has been opened. Host, Lin Fan. Physical condition, 59 normal adult level is 10. Spirit, 29 improved by photographic memory. Appearance, 10 God level appearance boost. Skills, Grandmaster level combat, Master level medical skills traditional Chinese medicine, photographic memory, keen insight, God level driving skills. Physique, golden kidney body. Cash, 1.007 billion dragon coins. Currently bound goddesses, Lin Meng, Lu Ruyan. Because he incorporated master-level fighting techniques and the golden kidney warrior physique, his physique experienced an extraordinary leap. This feels so good. After leaving the hotel, he drove to the mall to buy himself a new outfit. We drove all the way to Jintai Shopping Mall. Despite it being rush hour. But the roar of the sports car and its striking appearance. This resulted in no cars approaching him. We arrived at the largest shopping center in Jiangcheng without any problems. After parking the car, I just got out of the car. The young men and women passing by cast envious glances. Wow, look! A Porsche 911. It's so cool. The guy driving is so handsome. This is simply my dream, man. TCH, maybe it's rented. Open your dog eyes and look. It's got a temporary license plate, it's not rented, it's clearly just bought. Whispers could be heard from the roadside from time to time. Lin Fan didn't care about these opinions at all, whether they were praising or criticizing. People can say whatever they want as long as they don't make personal attacks, it's fine. I had only taken a couple of steps when a young and pretty girl approached me. Standing in front of Lin Fan, she glared at him with her large, bright eyes and asked, "Hey handsome, is that your 911? Lin Fan sized up the girl in front of him. If it were in the past, a beauty of that caliber wouldn't even glance at him. But now, they've come to us on their own initiative. Unfortunately, after last night, Lin Fan's standards have become much higher. Moreover, this girl clearly did not meet the passing standard stated by the system. Otherwise, Lin Fan would have already been prompted whether he had bound the account. Obviously. Lin Fan smiled faintly and tossed the car keys in his hand. Can we add each other on WeChat? Sorry, my phone is broken. Lin Fan took out his phone with a cracked screen and showed it to his face. Undeterred by the rejection, the girl continued. Could you give me a ride? I forgot to bring the jelly my mom made for me. I love my mom's chilled jelly the most, I want to go back and get some. Hearing this, Lin Fan's eyelids twitched, and he thought to himself, are they all this direct? They just lay it all out right away. Is life for the rich really this carefree? I never could have imagined that before. Lin Fan casually activated his eye of insight. Under testing. Yang Shufan, age, 21, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 57.5 kilograms, favorability rating, 80. Battery health, 85% slight bulging. Single status, no. Appearance, 79, charisma, 70, figure, 70, does not meet the binding standards. Upon seeing the test results, Lin Fan was instantly stunned. No, sis, you have a boyfriend and you're flirting with other guys. Does your boyfriend know? And this is the first time we've met, isn't it? How come her favorability rating is so high? It's even higher than Lu Ruyan's after we've talked. Is money really that alluring? Or am I that handsome now? Fortunately, it did not meet the binding criteria. If it meets the requirements, should I tie it or not? If you don't tie it up, you'll miss out on the reward. Tying it up feels like eating poop, it's uncomfortable. Thank you, system, for sparing my life. I'm sorry, although I strongly support environmental protection, I can only say I'm sorry to ask you to personally plant grasslands. After saying that, Lin Fan left without looking back. The girl stood there, stunned, though she didn't understand what Lin Fan meant. But there was one thing she knew. She was rejected. She missed the opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. Wa'ada. Chapter 5. He deserved to earn it. Welcome to the donkey shop, said Lin Fan as he entered. A young saleswoman came forward to greet them. After seeing the person's face clearly, he raised an eyebrow and thought to himself. What a handsome young man. He then asked, is there anything I can help you with? As a professional salesperson, I have just scanned the customer from head to toe. Although this handsome young man was dressed rather casually, judging by his appearance alone, he wasn't the target customer of the Louis Vuitton store. However, her excellent professional skills prevented her from looking down on anyone. Help me put together a few outfits for this season. Lin Fan casually picked up a t-shirt and answered the salesperson's questions. Okay, sir, please follow me. The salesperson smiled, stepped aside, and gestured. Over the next few tens of minutes, the salesperson, based on their assessment of Lin Fan's physique and demeanor, they put together 4 or 5 outfits for me. Moreover, every time Lin Fan came out of the dressing room, the saleswoman couldn't help but admire him. This is not a compliment. It was a heartfelt exclamation. The other girls in the store, picking out clothes, watched Lin Fan, who kept changing his appearance. The speed at which he picked out clothes unconsciously slowed down. His eyes kept glancing towards the changing room. Wow, this guy is so handsome. Wah, honey, I'm so sorry, I just had an emotional affair. Just as Lin Fan felt he had tried it enough and was about to call the salesperson to pack it up and pay. He had been watching Lin Fan for a long time. He was probably in his 50s. A wealthy woman dressed in jewels. She stepped forward and said to Lin Fan, handsome, I'll buy all these things for you, just give me your contact information. A young, handsome man next to her sought his old baby at that moment. She was about to fall for someone else, and a hostile gaze glared at Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned his head and saw the auntie with layers of putty on her face looking at him. I was startled, especially by what she had just said. It's even more sinister than the underworld. Lin Fan barely managed to suppress the urge to vomit and politely said, I can buy it myself, so there's no need to trouble you, auntie. When the rich woman heard Lin Fan call her auntie, she hates being called auntie the most. The young man next to her, clearly aware of her taboo regarding her old baby appearance, quickly spoke up. Sister, look at him. He's so rude. The wealthy woman was clearly angered by the aunt. "Humph, kid, I saw you the moment you walked in. Judging from the cheap clothes you were wearing before, how could you afford international brands? You'd better listen to me obediently, or you'll embarrass yourself later if you can't pay." Lin Fan used his eye of insight to see that the rich woman's hobby was actually. I couldn't help but look at the pretty boy with a bit of pity. There was a mixture of sympathy and admiration. Some money is his just deserts. Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention to this pair of friends despite their age difference. He said to the salesperson who was trying not to laugh, "Please wrap up all the sets I just tried on, I want them all." "Ha!" The salesperson, who had been trying to control her facial expression, heard Lin Fan's instructions. He then realized what was happening and said, "Okay, sir, please follow me." The two then walked together to the cashier. The wealthy woman watched Lin Fan go to pay the bill, but she still didn't believe he was truly capable of doing so. He held his arms tightly to his chest with difficulty. "Don't pretend. I'll be waiting for you to come and beg me. Don't blame me for being ruthless then." It was as if he could already see Lin Fan kneeling on the bed begging for mercy after being tortured by him. "Sir, the total is 156,998. Will you pay by card or QR code?" "Scan the code," Lin Fan said, taking out his old phone, opening the WeChat payment code and scanning it with the machine. Beep, payment successful. Lin Fan took the bag from the salesperson and looked at them sincerely, saying, "Thanks for the recommendation, you're really professional, thumbs up. If I were the boss, I would definitely give you a raise." "Sir, you're too kind. It's my pleasure to serve you." She nodded slightly. "Welcome to come again next time." This guy has a really sweet tongue. He not only brought her a lot of commission, but also specifically praised her service attitude. Especially that suggestion about a raise, it really hit the nail on the head. I really hope the boss sees this. When the wealthy woman saw that Lin Fan had successfully made the payment, she almost choked on her own breath. The handsome young man next to her quickly helped her up, patted her back to catch her breath, and comforted her. "Sister, it's okay, you still have me. My love for you is as tough and durable as a steel wool ball. Yes, baby, you're the best. Come on, let's go home." The wealthy woman, having caught her breath, stopped shopping and immediately pulled the pretty boy away. When the pretty boy heard the word "go home," a hint of fear clearly appeared in his eyes. But my body still obediently followed. After all, you can get through it if you just grit your teeth. After Lin Fan went downstairs, he walked into the Apple mobile phone store next door. After all, how could a super rich person use a phone with a cracked screen? I tried out the latest iPhone 16 Pro Max inside, and it seemed pretty good. I decided on it immediately. After getting the top-of-the-line configuration from the staff, I was too lazy to even bother with packaging. They inserted the SIM card from the old phone into the new phone right there on the spot. When he came out again to leave, he saw a woman holding a phone and taking pictures of his car. Lin Fan stepped forward to ask her to leave. Before he could even speak, the woman didn't even look at him. "Speak first. Please wait in line. Let me take your picture first." Lin Fan was speechless. He took out his key and pressed the button. Then a deafening roar followed. The girl taking the picture was startled and looked around. It wasn't until they saw Lin Fan holding the keys that they realized the person who had just arrived was the car owner. Moreover, the car owner is a vibrant young man. "Handsome, can I have your contact information?" Lin Fan activated his eye of insight to scan the past. Under testing. Dongro, age, 25, height, 169 centimeters, weight, 55 kilograms, favorability, 50. Battery health, 95% minor damage. Single, yes. Appearance, 85, charisma, 79, figure, 80, does not meet the binding standards. "Sorry, my phone is dead," Lin Fan said bluntly. The girl paused slightly, looking at Lin Fan with some surprise. She was actually rejected. "Don't you recognize me? Do I need to know you? I'm a social media influencer, you know. I have hundreds of thousands of followers across the internet." Oh, Lin Fan looked the internet celebrity up and down. No wonder she's an internet celebrity. Her looks alone are better than the average person's. According to the system's data, it's at least not someone like Xiao Biluo. When the internet celebrity noticed Lin Fan looking her over, she quickly puffed out her chest. However, what surprised her was Lin Fan's next sentence. "And then what?" That's none of my business. With that, Lin Fan stepped on the gas and drove off. The internet celebrity was left frozen in place, only reacting after a long while, and stomped her foot angrily. Chapter 6. He fled, she chased. After leaving Jintai shopping mall, Lin Fan went directly to Longxi Bay in Jiangcheng. This is widely recognized as the top villa area in the entire Jiangcheng. It is said that the view from above of this villa area resembles a dragon coiled around it. It is also the most famous natural oxygen bar in the entire city of Jiangcheng. He parked his car in front of the sales office. Before he could even put his hand on the doorknob, someone had already opened the door for him from the inside. She was a young and beautiful saleswoman. Judging from her appearance, she should be a young married woman. Looking at the young woman so close to him, with her oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and a pair of bright, piercing eyes. Her body was curvaceous and she was dressed in a formal suit. They displayed their capital to the fullest extent. It exudes a mature and sexy fatal attraction. Lin Fan unconsciously activated his eye of insight. Under testing. Yi Shiyun, age, 30, height, 170 centimeters, weight, 55.5 kilograms, favorability, 10. Battery health, 100%, single status, no. Appearance, 92, charisma, 90, figure, 93, meets the binding criteria. Additional information: my husband is cheating on me, and I'm struggling with whether or not to divorce him. Ding. S-class target detected, Yi Shiyun. Bind on? Bind. Ding. Binding successful. Lin Fan looked at the information on the system panel with some confusion. Why was Yi Shiyun still a virgin even though she was married? Yi Shiyun looked at the customer who came in and said, "Welcome, sir. Are you here to view a property? Do you have an appointment?" No, Lin Fan nodded, indicating that he had come to see the apartment. Then let me introduce our villa to you. With that, Yi Shiyun took out a brochure from her hand. Lin Fan did not take it. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't make a move, Yi Shiyun assumed the deal was going to fall through. After all, she could hear the roar of the supercar outside, and it disappeared not far from the doorway. That's why I waited at the door to try my luck. It seems I was just unlucky the supercar owner didn't come over. Yi Shiyun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, the next moment, Lin Fan's voice came. Tell me about the most expensive villa you are currently selling. Ha! Yi Shiyun hadn't expected things to take such a turn for the better. I told you to show me your most expensive villa. Lin Fan frowned and repeated it. In her heart, she was thinking, how come this perfectly normal woman's hearing is failing? Is this system trying to trap me? Yi Shiyun heard clearly this time and immediately replied, Okay, sir, may I ask your surname? Forest. Okay, Mr. Lin, the best villa we have for sale right now is the King of Villas. This villa is located at the head of Longxi Bay, symbolizing the dragon soaring across the four seas. It has 3 floors in total, plus a basement level, and is equipped with a swimming pool, fountain, and a living river in the back garden, which is the dragon's mouth. It's just that the price is very high. That's why it hasn't sold for so long. Just tell me the price, then take me to see the villa. Lin Fan said after listening. It just felt very high-end, with dragon heads and dragon mouths. Mr. Lin, the price of this king of buildings is 340 million dragon coins. If you want to view the property, you need to verify your funds in advance. Then, fearing Lin Fan might misunderstand, he added, advance capital verification is company policy normally, we don't verify capital. But many online celebrities used to come there under the guise of looking at houses, but actually went there to film content. The company later implemented this rule. Lin Fan waved his hand to indicate that it was alright, then took out his phone and showed her his bank card balance. When Yi Shiyun saw that her bank card showed a balance of 1 billion yuan plus zeros, I couldn't help but exclaim, 1 billion? The sound drew the attention of most people in the hall. Many people whispered among themselves. What was she shouting? It seems that the guy wanted to see the king of the building and needed to verify his assets. He said he had 1 billion? Wow, 1 billion? Do you know what having 1 billion means? That means he has 1 billion. Full, 1 billion in liquid assets means he might have tens of billions, hundreds of billions. I wonder where this young master came from. I've never heard of such a powerful family in Jiangcheng. A young man carrying so much cash so casually. Seeing that she had attracted so much attention from Lin Fan, Yi Shiyun blushed and said shyly, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, It's all right. Lin Fan smiled gently, indicating that he didn't mind. Ding! Yi Shiyun's favorability increased by 30, current favorability, 40. Hearing the notification in his mind that the favorability rating had increased, Lin Fan was puzzled. What did I do to add it? All I said was, it's okay. Is Yi Shiyun someone who overthinks things? Please wait a moment while I go get the room key from the manager. After Yi Shiyun finished speaking, she turned around and walked inside. After Yi Shiyun left, a saleswoman who looked to be in her 30s came up from the side. She sculpted her deep cleavage in front of Lin Fan and said in a strained voice, "Sir, how about I take you to the penthouse? Yi Shiyun just arrived, how would she know how to introduce herself? I'm afraid she won't explain it clearly to you, so let me do it instead." Lin Fan couldn't stand the sound of the clamps. It made his scalp tingle. He instinctively took a step back and activated his Eye of Insight. Under testing. Lu Tong, age, 36, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 54 kilograms, favorability rating, 80. Battery health, 78% severe swelling, single status, no. Appearance, 81, charisma, 72, figure, 75, does not meet the binding standards. Additional information, syphilis carrier. When Lin Fan saw that the other person was a syphilis carrier, even though it is known that this condition is not contagious. But Lin Fan took another step back. While maintaining a safe social distance, he said to the pathogen, "No need, I'll just have her take me." Lu Tong didn't give up and continued to try to get close to Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin, let me take you there. You can do whatever you want then. Even alphabet games are fine." As she spoke, she stretched out her right index finger, about to poke Lin Fan's chest. Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine when he saw her trying to get close again, and quickly backed away. He fled, she chased. "Does your company support this kind of customer stealing behavior? If you do this again, I'm going to file a complaint." Unable to escape her pursuit, Lin Fan resorted to threats. Hearing that Lin Fan was going to file a complaint against her, Lu Tong had no choice but to stop. Seeing that his invincible moves had no effect on Lin Fan, she couldn't help but snort coldly and retreated to her original spot. Seeing that she was no longer chasing after him, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, wiped his forehead, and realized he had broken out in a cold sweat. "Mr. Lin?" Chapter 7: The King of Towers. Lin Fan heard another voice from behind him. He jumped forward as if in response, his hands forming a defensive gesture. He then turned around and saw that it was Yi Shiyun, and only then did he relax. "Mr. Lin, what's going on?" Yi Shiyun looked at Lin Fan's strange actions with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. I just sat in the sports car for too long and my back got tired, so I'm just stretching around." "Got the access card? Shall we go now?" Lin Fan wouldn't tell her what he had just experienced. The two rode in a sightseeing bus all the way to that king of buildings. On the way, Yi Shiyun tried to keep Lin Fan from getting bored. They also introduced the scenery along the way. It must be said that Longxi Bay lives up to its reputation as an oxygen bar in Wuhan. The air is indeed fresher than in other places. The last time I smelled this clean air was before. When the sightseeing bus was halfway there, Yi Shiyun's introduction came to an abrupt end. His eyes were fixed on the distance. Lin Fan followed her gaze and saw a man in the distance leading a woman into the villa next to them. Judging from how affectionate they are, they seem quite loving. Moreover, Lin Fan felt that the two figures were somewhat familiar. However, because they were quite far apart, I couldn't see their faces clearly. Before he could think it through, Yi Shiyun had already looked away. Then she smiled with relief. "What's wrong?" Lin Fan asked. "It's nothing," she said in a flat tone. "I think I saw someone I know." "Oh?" Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. "Don't you need to go down and say hello?" "No need, they're just insignificant people. My top priority now is to keep Mr. Lin company." Hearing Yi Shiyun's answer and her reaction just now, in addition to the extra information provided by the system, he roughly realized that the man from earlier must be her husband. However, he still admired her for catching her husband cheating. "Why didn't you go up and confront them?" It seems that their relationship has reached the point of being only superficially harmonious. In the next 10 minutes or so, Yi Shiyun threw herself back into her enthusiastic work. It seems they really didn't take the little incident that just happened to heart. We've arrived, Mr. Lin. This is the king of buildings in Longxi Bay, Juk. Lin Fan got out of the car, but before he could go inside. Even from the outside, you can see the imposing presence of the three-story detached villa in the distance. Yi Shiyun told Lin Fan that the entire villa has a usable area of 2,000 square meters. The two gardens alone cover 900 square meters. There is also an enclosed swimming pool at the back of the villa. Upon entering the courtyard, you will see a large lawn and a corridor covered with flowers and plants. After walking along the corridor for a while, we finally entered the villa. The villa's decoration style is relatively simple and elegant, which happens to be exactly what Lin Fan likes. Compared to the luxurious Western-style decor, it does look good at first glance. But to Lin Fan, it felt empty and cold. A simple and elegant style is more pleasing to the eye. Although the decorating style looks simple. However, the materials used are extremely particular. Although he didn't understand it, it looked expensive. The entire villa features floor-to-ceiling windows that ensure ample natural light. After putting on shoe covers, Lin Fan first asked Yi Shiyun to take him to the master bedroom. Upon reaching the second floor, we arrived at the master bedroom. The bed faces the floor-to-ceiling window directly in front. The balcony is right outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. There's a flowing river right outside. Lin Fan pointed to the river outside and said, "Is this the dragon's mouth you mentioned before?" Yi Shiyun nodded and said, "That's right, that's the dragon's mouth, facing east. If you get up early, you can see the sunrise in the east and the dragon carrying a pearl in its mouth. It symbolizes that your life will rise like the morning sun." Lin Fan didn't care about the implications Yi Shiyun was making. Overall, Lin Fan was quite satisfied with the villa. It was nestled against the mountain and beside the water. The air is good, and the space is large enough. Okay, it's settled, this is it. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze from the dragon-spitting water scene outside and said in a calm tone, "It's settled? Mr. Lin, won't you take another look?" Yi Shiyun's mouth gaped open, almost doubting that she had misheard. She had never seen such a straightforward customer before. Everyone who came to see the villas had some money on them. But when they bought other villas in Longxi Bay, they found fault with everything. Either the decorating style is bad, or the feng shui is bad. I just hope to get the price down. However, it is extremely rare to see someone as decisive and direct as Lin Fan. The price of 340 million seemed to Lin Fan to be just 3.4 yuan. Did his money grow on trees? No need to look at it, Lin Fan smiled slightly. I've taken a quick look and I'm very satisfied. I like it very much. Yi Shiyun took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and asked, "Okay, sir, then I wonder if it's installment payments or full payment?" "Pay in full, it's not like I can't afford it." Lin Fan waved his hand in a show of nonchalance. As Yi Shiyun went downstairs, she was still stunned by what she had just witnessed. He was even absent-minded when going down the stairs. Just on the last step, she accidentally missed a step and twisted her ankle. Ah! He lurched forward, about to crash onto the marble floor. Yi Shiyun herself was also afraid and kept her eyes tightly closed. However, a warm hand immediately grabbed her arm. There was a hand supporting her as she fell. Pulled her upwards forcefully, and when she opened her eyes again, she had already nestled into Lin Fan's arms. Lin Fan did not remove his hand from his chest. "It's still summer, even though I'm wearing work clothes. But they are all very thin and extremely breathable." She could even feel the heat emanating from Lin Fan's hands. And I don't know if it was just her imagination. When that hand caught her as she fell, it seems like he pinched that spot. Thank you, Mr. Lin." Yi Shiyun came back to her senses, her face flushed, and she whispered in a sticky voice, "You're welcome, it's my pleasure. Can you put me down?" Yi Shiyun shyly pointed to her chest, her eyes looking towards the villa gate. Ahem, Lin Fan realized what was happening and quickly moved his left hand away, his tone apologetic. "I'm sorry, the situation was urgent, I didn't notice." However, after putting Yi Shiyun down, she couldn't help but let out a soft hum. "What's wrong?" "I think I twisted my ankle just now," she replied sheepishly. "Don't move. Let me put you on the sofa first, and then I'll take a look at you." After Lin Fan finished speaking, without waiting for her response, he put one hand around her shoulder and back and the other hand supporting her knees. He picked Yi Shiyun up in a princess carry. Caught off guard, Yi Shiryun gasped softly and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Chapter 8 Jixing Law Firm. After gently placing Yi Shiryun on the sofa, Lin Fan then bent down and squatted down. Then he carefully lifted the injured foot. After taking off her high heels, a pair of delicate pink feet were revealed. This was the first time Yi Shiryun had ever had a boy touch her feet. Seeing Lin Fan's gentle movements, she frowned as if she was worried. Her gaze softened gradually, and she found herself lost in thought. Ding! Yi Shiryun's favorability increased by 20, current favorability, 60. Yi Shiryun's favorability level has been detected to be 60. Achievement reward of 60 will be awarded. 60 affinity points achievement reward, Jixing Law Firm. Jixing Law Firm, ranked among the top 3 nationwide. Lin Fan ignored the system's notification sounds. Instead, he carefully examined the area where Yi Shiryun had sprained her ankle. Based on his masterful medical judgment, it wasn't serious, he only needed to massage the area using special techniques. So he looked up and met Yi Shiryun's beautiful, spring-like eyes. It's not serious, I'll rub it for you and it'll be fine. You know how to rub? If Lin Fan's tone and eyes hadn't been so sincere, she would have thought he was trying to take advantage of her. But then again, if he were willing to take advantage of her, I think I'm willing to do it. Thinking of this, my heart started beating even faster. That's right, it's a family heirloom technique, it cures ailments instantly, Lin Fan joked. Then you can rub it. Yi Shiryun lowered her head, her voice so low it was almost inaudible. After seeing that Yi Shiryun agreed, Lin Fan placed her ankles on the sofa. Then, rub your ankles with both hands. Ouch, it hurts, be gentle. Yi Shiryun couldn't help but cry out. Bear with it, it'll be fine in a bit. Lin Fan's tone softened, and even his hand movements became gentler. To be fair, although Yi Shiryun is 30 years old, she is extremely well maintained. Lin Fan felt his skin was so smooth and supple that it was almost dripping wet when he touched it. The atmosphere seemed somewhat pink at the moment. Lin Fan forced a smile and asked, You seemed distracted just now. Were you thinking about the guy you met on the way here? Oh, no. Yi Shiryun shook her head and sighed softly. Can you tell me about your relationship with that guy? Lin Fan then asked. If it weren't for the system notification that my favorability rating had reached 60, he would never ask such a question. Perhaps Yi Shiryun had been suppressing her feelings for too long, or perhaps she had developed a certain level of trust in Lin Fan. After slowly exhaling, he began to speak. That man was my legal husband. Then he is. Lin Fan thought to himself, as expected, but he still looked surprised. Yes, he cheated on me. I've always known he was cheating, but I only found out today that the person he was cheating with was old enough to be his mother. I met him through a blind date, and due to pressure from my family, we hastily got our marriage certificate. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was filled with righteous indignation. It's outrageous. He has such a beautiful wife at home, yet he cheats on her with someone so much older. If I were your husband, I'd want to be glued to you every day. Yi Shiryun laughed at his words. I'm not as exaggerated as you say. Of course, Sister Yun is very beautiful, more beautiful than anyone I've ever seen. Lin Fan stared intently at Yi Shiryun, his tone extremely sincere. Lu Ruyan, was my trust misplaced? Yi Shiryun felt a little strange being stared at by him, and her eyes darted away. Don't you want a divorce? Lin Fan asked softly. Or do you want to endure it? Yi Shiryun's originally calm expression changed, a hint of struggle flashing across her face. I adopted a daughter, and I'm already 30 and divorced. It's hard for me to get married with a daughter. I don't care whether I remarry or not, but my parents do. You also adopted a daughter? Lin Fan was genuinely surprised now. It wasn't faked, because the system didn't give any prompts. Yes, it's ridiculous, but I've never had sex with him even once. My family is pressuring me to have a child again. I had already resigned myself to my fate and told him that I just wanted a child. After that, he didn't care how he wanted to play outside, but he still wouldn't touch me. When I brought up divorce, he threatened me with my parents. Lin Fan then understood why Yi Shiryun, despite being married, still had a virginity. This guy is weirdo, he actually managed to resist touching her. If he had a wife as beautiful and with such a great figure, he would have taken advantage of her long ago. In the end, we had no choice but to discuss with him about adopting a child. I only suspected him of cheating before, otherwise he wouldn't never touch me. At first I thought it was my fault, but later he didn't even come home anymore. When asked what he's doing outside, he always says he's busy, but I don't know what he's busy with. Yi Shuryun may have been open about things, even discussing such private matters with Lin Fan. Didn't you tell his parents to keep an eye on him? The child is still young, and you have to work. How can you take care of him? Yi Shuryun shook her head, her expression finally showing signs of breakdown. His parents are definitely on his side, so there is no point in saying anything, it will only cause more trouble. Hearing this, Lin Fan finally understood. To put it bluntly, Yi Shuryun had lost all feelings and expectations for him, but she was afraid that divorce would hurt her parents. After calming down, Yi Shuryun gave Lin Fan an apologetic smile. I'm sorry for talking to you for so long. I'm sorry to have made you laugh. Lin Fan shook his head. No, on the contrary, I just feel a little sorry for you. Yi Shuryun gave a bitter smile. It's alright, I've gotten through these past few years just the same. At this moment, Lin Fan's treatment was over. He stood up and said to Yi Shuryun, Okay, get up and try. Yi Shuryun first moved her ankle and felt no pain, then stood up. Perhaps because Lin Fan's massage felt too good, she couldn't put any strength into her legs and lost her balance. She threw herself into Lin Fan's arms. Yi Shuryun could only feel the overwhelming scent of male hormones emanating from him. She gasped for breath and looked up at Lin Fan. Lin Fan had already, when she fell into his arms. He had already wrapped his arms around her slender waist, which was so delicate that he could barely hold it. Lin Fan stared into Yi Shuryun's eyes and said seriously, You've worked hard all these years. These words were like a stone thrown into Yi Shuryun's heart, creating ripples. No one has ever spoken of themselves in this way before. She has always been the one taking care of the child, acting as both father and mother, busy with all the work. Countless nights I've woken up crying in the middle of the night, even my sobs were hushed and barely audible. She was afraid of waking the child next to her. Looking again at Lin Fan's gentle gaze, Yi Shuryun, as if possessed, began to stand on tiptoe. He kissed Lin Fan's lips. Before Lin Fan could respond, Yi Shuryun broke off the engagement immediately. Not daring to look him in the eye, she said softly, I'm sorry, Before he could finish speaking, a pair of large hands covered his head. Then the voice came from above. It's okay, I understand. By the way, Sister Yun, do you want a divorce? Yi Shuryun fell silent, her head bowed, and did not utter a sound. The atmosphere in the villa's lobby became somewhat eerie. After a long silence, Yi Shuryun finally spoke. Mr. Lin, why are you asking about this? Sister Yun, be my woman, and I can help you get a divorce. Chapter 9 Favorability 90. Yi Shuryun suddenly raised her head and broke free from Lin Fan's embrace. He stared at Lin Fan in shock. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, What did you say? You want me to be your woman? Lin Fan nodded solemnly. Then she asked, Does Sister Yun intend to shirk responsibility? Then I just got kissed for nothing? Yi Shuryun rolled her eyes and snorted, You're getting a good deal and you're still acting innocent. Seeing Yi Shuryun's posture, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. He stepped forward and embraced Yi Shuryun from behind. Yi Shuryun's body stiffened slightly, and she struggled symbolically. But in the end, she still leaned softly against his chest. Ding! Yi Shuryun's favorability increased by 10, current favorability, 70. Yi Shuryun's favorability rating has been detected at 70. A 70-point achievement reward will be awarded. 70 affection points achievement reward, Lamborghini Veneno. The Lamborghini Veneno is currently parked in an underground parking lot near Jiangcheng University, with all necessary paperwork in place. Lin Fan buried his head in her neck. I'm serious, I'm a student, I usually either live at school or in a rented room near school. Be my woman, move in, and help me manage this villa. And I will find the best lawyer to help you get custody of the child so that he will no longer be a threat to you. You won't have to work so hard then. Yi Shuryun turned around and gently stroked Lin Fan's cheek. Her beautiful eyes held a soft hue. I know, I'm not good enough for you. But somehow, the charm you exude has deeply attracted me. I couldn't help but fall in love with you. I had long been used to living alone. But when you caught me around the waist just as I was about to fall, thoughts that had been suppressed in my heart for a long time surged out like a madman. Lin Fan grasped her hand, his gaze intense. Then don't suppress it anymore. From now on, I'll be there for you. Yi Shiryun did not answer, but stood on tiptoe and responded to his promise with a firm kiss. After the kiss ended, Lin Fan looked at her flushed cheeks, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He leaned closer and whispered, "Are the sheets in the master bedroom new?" Yi Shiryun was slightly taken aback, then, seeing the burning gaze in him, realizing what he meant, she nodded shyly. Upon seeing this, Lin Fan immediately bent down, picked her up, and carried her to the master bedroom. Ding! Yi Shiryun's favorability increased by 20, current favorability, 90. Yi Shiryun's favorability rating has been detected at 80. An achievement reward of 80 will be awarded. 80 favorability points achievement reward, 1 billion dragon coins. Yi Shiryun's favorability rating has been detected at 90. Achievement reward of 90 will be awarded. 90 affection points achievement reward, masterful piano skill. A few hours later, in the master bedroom, Yi Shiryun lay in Lin Fan's arms. He drew circles on Lin Fan's chest with his finger. "I never imagined I would do this with someone I'd only met once. It's all because you weren't standing properly, Sister Yun, that you kissed me first. You know, I'm a college student, I'm full of energy. But I couldn't resist such temptation." But only Lin Fan knew the reason why Yi Shiryun lost her footing. With his masterful medical skills, he rendered a person unable to use their legs. It couldn't be simpler. Yi Shiryun blushed instantly. "Stop talking, it's so embarrassing." Lin Fan stroked Yi Shiryun's hair. "Alright, get up and let's go complete the house purchase procedures." Yes, get up quickly, it's been so long, it's all your fault." Yi Shiryun was about to get up and pick up the clothes on the ground when she seemed to remember something and paused slightly. "You, close your eyes." Lin Fan touched his nose. "It's not like I haven't seen it before." However, no sooner had she finished speaking than Yi Shiryun threw a pillow at her. After they finished packing, the two returned together the way they came. After signing the contract at the sales office, 340 million yuan was transferred to the designated account. "From this moment on, Juk is yours." Yi Shiryun gently pushed the contract forward and said playfully, "We've been busy for so long and haven't even had lunch yet. Why don't we go have lunch first?" Lin Fan nonchalantly tossed the contract aside. "It's all your fault. I told you to stop, but you wouldn't listen. You're like a bull." Yi Shiryun had by now recovered from her previous shy state. "Since I've already done everything, what's there to be embarrassed about?" Lin Fan said embarrassedly, "I thought you meant to continue." "You." Yi Shiryun was furious when she saw him pretending to be innocent, and she clenched her fists as a warning. "Alright, let's go, I'm starving." The two then walked outside side by side. As soon as I entered the lobby, someone said in a sarcastic tone, "I can't believe it, how did this prime location sell? Shiryun is really something else. I wonder what method she used to get this handsome guy to spend so much money." Lin Fan looked in the direction of the sound and saw it was the same pathogen from before. She saw Lin Fan looking at her without any fear, and wondered if he was missing a screw in his head. "Looking for a house shouldn't take more than a few hours, it's not like you, Shiryun." Before she could finish speaking, smack! A crisp slap echoed throughout the hall. Then Lin Fan said calmly, "You have a really foul mouth." Those viewing the property and the staff all looked over. Lu Tong touched the spot where she had been hit in disbelief, then slowly raised her finger and pointed it at Lin Fan. "You dare hit me? Are you even a man? I'll fight you to the death." As it spoke, it bared its teeth and claws, ready to pounce. Lin Fan knew she carried a contagious disease. What if she got into a bad mood today and touched that area? Then someone scratched his skin with their fingertip. What if it got infected? Before he could touch him, Lin Fan slapped him again. This time, the other half of his face was slapped. At this moment, a middle-aged man, unable to stand by and watch, stepped forward and pointed at Lin Fan, saying, "Hey, how can you, a grown man, hit a woman?" After saying that, he straightened his back and looked at Lu Tong, who had been hit, and said, "Beautiful lady, don't be afraid, I'll protect you." Lin Fan had no patience to explain to him why she hit her. Smack! Another slap rang out. The person who was beaten this time was a middle-aged man. After Lin Fan finished hitting, he shook his hands as if to get rid of the dirt on them. "None of your business, the warm guy is behind the dog. You fucking..." Before the man could even mount a resistance, a furious roar came from outside the crowd. "What are you all doing gathered here? Aren't you going to serve the customers?" The crowd parted automatically, and a portly man appeared. Yi Shiyun tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve and whispered, "This is our sales director, Mr. Zhang." After the introduction, Yi Shiyun stepped forward to explain to the director. "Director Zhang, it's like this Mr. Lin just bought that prime building in full." When it was time for Lu Tong to leave, she offended Mr. Lin with her words. "So Mr. Lin gave me a lecture." Chapter 10 Expulsion. Director Zhang only heard the first part, not the latter. The penthouse? Full payment? Did this handsome young man win over their prime property? Or is it full payment? Director Zhang recognized each of the individual characters, but he struggled to understand them when put together. After a while, Director Zhang, with a fawning expression, quickly stepped forward and enthusiastically extended both hands. "Mr. Lin, my name is Zhang San. It is an honor to meet you." However, Lin Fan ignored his attempt to shake hands. He glanced at him sideways, his tone rather cold. "Mr. Zhang, your staff has such excellent service. This makes me question your after-sales service at Longxi Bay." Director Zhang's hand froze on the spot. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily, and a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He then cautiously said, "Mr. Lin, please rest assured, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." After saying that, he turned around and resumed his previous imperious manner. He yelled at Lu Tong, "You're fired. It's not just Longxi Bay that can't accommodate you, the entire real estate industry in Jiangcheng has no place for you." The onlookers couldn't help but discuss it amongst themselves. What's going on? Why is Mr. Zhang firing Sister Tong? Isn't he the one who takes the best care of her? A male salesperson who had just arrived was puzzled. It seems that Lu Tong offended that young man by speaking recklessly, and then the young man beat her up. Finally, General Manager Zhang stepped in and fired Lu Tong. "Hiss, who is this young man? He can make President Zhang so afraid." "I don't know, but someone who can casually buy the penthouse is definitely not someone that President Zhang can afford to offend." "What? The penthouse was sold? Bought by this young man? Indeed, some people are born into Rome, while I was born into poverty." Lu Tong was already stunned by Lin Fan's 2 slaps. She couldn't understand why this seemingly kind young man had suddenly become angry. Director Zhang's roar brought him back to his senses. He immediately knelt down and grabbed Director Zhang's arm. "Mr. Zhang, please, give me a chance. I promise I'll behave from now on." "No. Don't fire me." However, Zhang San shook her off, his tone one of disappointment and frustration. "You idiot, you still don't know where you went wrong. Should you beg me for mercy?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tong suddenly realized what was happening, turned to look at Lin Fan, her makeup ruined by tears, and looked utterly pitiful. "Mr. Lin, please, have mercy on me." Lin Fan remained unmoved. Having no other option, Lu Tong had to continue seeking help from Zhang San. "I hope Zhang San can say a good word for her." But Zhang San dared not say anything. He was a young man carrying 300 or 400 million yuan in cash. His background must be unimaginably profound. Anyway, it's not something he can get. Give him face? That would be a huge joke played by fate. If it weren't for this woman offering herself up as a bedmate. He won't even mention the reminder he just received. He has done everything he could to be kind and righteous. Seeing that Zhang San wasn't helping him either, Lu Tong gave a bitter smile and stood up. He said fiercely to Zhang San, "Mr. Zhang, since you're not going to help me, then don't blame me. If I'm not having a good time, you won't be either, ha ha ha." Zhang San felt uneasy under her gaze and frowned, asking, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? I'm not going to tell you. I'll make you suffer for the rest of your life when you find out." Ha 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 ha. Lu Tong, already acting like a madwoman, stumbled out of the hall. Zhang San was startled by her last words, which seemed to be a curse. But I still can't understand what she meant. Lin Fan, who was the only one present who knew what Lu Tong was talking about. He shook his head and didn't remind Zhang San. It was because he had just subtly hinted at something to Lu Tong. Besides, whether you tell him or not, he's already done it, so what's the point? As for those who say his wife is innocent, given Zhang San's personality, even if he finds out, he will only hide it. And his wife might already be infected. All I can say is that it's all fate. The man who had originally stood up to speak for Lu Tong had already slipped away when Yi Shiyun introduced Lin Fan. Just kidding, someone who can casually buy a prime property isn't someone he can easily scam. He stepped forward before, perhaps with the question of whether he could get close to Lutong. But it's not enough to go head to head with billionaires. Even if Lutong's place were studded with diamonds, it wouldn't be worth it. If this man knew that Lutong was a pathogen. I wonder if he will thank Yi Shiyun for stepping forward to introduce Lin Fan. Lin Fan had already pulled Yi Shiyun into 911 and left. On the way, he made a phone call to the Zhixing law firm. Asked them to send one of their lawyers, who specializes in divorce cases, to Jianchang. He then gave Yi Shiyun the lawyer's contact information. Thank you, Lin Fan. Yi Shiyun gripped her phone tightly, her eyes reddening as she looked at Lin Fan. Fool, you're mine now, isn't it only right that I help you? Lin Fan freed one hand and patted her head. She didn't know how to repay him. I could only secretly vow in my heart that I would definitely do better in the days to come. Take good care of Lin Fan. She did whatever Lin Fan told her to do. And he also wants his daughter to call him dad. From now on, she can only have this one father. Anyway, my daughter has barely seen that person since she was born. I haven't seen him since I started kindergarten and developed my own memories. After leaving the restaurant, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Shiyun checked the time. He said to Lin Fan, thank you for today. You can go back now, I need to pick up Xiaoxue from kindergarten. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan asked, Xiaoxue? Is she your daughter? Seeing Yi Shiyun nod, he took the initiative to suggest. I'll give you a ride, I don't have anything else to do anyway. You don't mind? Yi Shiyun asked hesitantly. Lin Fan smiled, his tone somewhat matter-of-fact, why would I mind? We're all family, we'll meet again sooner or later. After saying that, he got into the driver's seat. A family? Yi Shiyun murmured to herself. Seeing that she was standing still, Lin Fan rolled down the car window and reminded her, what are you thinking about? You seem so engrossed. It's nothing. Yi Shiyun came back to her senses and smiled. He then quickly walked to the passenger seat and got in. I stayed in the car for quite a while. Seeing that Lin Fan hadn't started the car yet, Yi Shiyun looked at him with some confusion. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Lin Fan said irritably, you still haven't told me the address. Huh? Yi Shiyun slapped her forehead, blushing bright red with embarrassment, and quickly said the name of the kindergarten. When Lin Fan parked the car in front of the kindergarten, there were already many parents waiting to pick up their children. Chapter 11 Warmth. Lin Fan and Yi Shiyun got out of the car together. Whose parents are these? This is unbelievable. This guy is incredibly handsome. Did you come to pick up the kids in a 911? When will my husband let me ride in such a luxury car? Lin Fan remained calm despite hearing the surrounding discussions. However, Yi Shiyun was very nervous as this was her first time facing such a situation. He kept his head down, not daring to look up and make eye contact with people. Lin Fan noticed her unusual behavior, stepped forward, took her hand, and gently comforted her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Feeling the warmth from his palm, Yi Shiyun's previously erratic heartbeat gradually returned to normal. Just then, a female teacher led the children out. Parents came forward one after another to take their children away, and affectionate calls rang out from the crowd. A little girl in a pale yellow dress, her eyes lighting up, rushed over like a cheerful little bird, calling out in a clear, bright voice. Mother! Yi Shiyun instinctively squatted down and opened her arms to catch the little girl steadily. Have you been obedient to your teachers at school? Yi Shiyun asked softly. Of course. The little girl nodded vigorously, proudly tilting her head back. I won first place in drawing today, and the teacher even gave me a little red flower as a reward. As she spoke, she took a little red flower out of her school bag. He placed the little red flower in Yi Shiyun's hair and said, This little red flower is for Mom, a reward for Mom. Schwer is so great. I'll make you something delicious when we get home. Yi Shiyun happily patted her daughter's cheek upon hearing this. Just then, Schwer, nestled in her mother's arms, suddenly noticed Lin Fan standing quietly to the side. She blinked her big, dark eyes and gently tugged at Yi Shiyun's sleeve with her little hand. Full of curiosity, she asked, Mom, who is this uncle? Before Yi Shiyun could even figure out how to introduce him, Xiaoxue seemed to suddenly remember something. Her eyes lit up, and she broke free from her mother's embrace. She took a small step forward, with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. Is that Daddy? Daddy's finally here to pick Shuai up from school. Yi Shiyun's cheeks flushed instantly, and she subconsciously looked at Lin Fan. She was afraid that Lin Fan might be displeased. However, Lin Fan did not show any displeasure. He squatted down and picked up Xiao Shui. She said softly, "Yes, Dad has come to pick you up from school." "What, Daddy?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's reply, Xiao Shui burst into tears. "Everyone says I don't have a dad. They say if I did have a dad, why does he never pick me up from school?" "What?" Seeing her daughter suffer such injustice, Yi Shiyun's eyes also reddened as she stepped forward and hugged Xiao Shui. As Lin Fan heard Xiao Shui calling him dad and crying, his thoughts were instantly pulled back to when he was 6 years old. When his parents passed away, he didn't know what death meant. From then on, at school, he was also ridiculed by his peers for being a child without parents. He was furious and started punching the people who were mocking him. But there were just too many people mocking him, and he couldn't handle it all by himself. Instead, they beat him up. That evening, just like Xiao Shui, he hugged his grandmother and cried, asking where his parents had gone. His grandmother only told him that his parents had gone to a very far place. He asked his grandmother if they would come back. This time, his grandmother didn't give him an answer. Then he realized that he had lost his parents forever. From then on, when faced with his classmates' ridicule again, he no longer argued back, but simply lowered his head. It was as if by simply bowing his head, the mocking laughter would no longer hurt him. Yi Shiyun saw Lin Fan standing there blankly, and gently poked him. "Lin Fan, please don't mind, Xiao Shui, she." Lin Fan snapped out of his daze and gave her a reassuring look. Then he reached out and wiped away Xiao Shui's tears. He spoke gently to Xiao Shui, "I'm sorry, it was Dad's fault. Dad shouldn't have taken so long to pick you up from school. How about Daddy picks Xiao Shui up from school whenever he has free time?" "Really?" Xiao Shui's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. "Of course. I promise. If you don't believe me, let's pinky swear." "No," Xiao Shui turned her head to the side and sniffed as if she were old enough to say, "Pinky promises are for 3-year-olds, I'm 4. But I believe in my dad." Seeing how harmonious the father and daughter got along, Yi Shiyun felt that the mother was the one who should be excluded. She couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Sure enough, once you have a dad, you forget about your mom. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui quickly lifted her head in Lin Fan's arms and said sweetly, "No, I love Mom the most." Then, as if remembering something, she carefully cupped Lin Fan's cheeks with her 2 small hands and said, "Dad, Mom works so hard all by herself, sometimes she even cries secretly at night. You must treat Mom well from now on. Otherwise, Xiao Shui won't talk to you anymore, humph." When Yi Shiyun heard her daughter say that she cried in the middle of the night, she was so ashamed that she wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. You shouldn't listen to her nonsense, it's not true." She looked at Lin Fan and hurriedly explained. She was afraid he would misunderstand and think she still had feelings for that person. Hee, Mommy lied. You're not an honest child. I'm taking back the little red flower I gave you." Xiao Shui playfully stuck out her tongue and took back the little red flower from Yi Shiyun's head. He then gave the red flower to Lin Fan, saying, "Dad came to pick Xiao Shui up from school, so here's a little red flower as a reward." Lin Fan and Yi Shiyun were both amused and exasperated by this silly behavior. Finally, Yi Shiyun interrupted, "Alright, let's go home first, we'll talk about it when we get home." Lin Fan then carried Xiao Shui towards the car. After handing Xiao Shui over to Yi Shiyun. Just as Yi Shiyun was about to open the car door and get in, Xiao Shui suddenly looked at a chubby boy next to her and said, "Liluoluo, look, my dad is picking me up from school." "Humph, if you ever dare to say I don't have a father again, I'll get my dad to beat up your dad." Lin Fan, who was about to get into the driver's seat, paused upon hearing this and looked to the other side. A chubby little boy, and a short, stout man next to him who looked somewhat similar to the little boy. Lin Fan's cold gaze first fell on the chubby boy. The chubby boy was so frightened that he shielded his father in front of him. Then he turned his gaze to the short, fat man. He said coldly, "Apologize to my daughter. Otherwise, I don't mind doing something to you." The short, stout man saw Lin Fan driving a 911 and immediately knew that this young man was someone he couldn't afford to mess with. Then he forced his son to apologize to Xiao Shui, which the chubby boy initially refused to do. However, the short, stout man noticed that Lin Fan's gaze was growing increasingly cold. He grabbed the 7 wolves and hit it hard several times. Under the threat of the magical artifact, the chubby boy finally apologized to Xiao Shu'er. After finally receiving Xiao Shu'er's forgiveness, Lin Fan warned the short, fat man again, "Take your son back and teach him a lesson about the dangers of loose tongues. If I hear anything else, I guarantee you'll regret it." After saying that, Yi Shiyun sat down with Xiao Xue in her arms, and then he stepped on the gas and drove away. Chapter 12: Staying Overnight. Yi Shiyun lives in an old residential area in the eastern part of Zhangcheng. It's not far from Zhangcheng University. Stepping into the room, it wasn't large, but it was neatly organized. "Lin Fan, sit on the sofa and rest for a while. I'll go make dinner." After leading Lin Fan to the sofa, Yi Shiyun turned and went to the kitchen. She and Lin Fan didn't eat much in the afternoon, just a little something to tide them over, and they should be hungry by now. "Where's the toilet? I need to use it." Lin Fan walked into the kitchen, went straight behind Yi Shiyun, and gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Yi Shiyun paused in her chopping, her ears instantly turning crimson. She gently nudged herself back with her elbow and whispered, "What are you doing? The baby's still here. The toilet is next to the bedroom." A faint rose scent filled the restroom, just like the scent on Yi Shiyun. After Lin Fan finished using the restroom, he accidentally noticed a set of purple lace lingerie and a pair of black stockings next to the sink while washing his hands. It must be something Yi Shiyun changed out of last night and hadn't had time to wash yet. When Lin Fan opened the toilet door, he saw Yi Shiyun standing at the door with a flushed face. When Yi Shiyun saw Lin Fan come out, she hurriedly went inside, grabbed her underwear and stockings, and put them behind her back. Seeing that Lin Fan was staring at him, "What are you looking at?" Her ears turned bright red, her voice both shy and anxious, but it had no intimidating power. Lin Fan leaned against the doorframe, a playful smile appearing in his eyes. "What haven't you seen? Why are you still so shy?" He then leaned forward and whispered in her ear, "May I stay the night?" Yi Shiyun thought for a moment, a sly glint in her eyes. "Okay, but you have to sleep on the sofa." Now it was Lin Fan's turn to be dumbfounded. "Sleeping on the sofa? What's the point of him staying there then?" Yi Shiyun looked at him triumphantly and explained, "You've seen the house, there's only one room. Xiao Xue is still young, she still needs to sleep with me." Lin Fan had initially intended to say no, but after glancing back at Xiao Xue sitting on the sofa watching TV, he agreed. Seeing that Lin Fan had agreed, Yi Shiyun returned to the kitchen. Soon, the sound of stir-frying came from the kitchen. Lin Fan, meanwhile, was sitting on the sofa, holding Xiao Xue and watching cartoons. When Yi Shiyun came out with a plate of stir-fried dishes, she saw the heartwarming scene on the sofa. A warmth welled up inside me, and I felt a heartfelt gratitude towards Lin Fan. "Time to eat." Yi Shiyun brought all the prepared food to the table, and Lin Fan sat down with Xiao Xue in his arms. "Xiao Xue is so big now, you don't need to carry her all the time." Yi Shiyun had already let it go since Lin Fan had been carrying her while watching TV. "Why are you hugging me while we're eating?" However, Xiao Xue hugged Lin Fan's neck tightly and said in a childish voice, "I want Daddy to hold me. Daddy has never held me before." Seeing this, Yi Shiyun had no choice but to change her strategy. "Look, if Daddy is holding you, he won't have any hands to eat, right? If Daddy gets hungry, who will pick up Xiao Xue from school in the future?" Hearing her mother say that, Xiao Xue finally put down Lin Fan, but she still clung to him during the meal. "Your cooking is really good," Lin Fan commented while eating. "Just something quick and easy, we don't have much food left at home," Yi Shiyun said apologetically. "Isn't this a feast? I haven't eaten this many dishes in ages." Lin Fan recalled that since his grandmother passed away, he usually ate steamed buns with Laogan chili sauce. "Even though I worked part-time and studied during college, I still couldn't bear to eat anything too fancy." Seeing Lin Fan wolfing down his food, Yi Shiyun couldn't help but feel a pang of tenderness. Lin Fan could afford a luxury apartment, so what hadn't he eaten? They're probably tired of eating everything that flies in the sky, swims in the water, and runs on the ground. This ravenous eating is simply a way of taking care of oneself. "Eat as much as you like, I'll make more for you later." After saying that, she kept putting food into Lin Fan's bowl. Before the words were even finished, Xiao Xue's pitiful protest rang out from the side. Mom forgot about Xiao Xue after she got Dad. She shouldn't even put Xiao Xue's favorite cola chicken wings on her plate. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan immediately smiled and placed a chicken wing in his daughter's bowl. It was Daddy's fault. "Here, give our little princess the biggest piece." Yi Shiyun's cheeks flushed slightly as she placed another chicken wing on her daughter's plate and explained softly, How could Mom forget Xiao Shui? Dad hasn't been back for a long time, we should take extra care of him, right? Xiao Shui tilted her head and thought for a moment, then suddenly put the chicken wings from her bowl back into Lin Fan's bowl, saying in her childish voice. Then Daddy should eat more. Lin Fan was amused by the little guy's cleverness and rubbed Xiao Shui's head. Then thank you, Xiao Shui. Soon, Lin Fan devoured the entire meal. He put down his bowl with a lingering sense of satisfaction after taking the last piece of braised pork, and gave Yi Shiyun a genuine smile. I haven't had such a satisfying meal in a long time. Yi Shiyun smiled gently and said, as long as it tastes good, that's fine. Next time you come, tell me what you like to eat, and I'll make it for you. I like to eat you. Lin Fan said without any politeness. Get lost, aren't you ashamed? Xiao Shui is still here. Yi Shiyun was taken aback at first, then her ears turned red, and she glared at him irritably. She pinched the back of his hand lightly with her fingertips. Xiao Shui suddenly raised her head, blinking her clear, big eyes, full of innocence and curiosity. Mom, what delicious food do you have? Why does Dad like to eat it? Don't listen to your dad's nonsense. Yi Shiyun glared at Lin Fan, who was secretly laughing. Next, Lin Fan helped Yi Shiyun clean up all the dishes and chopsticks. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw that pillows had already been laid out on the sofa. Yi Shiyun hugged Lin Fan and said apologetically, I'm sorry to trouble you tonight. Lin Fan didn't feel anything special. Sleeping on the sofa was fine. Where hasn't he slept? After the college entrance exam, he even slept under a bridge. Late at night, Lin Fan, who was about to drift off to sleep, suddenly felt as if the bedroom door had opened. Then her body, as supple as a water snake, lay in his arms. It's Yi Shiyun. He pretended to touch Yi Shiyun's back, and Yi Shiyun hugged him, her voice trembling with emotion. Lin Fan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I thought I would live in darkness forever. What I am even more grateful for is that you not only do not dislike Xiao Shui, but are also willing to admit in front of outsiders that you are her father. After listening, Lin Fan's eyes softened. It's nothing. I felt an inexplicable closeness to Xiao Shui the first time I met her. Perhaps it's because her childhood experiences are similar to mine. He then recounted how he was also called a child without parents when he was a child. Only then did Yi Shiyun realize that this young man, who was so much younger than her, had suffered so much hardship in his childhood. She sat up slightly, pressed her face against Lin Fan's cheek, and then whispered. You've been so good to me in Xiao Shui, I don't know how to repay you. How about? As she said this, she slid downwards. Hiss. Lin Fan gasped. Chapter 13. Back to school. The next day. Xiao Shui stood barefoot in front of the sofa, her fingers spread wide open. Pretending to cover their eyes, they actually peeked through their fingers. Each she drawled in her baby voice, tilting her head, Mommy and Daddy are hugging each other, blushing. The sound startled Yi Shiyun and Lin Fan awake. Seeing her daughter looking at her in such an embarrassing state, Yi Shiyun blushed instantly. She gently pinched the soft flesh on Lin Fan's waist and rolled her beautiful eyes at him. It was as if it were saying, it's all your fault. If you hadn't been up until the early hours of the morning last night, I wouldn't have woken up so late and been seen by Xiao Shui. But what she didn't know was that at that moment, her clothes were disheveled, and her breasts were faintly visible. Coupled with such alluring movements, if Xiao Shui hadn't been there, he might have already pounced on her like a hungry tiger. Yi Shiyun also noticed the unusual thing about Lin Fan's lower body, so she quickly got up and pulled Xiao Shui to the bathroom. Lin Fan took the opportunity to go downstairs to buy breakfast. After the mother and daughter finished tidying up, Lin Fan came in carrying breakfast. You're so thoughtful. Yi Shiyun smiled gently. Lin Fan chuckled upon hearing this, but did not reply. After breakfast, he first took Xiao Shui to kindergarten. Then he drove Yi Shiyun to Longxi Bay. On the way, he suggested to Yi Shiyun, Sister Yun, I'm serious, why don't you quit your job and move into my villa? Yi Shiyun raised an eyebrow, her previous shyness gone. What, are you trying to keep me as a mistress? To keep me as a mistress in a golden cage? Lin Fan quickly shook his head. No, my villa is just sitting there empty anyway, why don't you move in and take care of it for me? But you don't need to do the work yourself. Just hire a few maids and manage them. Seeing that Yi Shiyun was somewhat moved, Lin Fan pressed his advantage. Sister Yun, since you're going to get a divorce anyway, moving out will be a way to say goodbye to the past and welcome a new life. Besides, I see there's a kindergarten near Longxi Bay. If you move there, Xiao Shui will be transferring to that school. That way you won't have to go through the trouble of driving all the way across the city to pick up your child. You don't need to worry about the kid's tuition. Just be my villa manager, and I'll pay you a salary. After hearing what he said, Yi Shiryun also felt that it made sense. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Lin Fan and said, "Thank you, Lin Fan." After saying that, she suddenly leaned over the center console and gently pressed her soft red lips to Lin Fan's cheek. "Oh, Sister Yun, you don't need to be so polite. Xiao Shua calls me dad, doesn't she?" Since learning about Lin Fan's background yesterday, Yi Shiryun wisely refrained from asking why Lin Fan had so much money. All she needs to know is that Lin Fan treats her well. Ding! Yi Shiryun's favorability has increased by 5, current favorability, 95. Wow, Sister Yun is amazing. She'll break 100 soon. After dropping Yi Shiryun off at Longxi Bay, Lin Fan drove to Jiangchun University. It's been a week since the start of the semester, and although there aren't many classes in the first semester of junior year. But I didn't go to school yesterday and skipped a major class. Luckily, the professor didn't ask us to sign in. Otherwise, I would have to rely on Zhao Digang to sign in for me. Boom! The roar of the engine came from the other end of the road, and then came to a steady stop in the open-air parking lot outside the school. Holy crap, who is this? When did our Jiangcheng University produce a handsome guy who drives a 911? Don't stop me, I need to go up and get Weishin. Brother, is it right for you to go up and ask for WeChat? Ignoring the whispers around him, Lin Fan quickly arrived at the classroom where he was to have class today. Today's class is a professional course, which is held together by 3 classes, including the 2 classes next door. The number of people wasn't too large, but quite a few recognized him when Lin Fan stepped into the classroom. Ha! This is Lin Fan? I feel like he's changed completely since that party the night before last. I think so too. Haven't you noticed he's over 1.8 meters tall now? They weren't even as tall as me before? It's fake, they must be wearing height-increasing insoles. But when he looked at the shoes Lin Fan was wearing, he fell silent, unwilling to accept this reality. Quite a few girls also looked up at Lin Fan, this classmate who was once known as the most invisible and somewhat insecure in the class. They wouldn't say they were deeply impressed, but they definitely knew that his image had changed drastically. I heard he confessed his feelings to Lin Mang but was rejected? Not only did they ruin Sun Peng's confession, they also beat him up. Lin Mang couldn't help but look at Lin Fan, a strange light flashing in her eyes. However, Lin Fan ignored these voices. He glanced around and saw Zhao Digang waving at him, so he walked over and sat down. "Here, this is your book." Zhao Digang pushed a book over from his seat, then said, "You went to South Korea yesterday, didn't you? How come you seem more handsome than me now?" Lin Fan glanced at him and smiled dismissively. "Let me correct you, I've always been more handsome than you." "You're amazing." Zhao Digang carefully examined Lin Fan before speaking. "You've changed so much, not just in appearance, but also in your temperament and mindset." At this point, his eyes darted around. "Tell me quickly, did you have a wealthy elder who passed away, and are you the sole heir? Then you came clean and stopped pretending." In the end, Lin Mang played the role of the regretful sister? "From now on, you will reach the pinnacle of your life and marry a beautiful, rich, and successful woman. Godfather, please accept my bow." Zhao Digang became more and more excited as he spoke, and his spittle almost sprayed onto Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan turned his face away with disdain and sneered, "Heh, your primary task now is to unload the foreign persimmons. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Zhao Digang, with such a vivid imagination, it's a shame you're not writing novels." Sitting in front, Zheng Yu laughed heartily without restraint. This person is Zhao Digang and Lin Fan's roommate. Exactly, Zhao Digang, your imagination is too wild. Marrying a rich and beautiful woman? What rich and beautiful woman would want him? What else do you have besides a good face? Unlike our brother Yu, who is handsome, rich, and has a girlfriend who is the most beautiful girl in the department, that's the real pinnacle of life. Zhang Yu's family had some money, and he looked down on people like Zhao Digang and Lin Fan, who were from humble backgrounds. So their relationship wasn't very good, and he often showed off his presence in front of them. He became even more arrogant when he started dating the most beautiful girl in the department. He often talks in the dorm about how he and his girlfriend did things that day, and how his girlfriend can't live without him. The other person speaking was also a roommate named Chen Guanyuan, who often fawned over Zhang Yu. The two of them would often chatter back and forth in the dormitory, like they were performing a comedy routine. Deafing society should just hire them to perform. There's no need to cultivate any chemistry between them. Chapter 14 Ding Ning Shuang. What are you saying? You seem so happy. Just then, a pleasant voice rang out from behind them, and Zhang Yu and Chen Guanyuan turned around to look. A tall woman stood there, looking exceptionally good in a simple white t-shirt and jeans. With delicate and clean features, a neat ponytail, and an elegant temperament unique to dancers, she exudes grace in her eyes and brows. The person who arrived was Ding Ning Shuang, Zhang Yu's girlfriend and the most beautiful girl in the dance department. Lin Fan looked at the strikingly beautiful woman and, with a sudden thought, activated his eye of insight. Ding Ning Shuang, age, 21, height, 174 centimeters, weight, 52 kilograms, favorability, 20. Battery health, 100%, single status, no. Appearance, 91, charisma, 95, figure, 89, meets the binding criteria. Additional information, materialistic, with exceptional physical flexibility. Ding. S-class target detected, Ding Ning Shuang. Bind on? Bind. Ding. Binding successful. The information fed back by the eye of insight broadened Lin Fan's horizons. Good heavens, Zhang Yu still hasn't gotten anything to eat? So why was he always talking nonsense in the dorm? Turns out he was a traitor. Ding Ning Shuang must have agreed to be with Zhang Yu for money. It's easy to guess that Zhang Yu hasn't eaten yet. It's nothing more than Ding Ning Shuang looking for a better deal while still holding on to her current position, waiting for the right price. He then opened his control panel. He skipped the personal information he wasn't interested and scrolled straight to the bottom. Cash, 1.667 billion dragon coins. Currently bound goddesses, Lin Meng, Lu Ruyan, Yi Shiyun, Ding Ning Shuang. He saw that he had 1.6 billion in cash and more than 60 million in change. Judging from this, Ding Ning Shuang should be easy to win over. When Zhang Yu found out that the goddess he had struggled so hard to win over had been brought to him with a mere snap of his fingers. I'm so excited just thinking about it. Let's see if he dares to act tough in the dorm again. At this moment, Ding Ning Shuang seemed to sense a burning gaze directed at her. Looking up, I saw Lin Fan. I hadn't paid much attention to Lin Fan before, but he's actually this handsome. It's a pity that my family wasn't well off otherwise. When Chen Guanyuan saw that the person who came was Ding Ning Shuang, he quickly moved to a spot inside. Sister-in-law, come sit next to Brother Yu. Brother Yu is so lucky she even comes to accompany him to class. Zhang Yu was clearly pleased, his words laced with undisguised boasting. That's all because Ning Shuang is head over heels in love with me. Hearing this, Lin Fan almost burst out laughing, but fortunately, his childhood experiences allowed him to control himself. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible hint of impatience flashed across Ding Ning Shuang's eyes. If Zhang Yu hadn't promised to give her that limited edition lipstick last night, she wouldn't have gotten up so early to come to class. However, now was not the time to show it, so she suppressed her displeasure. Her lips curved into a soft smile again, and her voice was gentle. You two seem to be having a great time chatting. Is something interesting happening? Tell me about it. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanyuan quickly explained to her. Sister-in-law, it's all because Zhao Digang said Lin Fan has changed so much. Is it because he has a rich relative, and Lin Fan is the only heir to that relative's wealth? And then Lin Fan reached the pinnacle of his life and married a beautiful and wealthy woman. Ha, isn't that hilarious? I think Zhao Digang just ate too much of the food he had and got food poisoning. Hee, really? Ding Ning Shuang turned to look at Lin Fan and casually said, has Lin Fan changed a lot? Who knows? We don't really pay attention to him, Zhang Yu replied nonchalantly. You? Before Zhao Digang could get up and retort, Lin Fan grabbed him. It turned out that the professor had entered the classroom. When Zhao Digang saw the professor, he sat down dejectedly. The previously noisy classroom suddenly fell silent. This professor was an old scholar, and usually very strict. He would deduct points from anyone's participation grade if they were distracted in class. He had a student who was often distracted in class. Finally, the exam score was 59. Finally, I had to resort to, teacher, Kai, no amount of scrambling will work. The professor immediately shut him down, citing that he had lost too many points in his class participation. From then on, no one dared to cause trouble or get distracted in his class anymore. On the stage, the professor, wearing round-framed reading glasses, looked at the students below, all of whom were sitting upright. He placed both hands on the table, his eyes fixed on the podium, looking eager for knowledge, which was very gratifying. I secretly admire how much better the learning environment is for students these days. The professor picked up the teacup beside him, took a sip, then moistened his finger with saliva before turning to the topic of today's lecture. Today we'll talk about. After a long lecture, Zhao Digang slumped onto his desk and said, I'm exhausted, but I finally made it through. While packing up the books, Lin Fan couldn't resist adding insult to injury. This professor has been teaching all semester. You're making these comments too early. Brother Fan. Zhao Digang sat up abruptly, his face contorted with grief. How could you say such cold words? He waved his hand, regaining his spirits. Never mind, I'm going back to my dorm to play mahjong. I just ran into a girl with a cute, lowly-like voice a few days ago. She actually asked me to call her mom right away, and said she would send me used stockings if I did. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Did you call out? You're joking. Zhao Digang straightened his back, his tone righteous and stern. I, Zhao Digang, am a man of iron will. How could I possibly call you that? Let's go. After Lin Fan finished packing, he turned around and glanced at Zhao Digang. In the classroom, Ding Ningxuang stared at Lin Fan's retreating figure, lost in thought. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she always felt that Lin Fan was not a simple person. The aura he exudes is unlike anything that can be cultivated in an ordinary family. What are you thinking about? Zhang Yu asked, noticing Ding Ningxuang staring blankly out the door. I wasn't thinking about anything, I was just thinking about dance moves. Let's go. Zhang Yu didn't think much of it, nodded, and reached out to take Ding Ningxuang's arm and walk outside. Just as she was about to take his hand, Ding Ningxuang quickly took a few steps forward. Turning back to Zhang Yu, she said, You guys go back first. I'm going back to my dorm to get some things. I need to go to the dance studio for practice later. Zhang Yu looked at his hand, which had missed its mark for who knows how many times. He gritted his teeth inwardly. You bitch, you still won't let me even touch you. You just wait, I'll make you beg for mercy sooner or later. Chen Guanyuan, who was standing to the side, did not see this scene. He looked at Ding Ningxuang's back with envy and said, Brother you are so lucky. Your girlfriend has to report to you wherever she goes. Unlike my girlfriend, sometimes I can't find her after 8 o'clock at night. Zhang Yu's lips twitched slightly as he listened to Chen Guanyuan's envious words. These words were extremely offensive to him. His desire for revenge against Ding Ningxuang intensified. He then took out his phone and sent a message. I'm really angry right now. I've booked a room at our usual spot and I'm waiting for you. Ha? Brother you, it's still daytime, isn't that inappropriate? Weixin transfer 200. Got it, brother you, I'm coming right now. Chapter 15 Zhao Digang, a man of unyielding spirit. As soon as Lin Fan and Zhao Digang returned to their dormitory, Zhao Digang couldn't wait to turn on his computer and start playing games. Lin Fan then rolled onto the bed. His bed was next to Zhao Digang's bed. At that moment, Pang Guang inadvertently noticed a white object on the next bed, its corner partially obscured by clothing. He turned his head and looked closely, and immediately realized that the white thing was not made of ordinary fabric. Out of curiosity, he took Zhao Digang's clothes aside. A long pair of white stockings was exposed in front of her. Holy crap, that pervert Zhao Digang, how come he still hides stockings in the dorm? The next moment, he suddenly remembered something. He spoke up to Zhao Digang below, How does it feel to call someone mom in a game? Zhao Digang didn't think much of it and replied instantly without even looking up, It's great. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. He looked up at Lin Fan's mocking gaze, as if he understood everything. After a brief silence, a mournful wail echoed throughout the boys' dormitory, That damned Lin Fan. Then Zhao Digang looked at Lin Fan with a somewhat resentful gaze, You better keep the secret to yourself. If it gets out, I'll. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan gave him a knowing look, I understand, it's about having a strong backbone. You. Zhao Digang had no choice but to vent his frustration in the game. Ignoring Zhao Digang, Lin Fan lay on the bed, took out his phone, and prepared to watch some videos. It's incredibly difficult to encounter an S-class goddess in real life. Although he had already bound 4 accounts in just a few days, Lin Fan guessed that this was probably a newbie benefit period from the system. Once this happens, it might be hard to find again. However, there are many stunningly beautiful girls on Douyin, so you might want to check them out. It's so convenient to have the eye of insight now you can see people clearly even through a screen. Take, for example, this borderline blogger with over 1 million followers. Even without his eye of insight, he could tell at a glance that she was a Dozone powerhouse. His physique is indeed top-notch. With a thorough investigation, he can find out everything he wants. Shinfong, age, 25, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 40 kilograms, favorability, 0. Battery health, 90%, single status, yes. Appearance, 75, charisma, 60, potential, 58, does not meet the binding criteria. With that height and weight, she doesn't have the curves shown in the video at all. Lin Fan refreshed his feeds on several people he previously thought were very attractive, but without exception, none of them met the system's binding standards. It seems that modern technology is too advanced. Even seeing is not always believing. Just as Lin Fan was about to give up, he swiped his finger and landed in a local livestream. The streamer is singing and looks alright, but that's just how she looks. I don't know what she's actually like. Out of curiosity, I clicked into the livestream. Joe Linger, age, 22, height, 169 centimeters, weight, 54 kilograms, favorability, 0. Battery health, 100%, single status, yes. Appearance, 93, charisma, 92, figure, 98, meets the binding criteria. Bonus information: a sick mother, a gambling father, a bar-hopping brother, and a broken woman. Holy crap, this Zhao Linger has a 98 centimeters figure? Lin Fan never expected that such a big surprise would be hidden under the seemingly ordinary, oversized clothes. It's higher than anyone he's currently tied to. Just then, an account with a name that clearly belonged to a gangster posted a comment. Jiangcheng Shanga, little sister, why don't you come with your brother? You won't have to work so hard doing live streams here. Zhao Linger had just finished singing a song when she saw Jiang Qingxiang's comment on the screen and smiled slightly. Hey bro, what song would you like to hear? You can request a song with just a lollipop, but you'll have to wait in line. If you give a higher level gift, you can skip the line. Passerby B, your strongman is here. Passerby C, get out of here. Linger wouldn't want you. Lu Renjia, what kind of strength do you have to talk so arrogantly? Jiangcheng Chang, I don't need to say much about my strength. Just ask around in Jiangcheng's underworld and you'll know. Lu Renjia, what are you barking about if you're not going to spend a single cent? Jiangcheng Changa, where do you live? Come on, let's meet up offline. Lu Renjia, if you're so awesome, go open my box yourself. Lu Renjia, stop talking nonsense. If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a big shot. You're just a hillbilly at best. Zhao Linger saw the two arguing, but since she was singing, she could only watch helplessly. Inside a lavishly decorated clubhouse in Jiangcheng, in a private room, a bald man was lying on a beautiful woman's lap, holding a cell phone in his hand. Seeing the mocking comments on the screen, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fuck you, mocking me. Don't let me find out who you are, or I'll have someone deal with you." Are you mocking me? Fine, today I'll show you what it means to spend money like water. After saying that, he started clicking like crazy in the live stream. Brother Jiangcheng gifted the streamer 10 hearts of the universe, worth 18,888 dubi. The next moment, the entire screen was filled with heart-shaped particle effects. Holy crap, they're really giving it away. One gift cost 18,000 yuan, and the streamer received over 9,000 yuan. That's more than I earn in a month. Lu Renjia, come out here. Are you a plant? Jiang Qingxiang, little sister, is this enough for you to follow me? As long as you stay with me, I'll give you this much every month. Zhao Linger smiled awkwardly. Thank you Jiang Qingxiang for the 10 cosmic hearts, love you. As she spoke, she even made a heart shape with her hands towards the camera. Then he said, Brother Chang, what song would you like to request? Seeing that the streamer was unresponsive and wouldn't answer his question directly, the bald man immediately sent a message in the chat. Jiangcheng Chang, bitch, you're getting too big for your britches. Hurry up. I bet you're from Jiangcheng too, watch your step at night. Holy crap, forcing a good woman into prostitution? Is there no law anymore? Is there no justice? Report J, take a screenshot and report J. Jiangcheng Changu, what word did I say that made her a prostitute? What I meant was to have her work for me, and I'd pay her this much every month. Jiangcheng isn't safe at night, so I reminded her to be careful. Was that wrong? Jiangcheng Shanga, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Inside the club, the bald man curled up a smug smile. He's involved in organized crime, and he walks on thin ice every day. If you don't understand the law, how can you get to the other side? Jiangcheng Art College, Girls' Dormitory. At this moment, Zhao Linger's face was deathly pale, clearly she was terrified, and even her voice was trembling. Brother, I'll refund your money, but I can only refund what I received. I can't make decisions about the platform. The bald man was clearly displeased with Zhao Linger's answer. He slapped his head and grinned maliciously. Little vixen, so stubborn? But that's what makes conquering you so exciting. Chapter 16 Bet. Jiangcheng Chang, looks like you think it's not enough? Brother Jiangcheng gifted the streamer 10 hearts of the universe, worth 18,888 dubi. Holy crap, awesome, they gave it away again. Brother Chang, look at me. Jiangcheng Chang, is that enough? Brother Jiangcheng gifted the streamer 10 hearts of the universe, worth 18,888 dubi. Again? I'm numb, that's 30 already. If it were me, I would have given in. You have a round face, of course you'd give in. Jiangcheng Chang, is that enough? Zhao Linger hurriedly waved her hand. Big brother, please don't send any more. No matter how much you send, I won't agree. I'll refund you my share after I finish the broadcast. Even after sending another 20 hearts of the universe, Linger still refused to agree. The bald man's face grew increasingly gloomy, and the beautiful woman beside him quickly brought over a glass of wine. Brother Chang, calm down, she's just a streamer. I'll take you to an art college to pick one. The female students there are much better than this streamer. They're skilled in playing various instruments and singing, and their figures are all top-notch. This streamer is covering herself up completely, so she probably just doesn't have a good figure. Hearing the beautiful woman's comforting words, the bald man calmed down considerably. Jiangcheng University Male Dormitory. Lin Fan, who had been lurking in the live stream, had only just figured out the process of sending gifts. Please don't hesitate to gift the streamer 10 carnival gifts worth 30,000 dubi. As soon as Lin Fan sent it out, special effects filled the screen. Holy crap, which super rich person made this move? 10 of them in one go, that's 30,000 yuan. The account looks like a blank account. Is it a smurf account belonging to some big shot? Lin Fan glanced at the comments and a smirk appeared on his face. Streamer, can I request a song? In the girls' dormitory of Jiangcheng Art Academy, Zhao Linger was still reeling from the bald man's threat. Another full-screen special effect popped up, and this time the effects were even more dazzling than those of the Heart of the Universe. It wasn't until she saw Fan Bufan's comment that she realized what was going on. Thank you, Fan Bufan, for sending 10 carnival tickets. What songs would you like to hear? But I must make it clear in advance that I will only sing. You can request as many songs as you want, but I won't agree to anything else. If you can't accept this, I can refund your money. Fan Bufan, sing Today You're Marrying Me for me first. Upon seeing the song title, Zhao Linger was slightly taken aback, and then a blush crept onto her cheeks. She cleared her throat and then began to sing. As Zhao Linger sang, the comments section remained active. Fan Bufan said, I'm not like some people who think there's something special just because they have a few coins. They think they can force women into prostitution. The bald man naturally saw Lin Fan's comment, and the fat on his face twitched violently. Jiangcheng Chang, kid, what do you mean? Fan Bufan, what I mean is, if you don't have money, don't cosplay women's underwear. Ha, Fan Bufan is really humorous. That gangster must have misunderstood, right? Let's fight. Let's fight. I want to see rivers of blood. The bald guy didn't understand Lin Fan's comment, but he had a woman with him. So he showed this comment to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman's expression turned somewhat strange after seeing it, but due to the bald man's past authority, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and try to probe. But she didn't directly ask, Brother Chang, what are women's underwear for? Is that even a question? The bald man grinned and waved his hand. Of course it was torn. The beautiful woman's eyes twitched slightly, suppressing her speechlessness, and she changed her approach to guide the conversation. So, what are underwear used for as a woman? What's it for? The bald man scratched his shiny head, looking completely bewildered. Seeing that the bald man still didn't understand even after being reminded to this extent, the beautiful woman had no choice but to be more direct. What is that used to hold? Pretending. Holy crap, this kid is saying I'm showing off. If the bald man still doesn't understand after the beautiful woman has already given him this much hint, then he must have a tumor on his shoulder. The bald man, furious, immediately picked up his phone. Jiangcheng Changa, damn it, kid, you're so arrogant, daring to say I'm showing off. The viewers were amused to see that it took Changu so long to react. Ha, I can't laugh myself to death. 9-year-old fish. Brother, I know that English word. Can I work for you? Thanks for the invitation, but we don't hire people with high levels of education. The bald man saw the comments mocking him and instantly flew into a rage. Seeing that Fan Buffon's account was previously a blank slate, I guess this guy played the hero and used the money he usually saves to level it up. Moreover, the big shots wouldn't be so bored as to lower themselves to do such a thing. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but calm down. Jiangcheng Changa, at Fan Buffon, kid, wanna have a competition to see who can send more gifts? Lin Fan was shocked to see that this brother Chang was so reckless as to dare to bet with him on who could spend more money. Isn't this like carrying a lantern to the toilet? Fan Buffon, oh? How do you mean by comparing? Jiangcheng Changu, how about we take turns giving gifts, but each time we give a gift, it has to be more valuable than the last one. Although Zhao Linger was singing, she was still watching the comments on the screen. Seeing that the two of them were actually making a bet in her live stream caused her great distress. Although she benefited from their gift giving, it's like the saying goes, when gods fight, innocent bystanders suffer. She can't afford to offend either of them. What if they ask her for a full refund later? At least judging from that guy Chang's attitude before, he'll probably ask her for a refund. All she can do now is pray that Fan Buffon isn't that kind of person. Fan Buffon asked, what is the punishment for the loser? Jiangcheng Changda, how about the loser adds I am a green-haired turtle to the end of their ID? Fan Buffon, interesting, deal. Hooray, they've finally started fighting, tai cool. Blood flows like a river, blood flows like a river. Jiangcheng Chang, okay, I'll go first. Brother Jiangcheng gifted the streamer 10 carnival tokens worth 30,000 dubi. The bald man started with 10, intending to win the bet overwhelmingly. Zhao Linger had no choice, she had to thank anyone who sent her a gift during the livestream. Thank you, Brother Chang, for sending 10 carnivals. Please donate 11 carnival gifts worth 30,000 dubi to the streamer. Thank you Fan Buffon for sending 11 carnivals. It's beautiful, I love watching it, I want to watch it again. Lin Fan originally intended to send 100 at once to scare away Brother Chang from Jiangcheng. But later he changed his mind. He wanted to play the long game and give Jiangcheng Chang a memorable experience. The bald man saw that Fan Buffon had actually followed, but only added one more person, and immediately felt that the other side was nothing special. Their actions quickly spread across various live streaming platforms. Suddenly, a large number of netizens entered the live stream room, and even some streamers came to watch the excitement. Chapter 17, Suffering from Lack of Education. Jiangcheng Chang, kid, you have some skill, but not much. If you admit defeat now, you can pay less money. Losing face is a small matter. Fan Buffon, I'd like to offer you the same words. Seeing that the other party was refusing to listen to reason and was about to be forced to drink a penalty cup, the bald man immediately retaliated without any politeness. Brother Jiangcheng gifted the streamer 20 carnival tokens worth 30,000 dubi. Thank you. Zhao Linger felt like she was a voice broadcaster right now. Moreover, with all the special effects on the screen, you can't even see her face. So now she doesn't need to manage her facial expressions anymore, she only has one thing on her mind. That is, figuring out how to handle the refund in the end. Jiangcheng Changgu, kid, keep up. Don't chicken out. Please donate 21 carnival gifts worth 30,000 docoins to the streamer. Grateful. I'm new here and don't know what's going on. Is there any big shot who can explain this to me? I'm the boss, I'm here, that's it. To put it bluntly, it's all about saving face. Brother Chang, stop playing around. You can't beat Fan Buffon. He always has an extra one of you. He's the main character. However, this comment was quickly overwhelmed by other comments. Millions of people flooded into the livestream in a short period of time, and even the comments and special effects were a bit laggy. Douyin headquarters. An employee carrying a tablet hurried toward the technical director's office. Director, we just received feedback that a live stream's popularity has skyrocketed in just 1 or 2 minutes, and our service is about to crash. The director took the tablet, glanced at it, and instructed, use the other available resources in this live stream room to ensure it runs smoothly. Brother Jiangcheng gifted the streamer 40 carnival tokens worth 30,000 dubi. Please donate 41 carnival gifts worth 30,000 docoins to the streamer. Brother Jiangcheng gifted the streamer 50 carnival tokens worth 30,000 dubi. Please don't hesitate to gift the streamer 51 carnival tokens, each worth 30,000 dubi. Brother Jiangcheng gifted the streamer 80 carnival tokens worth 30,000 dubi. Please don't hesitate to gift the streamer 81 carnival tokens worth 30,000 dubi. Gradually, the bald man sensed something was wrong. No matter how many he sent, the kid on the other side always sent one more than him. Isn't this just blatantly making a fool of oneself? Jiang Cheng Chang, kid, what do you mean? Are you messing with me? Brother Chang, you're only realizing this now? I really did suffer from my lack of education. If you had read a few more novels, you wouldn't have suffered this loss. Seeing that Jiang Qingxiang had realized what was happening, Lin Fan stopped pretending. Please don't hesitate to gift the streamer 100 carnival tokens, each worth 30,000 dubi. Please don't hesitate to gift the streamer 500 carnival tokens, each worth 30,000 dubi. Please donate 1,000 carnival tokens worth 30,000 dubi to the streamer. Holy crap, they're stealing my son? A few million were spent in one transaction? Foolish, Fan Bufan, sir. Where's Chang Ge? He's changed his ID. Brother Chang, you should read more books in the future. It won't hurt you. Zhao Linger is now completely in a daze. Not long ago, she was a Cinderella. But after this incident, they were directly elevated to the status of self-made millionaires. Of course, this is on the premise that they don't cause trouble. The bald man in the club saw the other party hand over millions without even blinking, and his phone immediately flew out of his hand. The beautiful woman was startled by the sudden action. Looking at the bald man sitting there panting heavily, she was a little hesitant to approach him. Suddenly, the bald man looked at the beautiful woman, raised his finger, and beckoned to her. Upon seeing this, the beautiful woman instinctively took a half step back. But looking into the bald man's dark, almost watery eyes, she ultimately didn't dare to disobey. She moved cautiously, and when she reached the bald man said hoarsely to her, "I'm really angry right now." He had barely finished speaking when he patted her head. "Come out, Brother Chang has changed his name to Green-Haired Turtle. Your thief came, your thief ran away. Holy crap, how did it get away? If it were me, I would run too. I can't afford to lose face like that." Zhao Linger breathed a long sigh of relief after seeing the farce finally come to an end. "I've never seen anything like this before, it's truly awe-inspiring." Zhao Linger planned to return half of the tips they had given her, even though it would cost her millions. "But I felt uneasy taking it, especially that Brother Chang, he didn't seem like a good person. Moreover, because of their donations, millions of people were attracted to her. Originally, she was just a small streamer with a few hundred followers. The tips from other people alone are enough to cover his mother's medical expenses for a period of time. I wanted to send a private message to Brother Jiangqing to refund the money, but I found that I had been blocked. They probably won't ask me for a refund, will they?" Zhao Linger thought to herself. After finding Fan Bufan's Douyin account, she sent a private message and then continued singing for her fans. After Jiang Qingxiang's humiliating exit from the livestream, Lin Fan also left, believing that Zhao Linger would definitely come looking for him. When I sent the gift, my private messages kept popping up. Either the female anchor came over and he wanted to go over and help her increase her popularity. She's either a woman who wants to take shortcuts. Moreover, his account's followers skyrocketed from 0 to 800,000. This might be what's known as buying followers. Open the private messages, and there are 99 plus messages right away. I randomly clicked on a few, and wow, they were all photos that couldn't pass the review. They are very refreshing, but upon closer inspection, few of them seem to have any real substance. Among the many private messages, he found Zhao Linger's private message. "Brother Fan, if you want your reward money back, I will cooperate fully. However, I can't interfere with the platform side. My WeChat ID is 158, you can add me if it's convenient." Lin Fan looked at the private message and raised an eyebrow. This girl is not bad. She was born into such a complicated family, yet she still thinks about getting the money she deserves. Perhaps after others learn about Zhao Linger's family, they will keep their distance. After all, it's a bottomless pit. But for Lin Fan, who has a systematic approach, these are all trivial matters. After slowly typing a sentence on my phone and clicking send, I exited Douyin. Then Zhao Linger's WeChat was added to her WeChat account. After finishing all this, I noticed it was almost lunchtime. He got out of bed and asked Zhao Digang if he wanted to eat, but Zhao Digang didn't even look up, his eyes fixed on the screen. No. Lin Fan then decided to grab a quick bite at the cafeteria. But as soon as he stepped out of the dormitory room, Zhao Digang's voice rang out from behind, "Please pack me a serving of braised chicken with mushrooms and rice in a wooden bucket, thank you, Godfather." Lin Fan initially wanted to go back and beat him up after hearing the first sentence, but the second sentence made him stop thinking about it. He's already called me godfather, so what else is there to say? Chapter 18 Best Sisters. Zhao Linger has finally ended her live stream. I stretched while sitting on the stool. This is where her 98-point figure comes into play. The bright lights pushed up the loose clothes. Her slender waist was also partially revealed by the pulled-up clothing. Her skin was so white it was dazzling, like the finest mutton fat jade. This alluring, elusive charm makes one want to go up and explore it. She picked up her phone and first checked Douyin Fan Bufan's private messages. No need to return it, just keep it. With just a few words, millions were easily given away. After reading it, Zhao Linger's breathing quickened and tears welled up in her eyes. Perhaps for Fan Bufan, these millions are just a drop in the ocean. But for Zhao Linger, this was a godsend. That's great, Mom is saved. With slightly trembling hands, I opened WeChat and saw a friend request. It is nothing to be troubled by. She accepted the friend request and immediately sent a message. Thank you, brother Fan. I really don't know how to thank you enough. You said that as long as I can do it, I will definitely agree. Judging from Fan Bufan's words, Zhao Linger should be able to tell that he is not the kind of person like Brother Chang from Jiangcheng, and he probably wouldn't do anything to force others. That's why she dared to say that. Not long after he sent the message, Lin Fan replied, "No need, but can I request any song without having to wait in line from now on?" Zhao Linger stared at those words, momentarily stunned, her mind racing with thoughts. Is this easy? There are no other requirements, like becoming his woman or something? Spending millions just to randomly request songs in a live stream without having to wait in line? If other streamers of the same type saw this, they would be green with envy. Forget about cutting in line to sing, I'd even sing in front of him. Following such a big shot, why would you need to work yourself to the bone and try your best to please those ordinary people just to get tips? Zhao Linger, of course, brother Fan, please don't send any more gifts after you come to the live stream. I'll sing you whatever you want to hear. At that moment, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open forcefully from the outside. The person who came was Zhao Linger's roommate, Luo Qiushui. She excitedly stepped forward and hugged Zhao Linger. Linger, you've struck it rich. Millions in one go. Ever since she found out that Zhao Linger was doing live streaming on Douyin, she would always find an excuse to leave whenever Zhao Linger was live streaming. Then find another place to watch her live stream and increase her popularity. She would send gifts from time to time, but she didn't have much money herself, so she wouldn't send too many. And I'd been keeping it a secret from her all along, but today I got excited and it all came out. In fact, Zhao Linger always knew that Luo Qiushui went out for her sake. She thought she had kept it a secret, but Zhao Linger had already seen through it. Zhao Linger's face was still flushed with excitement as she looked intently at her roommate. Is that you, Lu Rinjia, in the live stream? Luo Qiushui blinked her big eyes at Zhao Linger and said innocently. Linger, what are you saying? How could I possibly be Lu Rinjia? Seeing that she wouldn't admit it, Zhao Linger stretched out her hand in front of her. Alright, I'll borrow your phone for a bit. Ah, this. What a beautiful day. And this table is so neat. Seeing that she could no longer hide it, Luo Qiushui was at a loss for words. Stop pretending. I knew it all along. You always touch here and there when you lie. Zhao Linger looked at Luo Qiushui, who was in a flustered state, with annoyance. Seeing that Zhao Linger saw through her little trick immediately, Luo Qiushui had no choice but to confess, I'm sorry, Linger. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Zhao Linger stepped forward and hugged Luo Qiushui. I'm not blaming you, I just want to thank you. Hey, there's no need for thanks between us sisters. If you really want to thank me, how about you treat me to a big meal? Zhao Linger knew that her sister was a foodie, so she naturally agreed. Yay! Let's have coconut chicken, how about it? Luo Qiushui's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but swallow. Alright, whatever you say. Zhao Linger smiled indulgently. Then, as if remembering something, he said to her seriously, but you were reckless today. That guy called Zhang Qingxiang is obviously not a decent person. What if he retaliates after you provoked him like that in the live stream? However, Luo Qiushui said nonchalantly, it's okay, Douyin does a pretty good job with user privacy. Besides, he didn't even break a sweat after racking up so many kills, so the little bit I tricked him earlier is nothing to worry about. Right now, he should be thinking about how to avoid trouble from that big shot Fan Bufan, not bothering with me, Lu Rinjia. But Before Zhao Linger could say anything more, Luo Qiushui quickly interrupted her. Don't worry, let's go have a big meal, I'm starving. If you don't eat, your headlights will shrink from hunger. Seeing that she still had the leisure to tease her, Zhao Linger could only smile helplessly. It's just right that I'm a little hungry, so I don't have to carry around all the time. If those people with flatlands heard you say that, they'd smash your headlights. But I really envy you, Sai. What are you envious of? You're not young either, Zhao Linger said, puzzled. Luo Qiushui's are also quite large, she has a C cup. It's just that I can't compare to myself. You don't understand. At worst, my children won't go hungry. Yours not only won't let the child go hungry, but also. At the end, Luo Qiushui smiled mysteriously and said no more. Anything else? Zhao Linger pressed, seeing that Luo Qiushui had stopped talking. Luo Qiushui winked playfully and whispered in Zhao Linger's ear, you can do it like this, and like that. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger was slightly taken aback at first, then quickly realized what was happening, and her face, which had just recovered, instantly turned red again. Lolo, you big yellow girl, what kind of things do you usually hang out with? Alright, stop talking about me. Let's talk about you. Did Fan Bufan contact you afterward? I've contacted them, Zhao Linger replied truthfully. And then? Did he ask you out? Luo Qiushui suddenly became interested, and even her enthusiasm for eating coconut chicken faded. No, he didn't ask for anything. He just asked if he could skip the line to request songs when he comes to the live stream in the future. That's it? That's all? Luo Qiushui couldn't believe it, she had spent millions just to cut in line for a song request. If Fan Bufan doesn't even think about asking such a beautiful woman like you out, then he's either a woman or he's impotent. After a moment's thought, Luo Qiushui seemed to understand why Fan Bufan didn't invite Linger, and said with certainty. That's right, this Fan Bufan must have some kind of physical disability, he can't do it. Otherwise, even I would be attracted to a beautiful woman like you, let alone a man. Chapter 19 Money Galore. Achoo! Lin Fan sneezed as he handed the braised chicken with mushrooms and rice to Zhao Digang. Hey, you're not catching a cold, are you? Zhao Digang leaned back and quickly covered his mouth and nose. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Get lost. Haven't you heard the saying, first you think, then you curse, then you catch a cold? I just sneezed once, which means some girl is talking about me. TCH, you? I admit you're slightly better looking than me now, but you should stop dreaming. Even eating can't shut you up. Lin Fan laughed and threw a tissue at him. After waking up from his afternoon nap, since he had no classes in the afternoon, Lin Fan decided to go and get the poison ready to test its effects. He followed the system's instructions and arrived at the underground parking lot near the school. Above this underground parking lot is a shopping mall, and college students who don't have classes like to hang out here when they have free time. After all, you can enjoy the air conditioning. Soon, he arrived at the location indicated by the system. A black supercar was sitting there quietly, and what was even more outrageous was that its license plate had 5 nines. The system is so thoughtful, it even registered my license plate directly. He took the key out of his pocket, unlocked the car, opened the door, and got in. Although I already own a sports car, how can a 911 compare to a Venom? Neither of them is on the same level. His hands, trembling with excitement, slowly caressed the steering wheel. This is not a car, but a work of art. In Lin Fan's eyes, this car was an absolute beauty, and he couldn't bear to part with it. Ignition, boom. The roar of supercars echoed throughout the underground parking lot. It drew the attention of everyone around them. Holy crap, poison? Poison could actually be found in Zhangcheng? Whose top rich kid is driving around in the countryside in this amazing car again? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Fan, with his godlike driving skills, effortlessly drove the car out. With a roar, the sports car disappeared from the sight of the onlookers. Even so, they could still hear the roar clearly. At this moment, a stylishly dressed, slender girl in the crowd stared intently in the direction Lin Fan had left. She is Ding Ning Shuang. She witnessed the entire process from when Lin Fan got into the car until he drove away. She didn't know what the car was called. Fortunately, a knowledgeable person nearby pointed out the name of the car. So she searched online. The price of nearly 100 million yuan made her hand tremble involuntarily. Who exactly is this Lin Fan, and why can he drive such an expensive car? Why has Zhang Yu never told me this, and why does he always look down on Lin Fan in his words? Thinking about this, she couldn't help but find Zhang Yu somewhat ridiculous. She also knew a bit about Zhang Yu's family, they did some business. The entire Zhang family's assets are probably not worth as much as one of their cars. I really don't know where he got the courage to mock Lin Fan. Maybe it's just ignorance is bliss. At this point, she felt a little fortunate that she had never offended her, otherwise she would have regretted it. She took out her phone and opened Chen Guanyuan's chat interface on WeChat. Give me Lin Fan's WeChat. Chen Guanyuan replied instantly, sister-in-law, what do you need Lin Fan's WeChat for? My sister has a crush on Lin Fan and wants to pursue him. Chen Guanyuan had no suspicions. Although he and Lin Fan didn't have a good relationship, they were still roommates, and he had added Lin Fan on WeChat. So we still pushed Wei Xin over. Sister-in-law, what's so great about Lin Fan? He's just a bit handsome, and he's broke. I really don't know what your sister sees in him. By the way, sister-in-law, do you know where brother you went? He disappeared after class this morning. It's really strange, I've also lost contact with my girlfriend, I don't know where she went. Ding Ningxuan looked at Chen Guanyuan's message and a cold smile appeared on her lips, humph, short hair and short brains. Now that she had Wei Xin in hand, she no longer needed to pay attention to Chen Guanyuan's messages. She didn't care where Zheng Yu went. He's just a temporary ATM, I'm giving him the title of boyfriend to let him taste the sweetness of success. Otherwise, how would you get gold coins? Ding. Target Ding Ningxuan's favorability increased by 30, current favorability, 50. Ha! Lin Fan, who was still pressing the accelerator hard, saw the system message and couldn't help but let go of his foot. What's going on? Why did Ding Ningxuan suddenly increase my favorability rating? Did she see it? Unable to figure it out, Lin Fan decided to stop thinking about it. Whatever, the most important thing now was to drive. Boom boom boom. The roar of the exploding engine echoed throughout the street as Lin Fan drove the supercar through the traffic. It's a good car, but it doesn't showcase my godlike driving skills. Lin Fan noticed that cars on the road were avoiding him and keeping their distance. If other car owners heard this, they would probably be attacked by the whole group. Nonsense. This car costs nearly 100 million yuan. Our car's purchase tax isn't even as high as this one's. How dare we get close to it? If you accidentally bump into it, even 3 million in insurance wouldn't be enough to cover the damages. Not one VIP guest on the rooftop? When the light ahead turned red, Lin Fan got out of the car to rest. A roar came from behind, and then a Pagani Huayra pulled up next to Lin Fan. The cars behind them were several parking spaces away. They're all big shots, I can't afford to mess with any of them. Damn, I saw 2 supercars today, which are rarely seen. I opened the car window, and there was a young man. Seeing the commotion, Lin Fan also rolled down the car window. The young man said, Bro, a Lamborghini Veneno? You managed to get your hands on one? Lin Fan smiled noncommittally. Then the young man said, Brother, my name is Qian Duo Duo. Want to go for a run? Run a lap? This is the city, there are speed limits everywhere, where are we going to run a lap? Lin Fan looked at Qian Duo Duo in confusion. That's an interesting name. Qian Duo Duo smiled mysteriously, without explaining further, Brother, just follow me. Then the streetlights came on, and the Pagani Huayra launched itself and sped off. Lin Fan followed closely behind. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Fan followed Qian Duo Duo to a racetrack. Upon entering, you'll be greeted by all sorts of sports cars. They range from millions to tens of millions. Groups of young people were chatting and laughing together. As Chen Duoduo's Pagani Huayra drove in, someone with sharp eyes immediately shouted, Brother Qian is here. However, when Lin Fan's Lamborghini Veneno appeared right afterward, the entire venue suddenly fell silent for a moment, and then an even louder roar erupted. Holy crap! Poison! Brother Qian brought a big shot with him this time. Could this be the heir of some top family? The crowd gathered around, curiously examining the rare, top-of-the-line supercar and the unfamiliar young face in the driver's seat. Chen Duo Duo parked the car and walked towards Lin Fan with a smile. Just then, Lin Fan got out of the car and saw Chen Duo Duo extend his hand, so he calmly reached out and shook hands with him. Let's get to know each other formally, Chen Duo Duo said, shaking their clasped hands vigorously in a warm tone. My name is Chen Duo Duo, and this is the base of our Jiangcheng Supercar Club. Hello, my name is Lin Fan. Chapter 20 Sports Car Race. The young people watching were surprised to see that Brother Chen didn't recognize him. Surname Lin? There isn't a family with the surname Lin in Jiangcheng that can afford poison. Could you be from the capital? I've heard of a Lin family in the capital, one of the four great clans. If you're from the capital, why would you come to our Jiangcheng? This guy is so handsome. I'm getting excited just looking at him. Judging from his appearance, this handsome young man is probably here in Jiangcheng to study, right? Lin Fan heard their chatter, but he did not respond to them. Instead, he looked at the track in front of him and asked, "Did you say you were going to run a lap here?" Qian Duo nodded and said, "How about it, interested in playing around? Brother Qian is the best player in our club. Is he even going to go down on the field to compete against this handsome guy? Yeah, even if he's driving a poison car, he definitely can't catch up with Brother Qian." Ha, Brother Qian is being unfair, bullying the newbie. Lin Fan also wanted to try out his god-level driving skills, so he nodded and said, "Sure. But I heard from them that you're the best here?" "Yes, the best time on this track was achieved by me driving this Pagani Huayra. How about it, want to give it a shot?" Qian Duo nodded and answered truthfully. "Come on, let's play." "Okay, then come with me and put on the professional equipment first." A short while later, the two sports cars came off the track. On the left is Lin Fan and his Lamborghini Veneno. On the right is Qian Duo's Pagani Huayra. It's worth mentioning that both cars have been fitted with tires that offer better grip. Otherwise, the tires on the road could cause the entire car to be thrown off at high speeds. In the stands, a man with dyed blonde hair looked at a girl dressed like a delinquent and said, "Shu Yuyu, why don't you go down and watch them have a match? Aren't you the one who likes these kinds of competitions the most?" The young delinquent named Chu Yuyu licked her lips, but her eyes remained fixed on Lin Fan. "Brother Qian has already gone down to the field, wouldn't it be humiliating for me to go down? Compared to this, I'd much rather have a match with this guy named Lin Fan." Suddenly remembering something, she darted off the field. "Oh no, Yuyu back. It's dangerous. Go quickly and tell them to turn off the traffic lights." Qian Duo and Lin Fan looked at Chu Yuyu, who was walking over, with blank expressions. Chu Yuyu stopped a short distance in front of them, right between the two cars. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she pulled out her underwear from her clothes. It was a black lace bra. But for some reason, nothing was revealed. She slowly raised her bra, and Qian Duo understood what she was about to do. He muttered a curse under his breath, calling her a crazy woman. But his feet didn't hesitate at all. Boom boom boom. Although the car hadn't left yet, the sound of the engine alone was enough to get anyone's blood pumping. Although Lin Fan had never participated in a race, he heard that Qian Duo had already started the car, ready to launch at any moment. He didn't understand, so he started the car without hesitation. The combined roar of the two supercars filled the entire track. The people in the stands immediately became excited. They're here. That crazy woman really knows how to have fun. The betting market opens. I'm betting on Brother Qian to win. I'm betting on Brother Qian to win too. Why isn't anyone betting on this handsome guy to win? You can pressure me if you want, I'm not going to. If you don't place a bet, then I won't place one either." Chu Yuyu raised the bra above her head and then pressed it down sharply. The two sports cars launched almost simultaneously, like arrows released from a bow. Fortunately, Chu Yuyu wasn't that far from the two cars, and there was enough space between them, otherwise she would have been blown away by the blast wave. Even so, her short skirt was still blown up by the wind. But everyone's attention was on the game, and no one saw this. Look, Brother Qian is in the lead. Brother Qian is still as fierce as ever. Although I don't know why this handsome guy started at almost the same time as Brother Qian still took the lead. Lin Fan did not use his full strength at this moment, but instead stayed close behind the Pagani Huayra. He plans to run a lap first to familiarize himself with the track before pushing his limits. The entire track is 5.1 kilometers long and has a total of 12 turns, including 3 consecutive turns and 2 180-degree turns. After one lap, Lin Fan was able to easily keep up with Qian Duo. Qian Duo saw the Lamborghini Veneno closely following behind him in the rearview mirror and immediately realized that Lin Fan was a master. This Lin Fan is amazing. He can keep up with Brother Qian's pace. Yes, the distance at the beginning is almost the same as the distance after one lap. That's incredible. After one lap, Lin Fan had a pretty good grasp of the track conditions and began to accelerate. With his godlike driving skills, he seemed to become one with the car. Soon they entered the first bend, and Chen Duoduo began to slow down. However, Lin Fan continued to accelerate and quickly overtook Chen Duoduo at the first bend. Crazy, going 200 km/h around a bend without slowing down? Chen Duoduo muttered under his breath. Holy crap, what did I just see? The poison gas actually accelerated into the corner? Isn't he afraid of flying off the track? However, Lin Fan continued to drive faster and faster, without slowing down on any of the curves, leaving Chen Duoduo nowhere in sight. When they arrived at the 3 consecutive bends, just when everyone thought he would slow down, he barely slowed down, controlling the brakes at high speed, then drifting through the corners using inertia, before releasing them instantly and accelerating again. With quick and precise control, Poison completed 3 difficult drifts in succession. The moment that happened, the people in the stands erupted in cheers. Holy crap, is Lin Fan crazy? Was the first lap just to familiarize yourself with the track? He's amazing. I want to become his apprentice. Coach, I want to learn drifting, the triple drift. Who exactly is this Lin Fan? Could he be a professional? Damn, I should have bet on Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you are my god. There was no suspense whatsoever. Lin Fan won the match without any surprises. Chen Duoduo got out of the car and looked at the young man who was even younger than himself with complicated eyes. He had no doubt that if there were enough laps, he would be lapped. The crowd in the stands also gathered around. Brother Fan, please teach me, I want to learn drifting. Brother Fan, you're so handsome. Can I get your autograph? As everyone gathered around Lin Fan, discussing the matter animatedly, Chu Yuyu forcefully parted the crowd, then took out the underwear she had pulled out earlier, along with a pen. They held the items up to Lin Fan, then he said shyly, God Fan, could you sign your name? Just on my underwear. Chapter 21 First Denial. Looking at the shy girl in front of him, Lin Fan thought he was seeing things. Hey sis, what happened to your crazy act of pulling out your bra in public not long ago? Was you possessed in that short time? Despite having a lot of complaints in his mind, Lin Fan still accepted the still warm underwear and pen. He quickly signed his name in a convenient spot. Lin Fan curiously activated his eye of insight on Chu Yuyu. Chu Yuyu, age, 19, height, 166 centimeters, weight, 48 kilograms, favorability, 60. Battery health, 100%, single status, yes. Appearance, 92, charisma, 88, figure, 90, meets the binding criteria. Additional information, passionate about sports cars, with masochistic tendencies. Ding. S-class target detected, Chu Yuyu. Bind on? No. Lin Fan refused the binding without hesitation, though he was surprised that she could have a 92% attractiveness rating despite her delinquent girl attire. Moreover, despite his seemingly open behavior, he has never had a relationship with anyone else. However, Lin Fan couldn't accept her previous crazy behavior, so he didn't choose to bind with her. If the host chooses not to bind, this system offers one chance to change their mind. A prompt will randomly appear at irregular intervals. TCH, don't even mention letting me choose again. Even if you let me choose 10 times, 100 times, I would still refuse. Chu Yuyu happily accepted her underwear, then looked at Lin Fan with a hint of admiration in her voice. Can you take me as your apprentice? I want to learn. I don't accept apprentices. Lin Fan shook his head and refused. Chu Yuyu's face darkened for a moment, then brightened again. All right. Only she knew that she wouldn't give up so easily. I wouldn't take on apprentices myself, it's too much trouble, I'd have to teach them. Moreover, in the world of racing, you can't just rely on a teacher to teach you need talent more. Chen Duoduo stepped forward, looked at Lin Fan, and said sincerely, congratulations. From now on, your results will be the highest peak on this track. However, I think that for a long time to come, no one will be able to climb this mountain. Even if you get over it, I think that person is still yourself. Ha, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Lin Fan was almost embarrassed by Chen Duoduo's words. Lin Fan looked at Chen Duoduo with some surprise. He had beaten him, yet Chen Duoduo was praising him like this. Is this your first time on the racetrack? Chen Duoduo asked again. Lin Fan nodded. It is indeed my first time. Chen Duoduo suddenly realized what was going on and gave a thumbs up. No wonder, but your racing talent is undeniable, you're practically a god. Just playing around, Lin Fan said to Chen Duoduo, seeing that it was getting late, I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Wait, let's exchange contact information. And would you like to consider joining our SSR Supercar Club? Chen Duo grabbed Lin Fan's hand and took out her phone. Don't worry, there's no other reason for joining this club. It's just for everyone to have fun together. You can come and run around when you have free time. Lin Fan figured these people were all rich and powerful, and he might need their help in the future, so he agreed. After submitting his application to join the team, Lin Fan left. Shu Yuyu watched Lin Fan's car drive out of the base until it disappeared from sight. She turned to Qian Duo and said, "Brother Qian, could you give me Lin Fan's contact information too? Why didn't you just ask him for it yourself?" Qian Duo looked at this little devil and felt a headache coming on. "I was too embarrassed to ask him for it just now." "Pfft, you're embarrassed? Is there anything in this world you're embarrassed about? Are you going to give it to me or not? If you don't, you know what I'm capable of." Shu Yuyu immediately threatened. Shen Duo immediately recalled the time when she offended the little witch and was pranked by her. For example, adding wasabi to a matcha cake. They also covered the chairs with super glue. All of this sends chills down my spine every time I think of Qian Duo. This is why Shu Yuyu, despite being beautiful, doesn't have a boyfriend. In terms of reputation, what man wants to live in constant fear? Here you go, Grandma. Shen Duo immediately raised her hands in surrender. Lin Fan drove all the way to Juk, where Yi Shiryun was already standing there to greet him. "Welcome home, young Master Lin." Yi Shiryun bowed respectfully to Lin Fan. "What are you doing? Let's go inside." Lin Fan was both amused and exasperated. He stepped forward, took her hand, and led her inside. However, Yi Shiryun broke free and said, "Young Master Lin, this is working hours. Please have some self-respect." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Yi Shiryun. If he hadn't noticed from Yi Shiryun's face that she was trying hard to suppress her laughter, he actually began to believe that Yi Shiryun was serious. "Oh, you like playing this game, huh? Fine, I like it too. You're the butler, aren't you?" Lin Fan looked at Yi Shiryun with a teasing smile. After saying that, he stepped forward and hugged Yi Shiryun in his arms, then headed towards the bedroom. "Oh dear, young Master Lin, please let go. Otherwise I'll scream." Yi Shiryun pretended to pat his back. An hour later. "Get up. It's all your fault, we're going to be late to pick up Xiaoxue." Yi Shiryun tidied her clothes while looking at Lin Fan on the bed and complaining. "This isn't my fault, it's yours. Why did you have to do cosplay all the time?" Lin Fan really wanted a cigarette, even though he never smoked. "Let's go, let's pick up Xiaoxue." After seeing that Yi Shiryun was dressed, Lin Fan stepped forward, put his arm around Yi Shiryun's slender waist, and walked outside. When they arrived at the car, Yi Shiryun looked at it in surprise, noting that it was different from the car she had seen that morning, and stared at Lin Fan. "You changed your car? This one's quite nice." She also noticed that the car's license plate number was 59s, which is not something that can be easily acquired with money. Looking at the young man who opened the car door for her, a wave of tenderness welled up in her heart. "I don't know what kind of incredible luck I had to run into this man." "It was already there," Lin Fan said, opening the car door for her and letting her get in. He then turned around and got into the driver's seat. On the road. "Sister Yun, do you have a driver's license?" "Yes," Yi Shiryun said, somewhat confused as to why Lin Fan was asking him this. "You can take the car from this morning. It's yours. I can't drive it all by myself." "Ah? No, I can't accept this." Yi Shiryun didn't expect Lin Fan to give her such an expensive gift. Moreover, the car looked brand new, it didn't even have license plates. "Sister Yun, look, you're my woman. What's wrong with me giving my woman a car? Besides, it's convenient for you to pick up and drop off your child, and that car isn't even registered yet. I have to teach classes, I don't have time to get it registered, so I might as well give it to you. I usually drive this car, the other one just sits there collecting dust." "Well, alright." Yi Shiryun seemed to be convinced by Lin Fan's twisted logic and had no choice but to accept it. "Okay, I'll take you there to pick it up tomorrow." Chapter 22. Teacher, you didn't want this either. The next morning, after dropping Xiaoxue off at kindergarten, Lin Fan drove Yi Shiryun to Jiangcheng University. Yi Shiryun looked at the gate of Jiangcheng University, a hint of reminiscence in her eyes. "Speaking of which, I also graduated from Jiangcheng University." "Oh? Then can I call you senior sister? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, as he had never heard Yi Shiyun mention that before. Go to hell. Yi Shiyun seemed to have made a connection to something. Her cheeks flushed, and she rolled her eyes at Lin Fan in an annoyed manner. What did I say? Lin Fan looked at Yi Shiyun's expression and immediately realized, Senior, what's going on in your head? Knowing she couldn't win an argument with Lin Fan, Yi Shiyun simply ignored him and said, Give me the key, I'm going to work. Watching 911 recede into the distance, Lin Fan shook his head, women, so fickle. They then walked into the university. The whole morning was filled with professional courses, but thankfully none of them were those old academics. So Lin Fan sat directly in the last row and started spraying pesticides. Upon seeing this, Zhao Digang asked, Brother Fan, you changed your phone? It's the 16 Pro Max, when did you change it? Please select your hero. Lin Fan chose Li Xian, the hero he was most proficient in, and only answered Zhao Digang's question after locking in his choice. It was changed the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday? Why didn't you notice it yesterday? The game entered the loading screen. Lin Fan said, Yesterday you were so focused on your mother that you didn't pay attention to anything else. Zhao Digang was speechless for a moment, so he had to change the subject. Brother Fan, why do you like Li Xian so much, and you even play the dark Li Xian? Because I have social anxiety. Lin Fan's words were true. He used to be insecure, didn't like talking to people, and stayed away from crowds. This leads him to play games that more or less reflect his personality. After a while, Chen Guanyuan, who was sitting in the front, jumped out, his tone rather sarcastic. Wow, you've made some money now? You can afford a 16 Pro Max now? Take me with you, Brother Fan. My phone's been lagging lately, and I'm thinking of getting a new one. Lin Fan said without looking up. You can't make this money, he said, then his tone changed. Damn, milady on the other side is trying to steal the tower from me. I can't do it? Chen Guanyuan pondered for a moment, then came to a conclusion. Could it be that you went to sell yourself? However, he did not receive a reply from Lin Fan, because at that moment he was speeding towards the enemy's high ground. Meanwhile, milady on the opposite side is chipping away at her second tower. Seeing that Lin Fan ignored him, a shadow crossed Chen Guanyuan's eyes. But he was still in class, so he could only mutter loser under his breath. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Digang, who was sitting next to him, kept coughing. Lin Fan, who was playing a game, whispered. If you have a cold, go take some medicine, don't infect me. Then he controlled the dark letter to start pushing the opponent's crystal, but a slender, jade-like hand reached out and snatched Lin Fan's phone away. Lin Fan looked up and saw a beautiful woman. She was about 26 or 27 years old, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on her fair oval face. Behind the lenses were a pair of peach blossom eyes that exuded intelligence and dignity. Her slightly wavy chestnut hair was loosely tied into a bun at the back of her head. Her lips were lightly painted with lipstick, and her delicate eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Student, please do not use your phone during class. Come to my office after class. Then, accompanied by the sound of high heels, he returned to the podium. Lin Fan watched her retreating figure and nudged Zhao Digang beside him with his elbow. Who is that person? Zhao Digang lowered his voice, our professional course teacher. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Teacher? I remember our teacher was a middle-aged woman, wasn't she? The original one went on maternity leave, and now it's this teacher. Hey, Fan, good luck to you. I've been coughing to remind you, but you didn't even realize it. How can you blame me? Lin Fan sighed and rubbed his forehead. Who would have thought that universities would confiscate cell phones? I've never seen such a responsible teacher since I graduated high school. A new broom sweeps clean, Zhao Digang said, suppressing a laugh. Professor Su is a recent PhD graduate from a prestigious university, young and promising. She's probably thinking about how to establish her authority, and you've delivered just in time. Lin Fan could only shake his head, indicating that he was unlucky. After class, amidst Zhao Digang's laughter wishing him a safe journey, Lin Fan. I steeled myself and headed towards the teacher's office, which was at the end of the corridor. The door was ajar, and Lin Fan knocked gently. Please come in. A cool, clear voice came from inside. When Lin Fan pushed open the door, Su Lungyue was leaning back lazily in her chair. Wearing an office lady uniform, with the top button of her white shirt undone, she revealed her beautifully shaped collarbone. Her long, slender legs, encased in black stockings, were elegantly crossed, making the lines appear even smoother, with a red-soled high heel hanging loosely on her toes. Lin Fan knew this hurdle might be difficult to overcome, so he decided to use his eye of insight to see if he could get any extra information to help him escape. Su Lingyue, age, 27, height, 171 centimeters, weight, 56 kilograms, favorability, 10. Battery health, 100%, single status, no. Appearance, 95, charisma, 96, figure, 96, meets the binding criteria. Additional information, Lily, Li Wanyu. Ding. S-class target detected, Su Lingyue. Bind on? Bind. Ding. Binding successful. When Lin Fan saw the last piece of information, he was slightly taken aback. What kind of extra information was it that the teacher liked Lily's? System, why didn't you tell me what dishes she likes to eat? Seemingly aware of Lin Fan's thoughts. Bonus information, likes to eat cucumbers. Lin Fan, 6. But I quickly realized what the Lily meant, so it seemed I could get away with this. Lin Fan, right? She noticed that the student named Lin Fan had been staring at her blankly ever since he came in. Without saying a word, she suddenly frowned and said, "Since I started teaching this class, you're the first person to play games in my class. Do you have anything to say?" Ding. Target's favorability 10, current favorability 20. That's because the teacher hasn't taught enough classes. Lin Fan calmly pulled out the chair next to him and sat down, his gaze sweeping over her swaying red-soled high heels. Seeing Lin Fan's boldness, Su Lingyue couldn't help but feel curious about this handsome boy who even made her a little jealous. Tell me first how you plan to resolve this matter. Ding. Target's favorability plus 5, current favorability 15. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Was there an unexpected gain? He now had a different understanding of Su Lingyue. He then leaned forward slightly and slowly said, "Teacher, you don't want to either." Chapter 23 is even more exciting. Lin Fan slowly spoke, "Teacher, you don't want your secret to be discovered, do you?" Su Lingyue, who had been lazily lying on the chair, suddenly stiffened, and even the red-soled high heel that was dangling from her toes froze instantly. Her face visibly paled, while a storm raged within her. How did he know? Or is he bluffing me? No one knows about that except her. Yes, he must be trying to intimidate me so that I'll let him go. As the thought crossed her mind, her tense back relaxed slightly. She gently pushed up her glasses frame with her fingertips. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Tell me about playing games in class instead. Lin Fan hadn't expected Su Lingyue to admit it so quickly, so he smiled mysteriously. Does the teacher think that no one else knows about that besides her? Do you want me to give you some clues? Su Lingyue, who had initially relaxed, felt her heart pounding when she saw Lin Fan's confidence. Could it be that she recorded a video? And this kid saw it? But given her personality, she wouldn't do that. It's all just a smokescreen put out by this kid. Lin, please stop beating around the bush. Su Lingyue adopted the authority of a teacher and stared at Lin Fan sternly. It seems the teacher is still hoping to get away with it. Fine, I'll just give you a one-word hint. Dawn, the dawn. Boom. When Su Lingyue heard the name Li from Lin Fan, she realized that Lin Fan must know. She no longer cared how he knew, nor was she afraid he would tell others. But what she feared was whether Lin Fan had evidence, such as photos or videos. If those things were to leak out, wouldn't Li Wanyu and I be completely disgraced? What do you want? Su Lingyue was no longer calm as before. All that remained was panic. Lin Fan stepped forward, gently lifted her chin with his fingers, and then looked at Su Lingyue with an appreciative gaze. Ding. Target's favorability plus 25, current favorability 10. This was the first time Su Lingyue had been so closely approached by a boy, and for a moment her eyes darted away. Student Lin, please sit back down. Furthermore, she discovered that she didn't actually dislike Lin Fan's contact with her. You see. She used to feel nauseous whenever a man got close to her, which is why she eventually became friends with Li Wanyu. But now, Lin Fan has not only not gotten close, but has even made physical contact with him. There was absolutely no discomfort. Lin Fan ignored what Su Lingyue said and forced her to look him in the eye. Ding. Target's favorability plus 20, current favorability 30. Then, with a calm expression, he said, "Teacher, I just want my phone back." Also, don't interfere with how I use my phone in the future, and eventually, become my woman. No, I can agree to the first two things, but don't even think about becoming your woman. I'm your teacher. Su Lingyue shook her head, breaking free from Lin Fan's control. Lin Fan looked at Su Lingyue with some surprise. It seems that teacher Su was really a good teacher with principles. But then he changed his tone, saying, whether it's my woman or the exam that lets me pass, I'll give you half a minute to choose. When the time comes, I will assume you've chosen me as my woman. Su Lingyue frowned deeply as she looked at Lin Fan's shameless words, I am your teacher. That's even more exciting. Lin Fan smiled. This smile appears very approachable to others. But in Su Lingyue's eyes, it was practically a devil's smile. Ding! Target's favorability plus 10, current favorability, 40. She is currently torn between her professional ethics and Li Wanyu, whom she does not want to betray. It's almost time. 3-2. Just as Lin Fan was about to shout 1, Su Lingyue made her choice. I'll let you pass the exam. Lin Fan sighed softly, his tone tinged with regret. Sigh, what a disappointing choice. He then took the phone and said, in that case, goodbye, teacher. Wait, Su Lingyue quickly called out to Lin Fan. What, teacher, have you changed your mind? Do you want to choose something more exciting? Lin Fan looked at her expectantly. However, that wasn't the case. Su Lingyue looked at him with pleading eyes, her voice unusually weak. Lin Fan, could you please not send those videos out? Lin Fan was slightly taken aback. A video? What video? However, Lin Fan wasn't foolish enough to ask that question. Instead, he shrugged and said, that depends on your performance. After saying that, he turned and left. Su Lingyue stared intently at Lin Fan's departing figure, gritting her teeth. Lin Fan, I'll remember you. Ding! Target's favorability plus 10, current favorability, 50. As soon as Lin Fan returned to the classroom and sat down, Zhao Digang quickly pulled him aside and asked, how did it go? Did the teacher scold you? No, the teacher is very easy to talk to. Do you think I believe you? In the front row, Sun Pang, who hadn't been to school for 2 days, sat next to Lin Meng. Sun Pang looked at Lin Meng ingratiatingly and said, Meng, let's go get steak after class. I found a really good steakhouse these past couple of days. I guarantee you'll rave about it if you try it. However, Lin Meng ignored Sun Pang. From the moment Lin Fan entered the room, her attention had been on him. She didn't know why, but ever since Lin Fan appeared at school again yesterday, the image of him confessing his feelings to her that night kept flashing through her mind. Meng? Sun Pang's voice interrupted Lin Meng's attention. Lin Meng turned her head and stared coldly at Sun Pang. Son, please don't call me Meng, call me Lin or Lin Meng. Then I won't go eat steak with you. Sun Pang's face stiffened slightly after being humiliated by Lin Meng, but he quickly recovered. How about we go eat hot pot? I won't eat it. Let's go eat. Before Sun Pang could finish speaking, Lin Meng suddenly interrupted and raised her voice. I don't like steak, I don't like hot pot, and most importantly, I don't like you either. Then she picked up her book and walked to the empty seat next to the other girls. Everyone in the class stared blankly at Lin Meng. No one expected that Lin Meng, who was always good-tempered, would suddenly lose her temper. Sun Pang thought to himself that Lin Meng had changed since that night. Yes, it must be because of Lin Fan. Sun Pang turned to look at Lin Fan in the back row and saw a hint of provocation in Lin Fan's eyes. However, Sun Pang did not go up to cause trouble for him, because he knew he couldn't beat him. So he took out his phone and sent a text message. Chapter 24: Enjoying the Abuse of One's Brother's Wife. Lin Fan knew nothing about what Sun Pang had done. Even if he found out, he wouldn't be bothered. Because of the power granted to him by his master-level fighting skills, he was confident that he could solve most problems. After finishing the last 2 classes of the morning, Lin Fan ate lunch and returned to his dormitory, planning to take a nap first. Lin Fan had always had the habit of taking a nap, but he hadn't taken one since his grandmother passed away. Now that I have nothing to worry about, I've naturally picked up the habit of taking a nap again. He has this habit because his hometown has always maintained the tradition of taking a nap, unless there is a really important matter. Otherwise, once mealtimes are over, all the shops on the main street close and people go to sleep, and you can often see people taking naps in the shady spots by the roadside. Bang bang bang. Just as he was about to fall asleep, there was a loud banging on the dormitory door from the outside. Zhao Digang was nowhere to be found at this moment, and only Lin Fan was in the dormitory. He got out of bed and opened the door, still a little grumpy from being woken up. Then I saw 3 or 4 burly men with bare arms standing at the door. Lin Fan didn't recognize them and frowned as he stared at them, asking, "Who are you? Who are you looking for?" The leader tried to shove Lin Fan inside, saying, "So you're Lin Fan, kid." However, before he could even touch Lin Fan's shoulder, Lin Fan, who was behind, arrived first. He swiftly grabbed the other person's wrist, then gently pulled them into his arms, simultaneously raising his own knee. The leader immediately covered his groin with his other hand. The excruciating pain made it difficult for him to breathe, and his face instantly turned purplish red. The people behind them realized what was happening and shouted, "Damn it, you let go of me." After saying that, they swarmed forward, and with the enhancement of his master-level fighting skills, Lin Fan took them all down in a few moves. Then, Lin Fan stepped on the chest of the leader and coldly asked, "Who sent you?" Seeing that he didn't speak, Lin Fan increased the pressure on his feet. I'll talk." The man finally couldn't bear the pain any longer and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "It was Sun Pang, young Master Sun sent me. He said he'd send a few of us over to teach you a lesson." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that it was indeed him. He had only had conflicts with Sun Pang recently. "Are you students at the school?" "Yes, we're from the sports academy. My name is Li Chang, and his name is..." The leader was afraid that Lin Fan would beat them up again, so he answered all of Lin Fan's questions without reservation. "Get out. The other party is also a student, so it's not good to do anything to them. However, he absolutely must deal with Sun Pang." Upon hearing that Lin Fan had let them go, the 4 men scrambled away as fast as they could. A group of students gradually gathered in the corridor, given the commotion. "Hey, who were those 4 people who just went in? I know them, they are the 4 pillars of the Sports Institute." "Damn, it's those 4? The people inside are going to suffer terribly." However, the colliding sounds inside stopped shortly afterward. "It's gone quiet so quickly? How could it not be fast? Who can withstand an attack from 4 people? I think this is Lin Fan's dorm room, right?" Yes, I saw earlier that only Lin Fan is in this dormitory now." "Oh? That's terrible. Don't ruin his face. This morning he even wanted to ask Lin Fan for his WeChat. Old Meng, take your sissy away." Just then, Lin Fan's dormitory door suddenly burst open, and the 4 previously menacing men all fled, covering their faces. He looked quite disheveled. "If I'm not mistaken, the 4 heavenly kings don't look like they've been violated." Lin Fan took down 4 of them all by himself, the 4 heavenly kings? My god, Lin Fan has changed so much. Was he just pretending to be weak before? Could this be the legendary pretending to be weak to catch a tiger? "Oh, I love you even more now, Lao Meng. Let's break up. My heart belongs to someone else." Lin Fan, who had remained unperturbed by the surrounding chatter, couldn't hold back his composure the moment he heard this. He looked at the person who spoke. He remembered this person. He was the famous effeminate boy from the next class, from a certain city. When the man saw Lin Fan looking at him, he assumed that Lin Fan was also interested in him. She immediately walked up gracefully, "Brother Fan I." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan was so startled by the cloying Brother Fan that his scalp tingled, and he immediately turned around and rushed back to his dormitory. Bang! The door slammed shut, the lock clicking crisply. He leaned against the door and let out a long sigh. That was too dangerous, even scarier than those 4 sports academies. After calming himself down, he climbed into bed. Nothing is more important than a nap. Outside the dormitory building, Li Chang eased the pain in his lower body, then took out his phone and made a call. "Young Master Sun, we're not doing this job anymore. Find someone else to do it." "What?" "It's not that we took the money and didn't do the job, it's that the 4 of us couldn't beat him alone." When Sun Pang heard this news, he was also surprised that the 4 strong fighters from the sports academy couldn't defeat Lin Fan in a group fight. He hung up the phone, his eyes dark and menacing. "Since the people at school can't beat you, I'll find someone outside the school. I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't forget, and show you what happens when you offend me. That way, Meng Meng will look at me with new respect." When Lin Fan woke up from his nap, he found that it was already dark. He planned to go out for a meal and then go to Yi Shurian's place. After all, sleeping with the sweet and soft sister Yun is much more comfortable than sleeping alone. He had just walked outside the school gate when he saw a Mercedes-Benz CLE parked on the side of the road. Lin Fan recognized the vehicle. It was the one Zhang Yu used for loading cargo. Is he picking up Ding Ningxuan to go out for dinner? Just when he thought the other party was picking up Ding Ningxuan, he saw a woman open his car door and get in. He recognized the woman, but it wasn't Ding Ningxuan, it was someone he never expected. That's right, this person is Chen Guangyuan's girlfriend, Wu Lulu. How did Wu Lulu end up in Zhang Yu's car? Just as he was pondering the relationship between the three people, he saw through the windshield that the two of them were embracing. Then they kissed each other on the lips. Holy crap, that's explosive. Lin Fan stared wide-eyed at the scene. He then took out his phone and recorded a video. Hee, Chen Guangyuan, if you knew that the elder brother you served so diligently had stolen your home, how would you feel? As he spoke, he casually tossed over an eye of insight. Wu Lulu, age, 21, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 53 kilograms, favorability rating, 10. Battery health, 90%, single status, no. Appearance, 76, charisma, 65, figure, 79, does not meet the binding standards. Bonus information, aside from Chen Guangyuan, anyone can do it as long as you pay. To avoid being seen, he left after filming the video. As for where those two people went, that goes without saying. Chapter 25 Rogue. Lin Fan hadn't even opened Yi Shiyun's door yet. Then I heard an argument coming from inside. The voices sounded like a man and a woman. He frowned, wondering if her husband had come back. With that thought in mind, he opened the door and went inside. The two people in the living room also stopped arguing temporarily because of the commotion at the front door and both looked over. When Yi Shiyun saw that it was Lin Fan, she was initially pleasantly surprised, but then, realizing that her husband was beside her, her eyes immediately turned to panic. When her husband, Meng Zijuan, saw that it was Lin Fan, he wondered why the other person had a key to their house, and he also felt that the person was familiar to him. Upon closer reflection, wasn't this the man I bumped into at the mall that day? Thinking of this, he immediately shouted, "What are you doing at my house?" Lin Fan did not answer immediately. He looked at the man and then turned his gaze to Yi Shiyun. He is my husband, Meng Zijuan. Yi Shiyun looked at Lin Fan somewhat embarrassedly and turned her gaze elsewhere. Are you all right? Where's Xiao Xue? Lin Fan walked over to Yi Shiyun's side, somewhat puzzled. Weren't these two arguing worried about affecting Xiao Xue? I'm fine. I took Xiao Xue upstairs to Grandma Zhang's house beforehand so she can watch TV there for now. Yi Shiyun felt a warmth in her heart, and looked at Lin Fan with a hint of affection in her beautiful eyes. Meng Zijuan watched the two exchanging glances, ignoring him completely, as if he knew something. Oh, so you want a divorce because of this pretty boy, is that it? How much money did you give him to support him? She turned her gaze to Lin Fan and said, so that's how you, a poor wretch, managed to buy such expensive clothes. It turns out Yi Shiyun gave you the money. Yi Shiyun, is it because you recently sold the villa and gave the commission to this pretty boy? He became more and more excited as he spoke, pointing and gesturing at Lin Fan. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan stepped forward, grabbed his fingers, and then forcefully pried them open. Ouch! The other person screamed in pain, forced to bend over and bend their knees, cold sweat instantly pouring out of their forehead from the pain. Lin Fan stared at him coldly. The auntie I saw at the mall last time, was she your lover? You're really hungry, you'll eat anything. Despite the pain, Meng Zijuan clutched his injured finger and retorted sharply, stop spouting nonsense. I was with a client last time. Is it wrong for me to work hard to support my family? On the contrary, it's Yi Shiyun who supports you, this gigolo, and even gave you the house key. Striving to support the family? When did you give me money? Yi Shiyun sneered at this moment. Oh, I forgot, you do diligently transfer money to your mother every month, do you think I don't know? What's wrong with me transferring money to my mom? Raising children is for old age security, and my mom raised me with great difficulty. You're quite the filial son, Lin Fan said sarcastically at this moment. It turns out this guy is not only a freeloader, but also a mama's boy. Wait a minute? This guy's girlfriend is old enough to be his mother, wouldn't he have an Oedipus complex? Otherwise, why would someone with such a stunning beauty like Yi Shiyun at home go out and pick other women? However, none of this concerned Lin Fan. He was actually somewhat grateful for Meng Zijuan's quirk. Otherwise, how could he have done what Cao Cao did? Alright, Meng Zijuan, I've always known you've been seeing other people outside, I just couldn't be bothered to argue with you, after all, I have no feelings for you. Yi Shiryun was perhaps tired of arguing and didn't want to continue bickering with Meng Zijuan. She picked up an agreement from the table. Now, all you need to do is sign this divorce agreement. I'll get custody of the children, and I don't want anything else. I will never get a divorce. Meng Zijuan roared, his face contorted with rage. Yi Shiryun, you bitch, don't even think about it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the living room. Meng Zijuan was knocked to the side, and a clear finger mark instantly appeared on his face. Before he could react, Lin Fan kicked him hard in the stomach again. Meng Zijuan groaned and stumbled, crashing into the shoe cabinet behind him, scattering miscellaneous items all over the floor. He curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain, unable to utter a complete sentence. You were quite the chatterbox when you were trying to win over rich women. Why are you so stinky now? Lin Fan shook his hand dismissively. Upon seeing this, Yi Shiryun took out a wet wipe, then took his hand and gently wiped it, saying softly, Here, wipe your hands. They're dirty. Don't touch me if you don't wipe them. Meng Zijuan, who was still wailing, heard Yi Shiryun say such things to her lover right in front of him. Her face instantly turned from red to purple, then to black, and she managed to utter with difficulty, You adulterous couple. Seeing that he still dared to spout such arrogant words, Lin Fan immediately wanted to go up and give him a couple more kicks. But Yi Shiryun stopped her, shaking her head. There's no need to get entangled with this kind of scum. If he calls the police, it'll just be more trouble. Although Lin Fan wasn't afraid of the other party calling the police, he could just pay some compensation at worst. He also felt that Yi Shiryun had a point. I'd rather throw my own money around on the street than give it to Meng Zijuan for nothing. What will it take for you to agree to a divorce? Lin Fan stared down at Meng Zijuan. I won't leave no matter what. Meng Zijuan said firmly, his neck stiff. Lin Fan hadn't expected that the two of them had fallen out and had no feelings for each other anymore, so why wouldn't Meng Zijuan agree to a divorce? The reason Meng Zijuan didn't get a divorce was actually because he knew his current wealthy wife before he met Yi Shiryun. He initially got along quite well with the rich woman, but she soon lost interest in him. The reason was that her husband cheated on her, and then she hated married women. So they set their sights on married men. Upon learning this, Meng Zijuan went to his door to beg for another chance. Among the rich woman's men, Meng Zijuan was the most obedient and compliant. He would do whatever she asked and never disobeyed her. No matter how difficult or painful the movements were, he did his best to cooperate. So she told him to find a woman to marry, and she had to be a beautiful woman, and secondly, they couldn't have sex. So Meng Zijuan contacted Yi Shiryun through a matchmaker. So his marriage to Yi Shiryun was just a way to satisfy the rich woman's desire for revenge. If he gets divorced, won't he quickly fall out of favor again? Then he'll lose his previous extravagant lifestyle. Seeing his shamelessness, Yi Shiryun's last bit of patience was exhausted. She took an envelope out of her bag and threw several photos in front of Meng Zijuan. Since you're unwilling to live a dignified life, then we'll see you in court. The photos were scattered all over the ground, clearly showing Meng Zijuan and the wealthy woman's intimate figures. This evidence is enough for the judge to grant a divorce. Chapter 26, the first to reach 100. Now, please leave my house. Yi Shiryun shouted at him, pointing to the door. Meng Zijuan wanted to say something, but Lin Fan's cold gaze stopped him. Terrified, he dared not say anything more and could only leave dejectedly. After he left, Yi Shiryun hugged Lin Fan and cried, Why did you come? Lin Fan stroked her hair, his tone slightly reproachful. You should have called me sooner. What's the point of calling you? Yi Shiryun shook her head and looked up. I've made up my mind. I'll file for divorce in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll arrange a lawyer for you anytime. Lin Fan released his embrace, his tone steady. Let's start moving tomorrow, to Juk. Okay, Yi Shiryun straightened her clothes and then said, Sit down for a while, I'll go get Xiaoxue. Ding. Yi Shiryun's favorability increased by 5, current favorability, 100. Yi Shiryun's favorability rating has been detected to be 100. Achievement reward of 100 will be awarded. 100 favorability points achievement reward, Red Sword International Security Group. Group profile. Name, Red Sword International Security Group. Nature, multinational private security service provider. Core members, retired elites from special forces of multiple countries. Services include VIP protection, asset security, and crisis management. Special qualification, holds an international armed escort license. Currently, Jiangcheng has 2 red sword squads with a total of 10 members. She's already at max level? That was so easy. Lin Fan looked at the blue system screen in front of him. Yi Shiyun's favorability rating had increased way too fast. Open the properties panel. Host, Lin Fan. Physical condition, 59. Spirit, 29. Appearance, 10. Skills, Grandmaster level combat, God level driving skills, Master level medical skills, traditional Chinese medicine, photographic memory, keen insight, and top tier piano playing. Physique, golden kidney body. Cash, 1.667 billion dragon coins. Assets, Juk, Porsche 911, Jixing Law Firm, Lamborghini Veneno, Hongjian International Security Group. Currently bound goddesses, Lin Meng, Lu Ruyan, Yi Shiyun, Dingning Xuan, Su Lengyue. After reading this, Lin Fan used his phone to contact the 2 red sword squads in Jiangcheng. After learning about their situation, I found out that there were 2 red sword squads, each consisting of 5 men and 5 women. He let them move freely in Jiangcheng for the time being, and he would notify them if there were any tasks. At this moment, Yi Shiyun also returned with Xiuxue. As soon as Xiuxue entered the door, she saw Lin Fan sitting on the sofa in the living room. She suddenly broke free from Yi Shiyun's grasp and skipped and hopped into Lin Fan's arms. Dad, you're finally here. A really fierce-looking uncle came looking for Mom. Mom took me upstairs to Grandma's house. Xiaoxue is such a good girl, Lin Fan gently pinched her nose and said, the bad guys have already been chased away by Daddy. Yi Shiyun watched this harmonious scene from the kitchen and couldn't help but smile slightly. After dinner, Lin Fan naturally slept on the sofa again. After Yi Shiyun coaxed Xiaoxue to sleep, she quietly approached Lin Fan. Before she could make a move, Lin Fan pulled her into his arms. Lin Fan chuckled softly, his fingertips gently tracing the silk straps of her pajamas. Hee, caught a little cat sneaking a snack in the middle of the night. Ah, be gentle, Yi Shiyun said in a soft voice, panting, but then a sly glint flashed in her eyes as she added, but not today, I'm on my period. Lin Fan paused in his actions after hearing this, then helplessly buried his face in her neck. Fine. Sigh. Hearing the disappointment in Lin Fan's tone, she didn't want to disappoint him, so she slid down. Not suitable for children. Shortly after it ended, Lin Fan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from his roommate, Zhao Digang. Zhao Digang, brother Fan, lend me 1,000 yuan, I'll pay you back next month. Lin Fan didn't ask any further questions and transferred 1,000 to him. What's wrong? Yi Shiyun came out of the bathroom after rinsing her mouth and leaned on Lin Fan. It's nothing, my roommate just asked to borrow some money. By the way, send me your account number and I'll transfer some money to you. Upon hearing that Lin Fan was going to transfer money, Yi Shiyun immediately became agitated. What do you mean? Do you think I'm with you for your money? No, that's not true, Sister Yun. Didn't we ask you to move to the villa? You'll need to furnish the villa, and hiring servants will cost money, right? And won't you need to get paid? Lin Fan said helplessly. Some women are eager for men to transfer money to them, so why are they in such a hurry when it comes to Yi Shiyun? That's more like it. Yi Shiyun snorted and then gave the account number to Lin Fan. Lin Fan immediately transferred 10 million to her. After Yi Shiyun saw the notification, she asked, why did you transfer so much? Is it a lot? It's fine, we'll talk about it when it's all spent. By the way, you can handle the servants' wages as you see fit, Lin Fan said nonchalantly. 10 million was just a number to him, and he already had tens of millions of pocket money lying around in his account. He then playfully lifted Yi Shiyun's chin. Your base salary is 200,000 a month. If you keep me happy, you'll get a bonus. Get lost, you're so irresponsible. Yi Shiyun slapped Lin Fan's hand away and rolled her eyes at him. This afternoon, the reason why Zhao Digang didn't play games in his dorm room was he spent the whole morning in a state of excitement because the mom he met in the game wanted to meet him in person. As soon as get out of class ended, he went to the agreed location. But when he arrived at the place, he didn't see the person he was supposed to meet. It wasn't until Zhao Digang returned to his dormitory that evening that the person he was meeting in person sent him a message. It turned out that when she went out, her dog accidentally broke its leg while going downstairs, so she hurriedly took the dog to the vet. I forgot to inform Zhao Digang beforehand, and we're still short of money for medical expenses. To maintain his image as a warm and caring man, Zhao Digang naturally didn't blame her. He even offered to lend her money, which led to the scene where Zhao Digang asked Lin Fan for money. The person he met in person was naturally very grateful to him, promising to send him some more used stockings the next day, and also sent him her private photos. Zhao Digang, being rather naive, was suddenly overcome with anger and almost lost his temper because of the photo. On the other side of the bed, Chen Guanyuan was holding his phone, the light from the phone shining on his face. His face turned green from the light, and he muttered to himself, "Why isn't Lulu replying to my messages again? Did I do something wrong again?" He then made a phone call. Tianyun Hotel is the best hotel in the university town area. At this moment, Wu Lulu and Zhang Yu were lying in bed. When the phone rang, Wu Lulu only glanced at it and then ignored it. But Zhang Yu wasn't going to let her off so easily. Suddenly, he exerted force, catch. Wu Lulu turned around and gave Zhang Yu a disapproving look, then had no choice but to answer the phone and put it on speakerphone. "Hey, honey, you finally answered the phone." Chen Guanyuan was overjoyed to see his girlfriend answer the phone. WH? What's wrong? I'm just asking you why you didn't reply to my messages. Oh, I was busy and didn't notice. Honey, what's wrong? You look really tired? Oh, I'm going for a night run. Going for a run so late? Okay then, be careful. Okay, all safety measures have been taken, don't worry. Knowing that Wu Lulu was exercising, Chen Guanyuan didn't intend to disturb her any further and hung up the phone after exchanging a few pleasantries. After Wu Lulu hung up the phone, Zhang Yu said with a hint of teasing, "That kid from Guanyuan is quite concerned about you. He was worried that something might happen to you." You dare to say that? You even touched your brother's woman? But I see you're quite proactive too, Zhang Yu said innocently, looking at her. Besides, I have to help my good brother take care of his family. Chapter 27 New Mission. The next day, Lin Fan spotted Zhao Digang slumped over his desk in the classroom at a glance. He patted him on the shoulder, and Zhao Digang looked up. Damn! What's wrong with you? You look like you have kidney deficiency. At this moment, Zhao Digang's eyes were bloodshot, with heavy dark circles, and his chapped lips were slightly peeling. They don't look like college students at all. You're the one with kidney deficiency, Zhao Digang immediately jumped up and retorted, I just slept late last night. Do you experience lower back and knee pain, weakness in your legs, dizziness, tinnitus, insomnia, nightmares, and night sweats? Lin Fan looked at him, putting on a pretentious expression. No, that's not true. I have a great appetite now, and I can climb 10 floors without even getting out of breath. Zhao Digang patted his chest confidently. Seeing that he was still stubbornly denying it, Lin Fan said, I can cure it. Don't doubt it. After all, I can see through your symptoms at a glance. Miracle doctor, save me. Upon hearing Lin Fan say that he could cure her and that he had all the symptoms she described, she immediately wanted to kneel down before Lin Fan. Lin Fan stopped him and wrote down a prescription in his notebook. Prepared Rehmannia root 15g, Plantago seed 15g, Cuscuta seed 15g, Cornus fruit 15g, fried Atractylodes rhizome 15g, prepared Polygonum multiflorum 15g, Epimedium 10g. Tell him to get it from the pharmacy, and then you can find a place to have it decocted for you. Then he remembered that Zhao Digang had borrowed 1,000 yuan from him the night before, so he asked him with some curiosity. Why did you ask me for money last night? At first, Zhao Digang was embarrassed to tell him, but under the threat of the prescription, he had no choice but to tell him. After listening, Lin Fan looked at him strangely. You haven't run into a scammer, have you? How could that be? Zhao Digang immediately became anxious upon hearing this and hurriedly shook his head to explain. Her voice is so soft, how could such a soft-spoken girl be a liar? And she even showed me photos. She's so beautiful. Could you show me her WeChat ID? Lin Fan was still a little skeptical. If there really were girls like that, why would they have an online relationship? Aren't boyfriends a dime a dozen in real life? After thinking for a moment, Zhao Digang showed Lin Fan her WeChat homepage. A very cute cartoon avatar. Lin Fan only glanced at it briefly, but he remembered the signal. He planned to have the Red Sword Squad investigate who this Wei signal was, and luckily, there was a computer expert in the Red Sword Squad in Jiangcheng. In an elegantly decorated coffee shop in Jiangcheng, Su Ling US sat by the window, unconsciously stirring the coffee in her cup. Today she changed into a beige knitted dress, and her chestnut-colored curly hair was loosely tied over her shoulders, making her look completely different from her usual capable image on the podium. The next moment, a stylishly dressed girl walked in through the door. Upon seeing this girl, Su Lingyue's wandering gaze instantly focused. Look at the language, here. Upon hearing the sound, Li Wanyu walked over. What's wrong, yeah? Why are you in such a hurry to call me over? Li Wanyu sat down, ordered a coffee, and then looked at Su Lingyue. I want to ask you something. Su Lingyue hesitated, unsure of what to say. What's up? Well, oh dear, I don't know how to describe it. Su Lingyue felt a pang of panic at the thought that Lin Fan might have seen it. Tell me, what's our relationship? Is there anything you can't say? Well, when we were doing that, did you take any videos or photos? Su Lingyue had no other choice but to close her eyes and go all out. Li Wanyu sprayed the coffee she had just taken a sip all over the tablecloth. She quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe her face, but her ears turned uncontrollably red. Yeah, why did you suddenly ask this? Just tell me whether you did it or not. No, absolutely not, Li Wanyu said firmly, but her expression immediately changed. But if my baby Yaya thinks that would be more exciting, I'm willing to try it. Seeing Li Wanyu say so confidently that there was no, she breathed a long sigh of relief. It seems that kid saw me and Wanyu being affectionate on the street and then investigated her. I almost got intimidated by this kid. Just wait and see how I deal with him. Su Lingyue thought bitterly, but upon hearing the second half of Li Wanyu's sentence, her face immediately flushed red, and she took a sip of coffee to cover her panic. Who wants to film this with you? Oh? Then who are you going to film with? At this moment, Su Lingyue was completely unaware that Li Wanyu's expression carried a hint of danger. I don't take pictures with anyone. You scared me to death. I thought Yaya was going to leave me. Li Wanyu's tone immediately relaxed when she saw that Su Lingyue didn't seem to be lying. After class, Zheng Yu stopped Lin Fan and Zhao Digang, who were about to leave, and looked at them arrogantly. It's my girlfriend's birthday tonight, and she asked me to invite you all too. I wasn't planning on inviting you guys, since you're not that close, but my girlfriend insisted. She said not to make things so tense with her roommate, and to call her out to ease the tension. Chen Guangyuan chimed in, Brother Yu, your girlfriend is really sensible. Zheng Yu glanced at Chen Guangyuan and gave him a meaningful look, your girlfriend is pretty good too. However, Chen Guangyuan had no idea what this meant and simply thought it was a compliment that he had found a good girlfriend. He just stood there grinning foolishly. Lin Fan, one of only two people present who knew the truth, looked at Chen Guangyuan with pity, thinking to himself, Fool, what he's implying is that your girlfriend is very attractive. Then Zheng Yu looked at Lin Fan, his tone quite impatient. Are you going or not? Give me a straight answer so I can explain myself. Who cares? Go ahead, why wouldn't you go? You'll get a free meal. Lin Fan immediately interrupted Zhao Digang. He was worried about not having a chance to get to know Ding Ningxuan, so of course he wouldn't miss this good opportunity. Okay, I've booked a private room at Tianyun Hotel tonight, at 6 o'clock. After the two of them had walked away, Zhao Digang looked at Lin Fan with a puzzled expression. Why did you go? Why not go for the good food? Anyway, that sucker will pay the bill. Lin Fan smiled slightly as he watched Zheng Yu's retreating figure. Zhao Digang also felt that Lin Fan's words made some sense, and nodded fiercely. Okay, let's empty his lap. Just then, the system, which hadn't issued any tasks for many days, suddenly released a task. Ding! New mission issued, campus race. Mission objective, go to the freshman military training site and incite resentment among the freshmen. Task time limit, 24 hours. Success rewards, depending on the situation, the greater the emotion evoked, the richer the reward. Penalty for failure, none. Is this meant for me to incite hatred among the new students? Lin Fan wondered, looking at the system's mission description. He had reason to suspect that the system saw he was living too comfortably and wanted to give him something to do. Chapter 28 Sunbathing for 180 days. But how do I incite hatred among new students? As Lin Fan pondered this, he and Zhao Digang went out the door. As soon as he stepped outside, Zhao Digang fanned his face with his right hand inside. This sun is so strong. It would be so nice to have a watermelon to quench my thirst at a time like this. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, that's right, why didn't I think of that? Now's the perfect time. After Zhao Digang finished speaking, he turned to Lin Fan and said, Brother Fan, come with me to get the medicine. However, Lin Fan shook his head, go by yourself, I have something to do. After saying that, without waiting for Zhao Digang's reaction, Lin Fan turned around and headed towards the school supermarket. School playground. At this moment, a group of freshmen are practicing standing at attention. Wow, this is so hot. I'm numb. How did we have to do military training on such a hot day? I am now praying that the rain god will come to perform in Jiangqing at this time. This instructor is too abnormal, he even uses a physics cheat code. Yeah, my arms are getting sore from holding it so tightly. The instructor seemed to have heard their complaints and shouted, "Quiet down. Stand still, arms tucked in, fingers pressed against your trouser seams, and don't let the playing cards fall." For every sheet that falls, the group standing posture training is extended by 5 minutes. Faced with this devilish training from the instructors, the freshmen suffered greatly and could only obediently follow the instructions. I'm so thirsty. I wish I had some chilled watermelon right now. Watermelon? You're dreaming. You'd better watch out and not drop it. Just as they were training enthusiastically, at the entrance of the playground, a person was holding half a watermelon in one hand, a spoon in the other, and a school bag on their back. He had a megaphone clipped to his waist and was scooping watermelon out of his mouth as he walked. When he entered the new student group, he deliberately slowed down the motion and made a smacking sound. He would occasionally let out a sigh. Hey, this watermelon is so big, so sweet, and so thirst-quenching. This kind of weather is perfect for eating watermelon. I really envy you freshmen, getting your bodies in shape. And I, this useless senior, can only watch you guys while holding a watermelon. Then he actually turned on the speaker and played the pre-recorded audio on a loop. Chufang soy sauce is delicious and fresh, sun-dried for a full 180 days. Look, it's being sun-dried right here. This is Chufang soy sauce's grand sun-drying field. Pictures don't lie. The person who arrived was Lin Fan. He figured that at this time, with the sun blazing, the freshmen would definitely want an ice-cold watermelon to quench their thirst. Wouldn't showing up in front of them with a watermelon just attract their hatred? While at the fruit shop, I also rented the shop owner's loudspeaker. The freshmen were naturally furious at the person who suddenly barged into their practice formation and showed off a watermelon in front of them. Holy crap, who is this bastard? It's intentional, I bet this person is intentional. Don't let me catch him after training. You envy us, huh? Let's switch places if you dare. What's most infuriating is that this bastard actually played the recording. If I could move now, I would definitely teach that old guy a lesson in how young and strong can fight. Because Lin Fan was in the boys' group first, the girls' group was a bit far away. They could only see one person holding a watermelon, with a loudspeaker playing a recording that was extremely sarcastic. Wow, is that senior? He's so handsome. But this senior is a bit annoying. Using a watermelon and a loudspeaker at this time, isn't he afraid of getting ganged up on? But he's handsome. I really want to eat the watermelon that my senior ate. When the instructors saw this, they went up to talk to Lin Fan. Hello, student. Please leave the training area now and do not disturb the freshman's training. Lin Fan hadn't completed his mission yet, so naturally he didn't want to leave. But the instructors started chasing people away again, so he rolled his eyes, took off running, and didn't forget to turn back and taunt them as he ran. Instructor, I'll leave once you catch me. The instructor was stunned at first, but then he reacted and immediately became angry, chasing after Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan's physique was already beyond that of ordinary people, and even military training instructors could not compare to him. Therefore, more and more instructors joined the pursuit. Although more and more instructors were chasing after him, they still couldn't catch a glimpse of Lin Fan. Because Lin Fan not only has an extraordinary physique, but also a mental strength far exceeding that of ordinary people, he can always predict the trajectory in advance and then make corresponding actions. Every time the instructors thought they could catch Lin Fan, he always managed to dodge at an unbelievable angle. This delighted the freshmen. Holy crap, this senior's got something. With so many people, how can you not catch one? Is that even possible, instructor? I'll eat it, poet. Do you know how to play? If not, let me play. Not only is the senior handsome, but he's also in such good physical condition. I really envy his girlfriend. Some of the more astute instructors realized at this point that continuing the chase wasn't a solution with so many instructors, they wouldn't be able to catch just one person. If this is sent back, he'll be promoted. So the only option is to mobilize new recruits to join this siege. The law doesn't punish the masses. Thinking of this, they all ran to their respective freshman teams. Attention! At ease! Everyone, disperse! Anyone who catches a senior harassing you can collectively reduce their standing time by half an hour. The freshmen then went crazy, as they could both get revenge for being teased earlier and reduce their training time. Now, in their eyes, Lin Fan is nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Woohoo, charge! 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 It's my turn to perform, showtime. Instructors, watch out, this is about to be awesome. With hundreds of people against one person, the advantage is mine. Hiya senior, just give in, junior will be gentle. However, they underestimated Lin Fan and overestimated themselves. Lin Fan remained calm in the face of the new students joining him. They were exactly the kind of people he wanted, and he had been prepared for this all along. The freshmen indulged themselves for 3 months before entering university, so they had no physical fitness whatsoever, not to mention they had just been training. Half of the people were exhausted after chasing for only a short while. The remaining half of the group continued their pursuit, only to find that Lin Fan had disappeared from their sight. Lin Fan had put his old military training uniform in his backpack when he returned to his dormitory. When the crowd became chaotic, he quietly changed into a military training uniform and blended into the group. Where is he? Such a big person, where is he? Holy crap, does senior know ninjutsu? How did you manage to lose them while chasing them? What's the point of having hundreds of eyes? At this moment, Lin Fan, who was mixed in with the crowd, was also loudly protesting, but in his heart he was already laughing his head off. Just then, a female freshman next to him glanced at the boy next to him and thought he was very handsome. However, if any of the new students in this area are handsome, they will definitely not escape her eyes, which are good at discovering beauty. So, Chapter 29: The Power of Journalism. So, this is definitely that handsome senior from before. So she reached out and tugged at the hem of her senior's shirt. Senior, I've got you. She chuckled softly when she saw Lin Fan turn to look at her. Lin Fan turned his head and saw a person with delicate features, fair skin, and wearing ordinary military training uniform. The collar of her camouflage uniform was slightly open, revealing half of her delicate collarbone. Even without makeup, Lin Fan was still able to accurately determine that the girl met the binding criteria. Ha! What are you talking about? Lin Fan didn't expect anyone to recognize his identity. Logically speaking, everyone was a freshman, and he should only remember those in the same formation. But why is this junior so certain that she is the senior? Am I so old that I don't fit in with these freshmen? Senior, it's okay if you don't admit it. Just tell me, if I shout that you're here, there will always be freshmen who have seen you before, and then. Xia Ziyan looked at Lin Fan with a malicious smile, then rubbed her hands together like a fly. Senior, you don't want others to know you're here, do you? Lin Fan listened to this extremely familiar rhetoric. The last victim was his teacher, Su Ling Yue. But now I'm the victim. What goes around comes around. Speak, junior, what do you want? Lin Fan had no choice, although he possessed extraordinary physical abilities. But I'm not a Superman. It's tiring to have hundreds of people chasing me, so I had to compromise. Seeing Lin Fan compromise, Xia Ziyan's beautiful eyes lit up, then she tilted her head and revealed a sly smile. I want senior's WeChat. Is it that simple? Lin Fan looked at her in confusion, so he gave her a look of insight. Xia Ziyan, age 18, height 168 centimeters, weight 51 kilograms, affection level 30. Battery health 100%, single status no. Appearance 93, charisma 92, figure 94, meets the binding criteria. Additional information, extremely infatuated with girls. Ding. S-class target detected, Xia Jian. Bind on? Bind. Ding. Binding successful. I see. The additional information provided by the system indicates that this junior is extremely infatuated with men, so she probably can't resist her own maxed out good looks. It's that simple. By the way, does the senior have a girlfriend? No. Lin Fan touched his nose. He didn't seem to have a girlfriend, but he did have a lover. So this isn't lying, it's all the system's fault for forcing me to be a player. Lin Fan then quietly followed her to where she kept her things and added her WeChat ID. Hey, senior, let's get to know each other formally. My name is Xia Ziyan, a freshman in the English department of the School of Foreign Languages. He then generously extended his right hand. My name is Lin Fan, I'm a junior in the computer science department. Lin Fan also extended his right hand and gently grasped her fingertips. Xia Jian saw that Lin Fan only touched her finger briefly before letting go, and couldn't help but give this handsome senior even more points. Ding! Xia Jian's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 40. As Xia Jian is the school beauty among this year's freshmen, the male students' attention will often linger on her. At this moment, a boy looked around and finally spotted Xia Jian under a tree. It happened just as Xia Jian and Lin Fan were shaking hands. The male student's eyes widened like saucers, and finally he shouted. Holy crap, look! Xia Jian has a boyfriend? Everyone was drawn to his voice and looked in the direction he was pointing. What's going on? Which blonde guy managed to snag our school beauty this year? Ah, no. I'm heartbroken. Why does this guy look so familiar? Holy crap, isn't that the 6th senior who was eating watermelon? Don't tell me, you really shouldn't tell me. Immediately, sharp-eyed people recognized Lin Fan, and the news spread like wildfire until everyone knew, and then. Charge! Kill the 6th brother and steal the school beauty. Get out of Xia Jian's place, you damned 6th brother. The crowd stirred again, all rushing towards Lin Fan. As soon as Lin Fan saw the freshman chasing after him, he took off running, not knowing why he had been discovered. Xia Jian seemed to know why Lin Fan had been discovered. She stuck out her tongue and glanced at Lin Fan's back sheepishly. Lin Fan continued to rely on his physical advantages, dodging and weaving left and right. But as he ran, he realized something was wrong. How come these people didn't seem to get tired? All I did was eat a watermelon in front of them. Why is it like I stole their wife? The last time I chased Lin Fan, it was just for fun. When I got tired of chasing him, I would stop and rest, which was a good way to avoid military training. But this time, they were all filled with anger, a hatred that could not be forgiven for stealing their wives. Seeing that there was less and less space to hide on the playground, he seized an opportunity and hurriedly ran out of the playground exit. Once he was off the playground, Lin Fan thought he could finally rest, but when he looked back, all those people had chased after him. Next, Zhangcheng University will see a group of people chasing after one person, and the group will grow larger and larger. Hey buddy, what kind of event is this? Why are so many people running around? I don't know, I thought it was some kind of activity where you earn academic credits by running. Damn, I need to deliver credits? I have to run. I'm still short of credits to graduate. Is it true that running earns you academic credits? It's fake. My roommate said you can get an internship stamp by running. Then I'll have to call down my 3 adopted sons from my dorm. In a meeting room at the school. The principal is holding a work meeting for the school's leadership team for this semester. At the height of the speech, a commotion arose from the street outside. The principal was taken aback and asked, puzzled, what's going on? Why is it so noisy outside? The head of student affairs shook his head, I don't know. What's going on? The principal got up in confusion and walked to the window to see what was happening. But once you look, you'll be shocked. The streets outside the school were packed with students, including freshmen in military training uniforms and returning students. They were all there, running wildly in one direction. What's going on? The principal asked, puzzled. Then I went back to my seat, picked up my phone, and checked if there were any group messages that could explain the situation. But no. Something's not right, something's 9/10 wrong. Could there be a safety incident somewhere? Thinking of this, a chill crept up my tailbone. Having lived most of my life on thin ice, I'm finally nearing retirement age. If an accident were to occur at this time, would I still be able to safely reach the other side? So, without hesitation, he shouted at the head of the teaching department, sound the air raid siren immediately. Chapter 30 A Mistake. After relaying the order, the head of academic affairs asked the principal, should we call the police? After a moment's thought, the principal weighed the pros and cons and immediately nodded. Let's call the police. If an accident really happens, none of us can afford the consequences. After the air raid siren sounded, the students who had only joined on the way became restless. Now, whether they're in dorms, classrooms, or libraries, students and teachers are all running outside with abandon. Upon hearing the alarm, the canteen staff also dropped their pots and pans and rushed outside. The worst off were the people who were using the toilet. The steel door was snapped shut with force, and they ran away without even wiping themselves, pulling up their pants. More and more people are coming, and it's getting more and more chaotic. The teachers did their best to maintain order to prevent a stampede. Lin Fan, the one who started it all, was stunned when he heard the school's air raid siren. Is it really necessary? It's just eating a watermelon and making a little enemies. Is it really necessary to sound the air raid siren and mobilize the whole school to arrest me? However, when a student who wasn't a freshman passed by him but didn't grab him, he gradually realized that the air raid siren was probably not specifically designed to target him. Could something really have happened? Lin Fan gradually stopped in his tracks. Rumors have been circulating for some time now, starting with adding academic credits and getting internship stamps. News spread of terrorist attacks and school bombings. Run! A group of foreign armed men have appeared near the third teaching building of the school. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. They were carrying guns and RPGs, and it seemed like they were looking for some Dragon King's daughter. That's terrifying. The area around the Three Religions Temple is riddled with bombs. I heard that there was an explosion near the chemistry building. Yes, Professor Wang's doctoral students were doing an experiment, and then it exploded. Is the person involved all right? It's nothing, just some pieces here and there. Upon hearing these remarks, Lin Fan's lips twitched involuntarily. Isn't this utter nonsense? A terrorist attack? The terrorists would probably be hacked to pieces the moment they stepped across the border. The chemistry building exploded? Or did it really explode? The noise was already heard throughout the entire school before the air raid sirens even sounded. But no matter what, it has nothing to do with me. Thinking of this, Lin Fan simply found a lawn and sat down, leisurely watching the group migrate. The whole school was in an uproar, with voices of discussion everywhere. A sense of panic spread through the crowd. When the principal came down and heard what they said, his legs suddenly felt weak. It was the head of the academic affairs department who steadied him. "Principal, what should we do now?" However, the principal seemed not to hear him, repeatedly muttering, "It's all over, it's all over." At this moment, an elderly professor from the School of Psychology noticed something amiss. "President, something's not right. What if it really is a terrorist attack or explosion? We're not completely oblivious to what is happening, but right now, apart from the large crowd, there is not a single other sound." At this point, the principal also recovered from his panic and carefully considered the psychology professor's words, realizing that what he said made some sense. He then asked the teachers in the third teaching building and the chemistry building in the group chat. The teachers quickly replied that nothing of the sort had happened. Once he calmed down, the principal immediately went to the monitoring room to see where the school-wide battle royale game started. Soon, the principal saw the whole story from the surveillance footage. It turned out to be an upperclassman who angered the freshmen, and was surrounded and chased by them. Only after leaving the playground did more and more people join in. Whose student is this? The principal pointed at the surveillance footage and angrily shouted at the teachers present. However, none of those present knew the student, and even if they did, they wouldn't dare to provoke him at this time. At this moment, it was the head of the teaching department who stepped forward. "Principal, now that we know what happened, shouldn't we turn off the air raid sirens first, and then step in to explain the misunderstanding?" The principal nodded grimly, then said, "I want this student in my office within an hour. Oh, and we also need to explain this to the police." When he left the monitoring room, a gust of cold wind blew in, and he suddenly realized that his back was soaked with sweat. "I must punish this student severely, he's too audacious," the principal thought bitterly. This time, no matter who pleads, it's useless. Punish him severely. His grandfather's wife. Thankfully it was a false alarm, we can still walk to the other side. Then he smoothed a few strands of hair off his head, turned around, and went back to his office. Then, the air raid siren suddenly stopped, and the students, hearing that the siren had ceased, gradually came to a stop. They looked at each other, completely bewildered, and then a voice came from the loudspeaker. "Hello everyone, due to some misunderstanding, the air raid siren was mistakenly triggered. This has now been clarified. Please do not panic, continue with your daily activities, and do not gather in groups." Hello everyone, due to some misunderstanding, the air raid siren was mistakenly triggered. This has now been clarified. Please do not panic, continue with your daily activities, and do not gather in groups. Oh, it was a misunderstanding. Who was it that called me a terrorist? Come here and see if I'm scary enough. I am Professor Wang's doctoral student. Who among you is saying that I'm all over the place? Damn it, I'm going back to pooping. Put your stuff aside for now, guys. I think I just saw my girlfriend being led away by another man from the woods. So, can I actually get an internship stamp for running? Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the campus racing mission. Detection indicates the host is being pursued by numerous freshmen, causing a campus-wide commotion. Mission completion rate, 200%, exceeding expectations. Rewards for exceeding the task target are being distributed. Top-tier hacking skills have been acquired. From now on, you are the king of the internet. The Nebula building is 100% owned and valued at $7.5 billion. What? You're saying I was the one who triggered that air raid siren? Looking at the system notification, Lin Fan could hardly believe that he was the one who caused this. I only ate some melon seeds and went for a run. I probably don't have the ability to cause such a big commotion, right? However, after looking at the rewards that followed, he smoothly accepted the fact that they were far too much. Lin Fan was admiring the system information when his phone suddenly rang. It was his advisor calling. Lin Fan had almost forgotten he even had an advisor. I vaguely remember the last time I saw my advisor was at a class meeting in my freshman year. Why did you suddenly decide to call me? Chapter 31. The man is incompetent. As soon as the call connected, Lin Fan immediately moved the phone away from his ear. It was because of the counselor's sharp, explosive sound coming from inside. Lin Fan, what trouble have you gotten yourself into? The dean wants you to go to the principal's office. Lin Fan touched his nose. The system had previously said that the air raid siren was triggered by him. Having accepted the offer, I was prepared to be targeted by the principal, so there were no major surprises. Director Chen, it seems that this air raid siren was caused by me. What? What did you do? The counselor raised her voice again. Lin Fan simplified the explanation, saying, I was a bit confused too. I was eating watermelon on the playground when those freshmen started chasing me. They were chasing me, so of course I ran away. Then more and more people started chasing me, and then, I don't know what happened, the air raid siren went off, and that's how it turned out. The counselor rubbed his temples and sighed, alright, you're coming with me to the principal's office now. You're driving me crazy. I saw my counselor again downstairs in the administration building. She wore a simple white shirt and a black A-line skirt, her slightly wavy chestnut hair tucked behind her ears with pearl hair clips. Beneath the knee-length skirt, a pair of shapely calves flowed smoothly, and her posture, clad in 5-centimeter nude high heels, was upright and elegant. Upon seeing Lin Fan approach, she frowned slightly. The principal is probably in a bad mood right now. We'll explain things properly later. But don't worry, I'll protect you. When Lin Fan heard his counselor say that she would protect him, he couldn't help but look at her a few more times. His advisor was actually his senior from university, who was currently pursuing a master's degree. Moreover, because of her outstanding appearance, she was unanimously voted the most beautiful teacher by all the students in the school. Shinsia, age, 25, height, 171 centimeters, weight, 54 kilograms, favorability rating, 50. Battery health, 100%, single status, yes. Appearance, 96, charisma, 95, figure, 95, meets the binding criteria. Ding. S-class target detected, Shinsia. Bind on? Bind. Ding. Binding successful. Lin Fan followed the counselor to the principal's office. The counselor gently knocked on the door. An angry reply immediately came from inside, come in. Upon entering, Lin Fan immediately sensed that the office temperature was much lower than outside. No wonder people envy those who work in offices, it really is comfortable. Upon entering, there were several teachers and instructors sitting inside, and a few students standing in a corner. The principal, on the other hand, sat upright behind his desk. Upon seeing Lin Fan enter, the principal looked at him coldly and asked, "You're Lin Fan?" Lin Fan replied calmly and confidently, showing no fear of the situation. "You've got some nerve. Do you know why we called you here?" The principal's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Lin Fan had seen the student's information before he arrived. The student was an orphan who worked part-time to support himself. Students from ordinary backgrounds are usually very afraid of seeing teachers, let alone the principal. But I didn't see fear in Lin Fan's eyes, on the contrary, he was very calm. "I'm not entirely sure. Come and see for yourself, humph," the principal said, turning the computer in front of him around. Lin Fan and his counselor looked over at the same time. The video playing was of Lin Fan carrying a watermelon, with a megaphone attached, swaggering past the freshman formation, and the entire process of the instructors chasing and pursuing him. Although the voices inside couldn't be heard, the counselor could tell from the images that it was definitely not as simple as Lin Fan telling him about eating watermelon. After reading it, the counselor looked at Lin Fan in shock. Didn't you tell me you were just eating watermelon on the playground? Yes, it's about eating watermelon. Lin Fan nodded seriously. The counselor raised a trembling finger and pointed at Lin Fan. You. He was clearly very angry with Lin Fan. After they finished reading, the principal looked at the instructor standing to the side, who was the first instructor to expel Lin Fan. Instructor Lee, could you please tell me about the situation on the spot? It's like this: around 11 a.m., we were giving the freshmen their normal military training posture drills. Instructor Lee immediately stood up straight and explained the truth of the matter. Then, student Lin took the watermelon, scooped it out with a spoon and ate it. As he passed by the freshman formation, he said things like, "This watermelon is really sweet." Then the loudspeaker hanging from his waist played a pre-recorded message, roughly implying that the freshmen were sunbathing. Finally, I tried to persuade Lin to leave on the grounds that he was disturbing the military training, but Lin turned around and ran away, saying that he would leave if I caught him. Then the chase began, and I don't know what happened after we left the playground. After Instructor Lee finished speaking, the principal looked at Lin Fan and asked, "Do you have any objections to what Instructor Lee said?" Lin Fan shook his head to indicate that he had no objection. "Okay, I see you're carrying a bag, so the loudspeaker must be in your bag. Take it out and listen to what it's playing?" The principal nodded and pointed to Lin Fan's backpack. Principal, are you sure you want to release it?" Lin Fan hesitated at this moment. Releasing it in front of so many leaders was just too dramatic. Confirmed. The principal gave Lin Fan a serious look. Having no other choice, Lin Fan took out the speaker and pressed the power button, turn it on. Then the video began playing. Chufang soy sauce is delicious and fresh, sun-dried for a full 180 days. Look, it's being sun-dried right here. This is Chufang soy sauce's grand sun-drying field. Pictures don't lie. Put. Sorry. Some teachers present couldn't help but laugh out loud, but they immediately covered their mouths after being looked at by the principal. "Tell me, why did you go to the playground to do these things?" "Principal, you know me. I'm an orphan, I don't have many friends, and I'm under a lot of academic pressure, so I go to the playground to relieve some stress." Lin Fan blinked his innocent eyes at the principal. "Does being stressed give you the right to go to the playground and disrupt military training? If I go to the rooftop, won't the counselor explode?" Lin Fan muttered under his breath. Although Lin Fan spoke very softly, the principal still heard him because he was close to him. "What? You want to go to the roof? You've gone too far." The principal slammed his hand on the table and roared, his spittle almost flying onto Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan took a step back with some disgust a man wouldn't do. The counselor standing nearby was also startled and quickly looked at Lin Fan, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about, kid? Do you think you can just go to the rooftop like that?" Then he turned to the principal and said, "Principal, don't listen to his nonsense. He's talking rubbish." Chapter 32 Expulsion? The principal took a deep breath, trying his best to control his emotions, and said, "All right, let's get back to the main topic. These students, could you please tell us why you joined the team?" "I only ran there because I heard from others that it could earn me extra credits." I'm because." "Speak up, no one will punish you for it." The principal looked at the student who kept his head down and dared not speak with a gentle gaze. As if encouraged by the principal, "I joined because I could get an internship stamp." When Lin Fan heard their reasons for joining, his first thought was that he didn't have to wait until they got old, he could start selling them health products now. Adding academic credits and getting an internship stamp? Is that even reasonable? Is that a tumor on your shoulder? Do you really believe that? The principal's lips twitched. How much had they forced him to do this to credits and internship certificates? Finally, Lin Fan realized. "Principal, this has nothing to do with me. I thought the freshmen would stop chasing me once I left the playground, but they chased me even more fiercely, as if I had stolen their wives. And those who joined later are none of my business. They're chasing me, so I can't just not run." "Shut up, it's not your turn to speak yet." The principal blared at Lin Fan. Lin Fan had no choice but to shut his mouth in frustration. "You, tell me why you chased after Lin Fan after he left the playground." The principal pointed to the freshmen in military training uniforms. Principal, this is hard to say." The freshman scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Does he have to say that Lin Fan seduced Xia Jian and that's why they're chasing after him? Tell me. If you don't, I'll eventually get it out of other freshmen, and then you'll be punished. Upon hearing about the impending punishment, the freshman panicked and hurriedly confessed, it's because when we couldn't find him, Lin Fan stole the school beauty from our freshman year and even touched her hand, which is why we continued pursuing him. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan exclaimed, good heavens! What the hell? You're talking about Xia Jian, the school beauty? But I didn't manage to win her over. Besides, Xia Jian was obviously trying to seduce me. He even touched my hand. He's my grandpa's wife. I was just shaking hands politely. Lin Fan quickly looked at the principal and pointed at the student with both hands. He's slandering me. He's slandering me. The principal looked at Lin Fan's appearance and, although he was reluctant to admit it, he had to say that he was comparable to himself when he was young. Then he tidied up a few strands of hair on his head, putting them back in their place. Alright, now that things are clear, let's hear everyone's opinions. Wait a minute, Lin Fan stepped forward and raised his hand to interrupt. Principal, what's with the air raid siren? The principal glared at him resentfully. Did he expect him to say that he had turned on the air raid siren because he was afraid something would happen? Are you asking him to say that he not only asked for the air raid sirens to be turned on, but also called the police? At this moment, the head of the teaching department stepped forward, as always, and firmly protected the principal behind him. Here's the thing, Lin. Because of the large gathering of students, we thought there had been some major incident, so I had the air raid sirens turned on and also called the police. They even called the police? Lin Fan could hardly believe it, they had actually called the police. Alright, let's give our final opinion now. Lin Fan will definitely be disciplined. As for whether it's expulsion or a demerit, let's vote by raising our hands. Principal, there's no need to escalate this to expulsion. Lin Fan was just under a lot of pressure and wanted to vent. He didn't mean to make things this big. When the counselor heard that expulsion was even a possibility, he immediately panicked. No matter what, Lin Fan was her student, and she couldn't just stand by and watch him get expelled. Yeah, it didn't cause any big trouble, there's no need to escalate it to expulsion, a minor disciplinary action will suffice. Yes, there's no need. What do you know? The principal is making an example of someone. What's the meaning? The principal is about to retire. If the students do something big to him before he retires, can he still retire peacefully? That's why he wants to severely punish Lin Fan and extinguish all potential sparks. Then should we vote with the principal? What else? At this point, the dean of the computer science department finally spoke. Principal, you know Lin Fan is an orphan and has lost his diploma. How is he supposed to survive in society in the future? Besides, Lin Fan has no friends and doesn't know who to confide in when he's under pressure, so he wants to release it this way. If he doesn't release it, won't he have to go to the rooftop again in the future? But the principal shook his head, his background doesn't give him the right to act recklessly. If we don't punish him now, won't he do even more things after he enters society? Alright, let's vote by raising hands. Raise your hand if you agree to the expulsion. After he finished speaking, most of the leaders present raised their hands. Those who didn't raise their hands were all leaders from the School of Computer Science. Alright, now that the outcome is clear, I'm going to make the decision to expel Lin Fan. The principal slammed his hand on the table and announced the final result. It's all over, Lin Fan, I'm so sorry. The counselor looked at Lin Fan with self-reproach. She was now filled with regret, regretting why she hadn't noticed Lin Fan's abnormality sooner. Knowing full well that Lin Fan came from a special background, why hadn't he paid more attention to this student? He must have been holding back for a long time. It's estimated that they were holding it in until they reached their limit, which is why they thought of releasing their inner pressure in this way. It's alright, Director Chen, Lin Fan glanced at the counselor and comforted him softly, as if he, Lin Fan, wasn't the one who was expelled. When the counselor heard Lin Fan trying to comfort her at this moment, her heart ached. What a good kid he was, still thinking of others at a time like this. No, I can't let Lin Fan get expelled. The counselor pulled Lin Fan behind her, put her hands on her hips, and gave Lin Fan a reassuring look, as if to say, my disciple, watch closely, what's coming next is very cool. Old Chen, I said we can't expel Lin Fan. Chen Xia protected Lin Fan like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Everyone was shocked by what the beautiful counselor said. What? Her name is Principal Chen Laodang? Does this counselor have that much courage? How much do counselors earn a month? They work so hard. A shrewd teacher had already guessed something and suddenly realized, guess what? The principal's surname is Chen, and this counselor's surname is also Chen. Are these two people related? Hiss, you mean this counselor is the principal's granddaughter? You're incredibly clever. How could a principal of your status and age possibly have such a big granddaughter? This is his daughter. In fact, only the parties involved and the dean of the School of Computer Science knew that Shenxia was the principal's daughter. Chapter 33 Donated Building. Shenxia doesn't want others to think she's someone who got the job through connections. But today, in order to prevent Lin Fan from being expelled, she revealed this matter to everyone for the first time. Principal Chen looked at his daughter helplessly, saying, the leadership team has already voted, that's the rule. Okay, so you want to talk about rules, right? Lin Fan's situation doesn't warrant expulsion at all. Let me tell you, if you really expel Lin Fan, I'll report you to the disciplinary committee. You rebellious daughter. Principal Chen was also surprised that his precious daughter would side with outsiders. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Fan became even more dangerous. He really didn't know what kind of spell this bastard had cast on his daughter. The more he looked at Lin Fan, the more he saw him as a blonde-haired man. No way, he had to fire him. Otherwise, his daughter would be in danger. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You want to make an example of someone, right? You want a peaceful retirement, right? Let's see if you can retire peacefully by then. Principal Chen pointed a trembling finger at Shenxia, his chest heaving violently. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Did I say something wrong? What if I go home and tell mom you abused your power? Would she make you sleep on the sofa? Shenxia was going all out, continuing to attack, determined to keep Lin Fan here. Seeing that Shenxia had even revealed his embarrassing situation, he was speechless for a moment, thinking to himself that he was doomed, had lost his authority, and would be difficult to lead the team. Principal Chen is actually henpecked? Principal Chen looks like such a serious person, but he's actually afraid of his wife. How novel. Aren't you afraid of your wife? Speaking of which, I'm just like Principal Chen. Does that mean I have the makings of a principal? Lin Fan had just learned that Shenxia was actually the principal's daughter. No wonder she had said she would protect him down there. But seeing that the father and daughter were already at each other's throats because of him, he tugged at Shenxia's arm. Shenxia thought Lin Fan was scared, so she stood on tiptoe and patted Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan, don't be afraid, I will definitely not let you get expelled. Lin Fan and Principal Chen's faces darkened simultaneously. Principal, could I speak with you alone? Lin Fan had already thought of a solution and took half a step forward. The principal looked into his eyes and, seeing that he showed no fear, thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then he gestured for the others to go out first. No, I have to stay. Shenxia disagreed, fearing that her father might do something if the two were alone together. Get out of here. Or I'll dock your pay. Principal Chen glared at Shenxia, displaying his authority as principal. I won't. However, Shenxia wasn't buying it at all. She'd just go home and complain. Director Chen, Lin Fan gave her a reassuring look. You can go out first and leave it to me. Shenxia hesitated for a moment, then saw confidence in Lin Fan's eyes. Okay, if he bullies you, tell me. In the end, she turned around in her high heels. Principal Chen saw that his daughter was not listening to him, and that the boy had only said one sentence before leaving. He was instantly enraged, and his gaze towards Lin Fan became even more hostile. Kid, what do you want to talk to me about? No matter what you say, I will not agree to rescind the decision I just made. In fact, Lin Fan didn't really care whether he would be fired or not, since he already had the system. However, several of the goddesses he's been paired with are still in school, and if he gets expelled, it will be difficult for him to get in touch with them. Lin Fan sat down in the chair opposite the principal without a second thought. Principal, I heard that our school is planning to build a new library, but it can't seem to secure investment yet, is that right? What do you mean? How did you know? How would I know? The principal doesn't need to worry about that. If I can get you some investment, I wonder if you could rescind the decision to expel me? In fact, when Lin Fan came in, he saw the documents on the principal's desk regarding the investment in the new library. Principal Chen took off his glasses and rubbed his temples. You think you can attract investment? I'm not discriminating against you because of your background, but you come from an ordinary background. How could you possibly attract investment? Do you even know how much investment is needed? Principal Chen was amused by Lin Fan's nonchalant attitude, and he tapped the table, emphasizing his words. Lin, do you think this is building a self-built house in the countryside? The basic construction alone will cost. He paused deliberately, holding up 3 fingers, at least 300 million. He deliberately emphasized the numbers, waiting to see this arrogant student back down. We're still short 50 million. If you can secure investment, I'll agree to your request. Okay, I've got it. Lin Fan said very easily when he heard it was only 50 million. 50 million? You can recoup your investment quickly by boosting the favorability of a few goddesses. You've got it? Are you kidding me? Principal Chen didn't expect that as soon as he mentioned the amount, Lin Fan would immediately say that it had been settled. What else could this be but playing a trick on oneself? He's furious now. He must have lost his mind to agree to talk to him alone. It was a complete waste of his time. Principal, I know you're in a hurry, but please don't rush. As Lin Fan spoke, he took out his phone and opened the balance page of his bank app. Then I put the phone on my desk and pushed it forward. Principal Chen, who had initially seemed somewhat impatient, noticed the message on his phone out of the corner of his eye. It vanished without a trace in an instant, replaced by horror. He immediately picked up his phone and started counting the amount repeatedly. I was afraid that I might have misread it. However, no matter how many times he counted, he got the same result. He couldn't understand how this young man, whose documents indicated he was an orphan with no one to rely on, could have so much cash on him. But one thing he knew was that the investment problem that had been troubling him was being solved by this junior college student in front of him. She slowly put down her phone and looked at Lin Fan. Her expression had changed, and the wrinkles on her face instantly gathered together. Oh dear, I was wondering what it was all about when I woke up this morning and the magpies were calling at my door. He quickly got up and personally poured tea for Lin Fan. So it's young Master Lin. Young Master Lin is simply my lucky star. Lin Fan looked at Principal Chen, whose appearance had changed so drastically, and asked with a half smile, then you don't know my punishment? Principal Chen wore a perfectly timed expression of confusion and spread his hands. Discipline? What discipline? Young Master Lin came here today to discuss the investment in the library, didn't he? Lin Fan suddenly realized and nodded slightly in agreement. I see, then I'll make the investment. Chapter 34. Girl, you must seize this opportunity. Outside the office, Chen Xia was pacing back and forth anxiously. The dean of the computer science department then spoke up. Hey Xia, can you stop shaking me? You're making me dizzy. Dean, my students are all going to be expelled, how can I not be worried? Also, Lin Fan is your student, why don't you help me persuade that old dang? At this moment, Chen Xia had nowhere to vent her anger, so she turned her gun on the dean. Seeing Chen Xia start attacking him, he immediately felt a headache coming on. Xia, you know your father's temper. Once he makes up his mind, not even 10 oxen can pull him back. And why did you all vote in favor? Lin Fan clearly didn't meet the criteria for expulsion at all. You are unworthy of being teachers, you are aiding and abetting evil. Then Chen Xia pointed her gun at the other people. Other teachers? It was fortunate that Chen Xia was not only the person's counselor, but more importantly, the principal's daughter. Otherwise, when Chen Xia opened her mouth to speak the first word, they had already driven them off. Unlike now, everyone is avoiding eye contact. Why isn't anyone answering? Do they all know they're in the wrong? Now we have a chance to turn over a new leaf. How about we go in together and pressure the principal to rescind the punishment? Comrades, we cannot repeat the same mistake. It is of utmost importance to acknowledge our mistakes and correct them. Just as Chen Xia was trying to win over people for Lin Fan and prepare to force him to resign, the office door opened. Principal Chen walked out, chatting and laughing, with his arm around Lin Fan's shoulder. Young and promising, Lin. The school needs talents like you. Chen Xia? Dean of the School of Computer Science? Other teachers? The teacher outside was stunned by this scene. No, just a moment ago inside, the atmosphere was full of tension. How come these two are acting like brothers after only a short time outside? Has Principal Chen been possessed? A teacher who couldn't see the situation clearly jumped out and asked, Principal, when will the notice to expel Lin Fan be sent out? Upon hearing this, the head of the teaching department shook his head, thinking, you're finished, kid. Principal Chen was interrupted and looked at the teacher with displeasure. Expel? Expel who? Expel Lin Fan? No, Lin, that's not true at all. Principal Chen quickly shook his head and looked at Lin Fan to explain, then turned to the teacher. I remember you. Go back and reflect on your actions. He said the last sentence while looking at the head of the teaching department, who nodded to indicate that he understood. The dean, who had worked with the principal the longest, was also a little confused. Was this still the same person who couldn't be swayed by even 10 oxen? Why did things change so much after just a few minutes alone with Lin Fan? Not only was Lin Fan not expelled, but a teacher was also punished. If I hadn't witnessed this myself, or if someone else had told me. I absolutely do not believe that it's simply alarmist. Chinsia seemed to be meeting her father for the first time. In her memory, he had never compromised on anything except for her mother. Originally, I had planned that if these people didn't work, I would go home and ask my mother to intervene and seek justice. But now, Lin Fan gets along so well with his father that there's no need to expel him. That's simply a fantasy. Principal Chen frowned as he looked at the large group of teachers gathered in front of his door, and then shouted loudly. Are you all too busy? What are you all doing here? Go do what you're supposed to be doing. Yair, stay behind for a bit. The crowd scattered in all directions. After saying goodbye to the principal, Lin Fan left the administration building. On the road. Director, what's wrong with the principal? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Yeah, I don't understand it either. They were all red-faced and determined to be expelled before they came out. However, the head of the teaching department smiled mysteriously and did not give a direct answer. All right everyone, stop asking. I don't know either. The principal will tell you if he wants to. Lin Fan, wait a minute. Lin Fan heard someone calling him from behind, so he turned around and saw that it was Chen Xia. So he stopped and waited for Chen Xia to catch up. Director Chen? What's wrong? Is there anything else? At this moment, Chen Xia's full breasts rose and fell as she jogged over. In addition, her cheeks, flushed from running, were quite adorable. I just want to ask you, how did you persuade my dad to give up on expelling you? Chen Xia took a breath and looked at Lin Fan curiously. Didn't your dad tell you? No. No, Chen Xia said, becoming somewhat shy. It was only because her father stopped her and said that she must get along well with Lin Fan, that he didn't mind a teacher-student relationship, and that she was already 25 and needed to hurry up, because younger women recover faster after having children. Chen Xia was completely baffled and for a moment forgot to ask about it. It's nothing, I just donated 50 million to build a library for our school. Lin Fan spoke so casually, as if he had donated not 50 million, but $5. But Chen Xia heard these words differently. 50 million. She would have to work for tens of thousands of months without eating or drinking to reach that amount. And yet, his own student just casually donated it? This is unbelievable. Who exactly is Lin Fan? Could it be that the information is false, and he is actually from a reclusive family? Did they come here to gain experience while hiding their identities? No wonder his own father wanted him to build a good relationship with Lin Fan and try to win him over. So that's how it is. Lin Fan must be the heir of a hidden family. What are you thinking about? Lin Fan waved his hand in front of Chen Xia, who was standing there without saying a word. Chen Xia snapped out of her daze and quickly shook her head. It's nothing, I just didn't react for a moment. I never expected you to have such wealth. Tell me quickly, are you a rich second-generation heir hiding your identity, or are you no longer pretending? After listening, Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim, wow, how come this counselor is just like Zhao Digang, so imaginative? No, I'm a self-made millionaire, Lin Fan said with a puff of his chest and a smile. Chen Xia was so shocked that she stammered, really? Genuine, no doubt about it. Lin Fan looked at her confidently. Looking into Lin Fan's seemingly honest eyes, Chen Xia slowly began to believe that Lin Fan was a self-made millionaire. But this is really unbelievable. An orphan, in his junior year of college, was able to donate 50 million yuan so casually through his own business. If this gets reported, Lin Fan will probably become an overnight sensation. Chapter 35 Tianyun Hotel. It was nearly 6 o'clock in the evening. Lin Fan appeared at the entrance of Tianyun Hotel on time. Although this hotel is located in a university town, its decor is still magnificent. However, Zhao Digang, who was eager to receive the prescription from Lin Fan, did not come. In fact, the medicinal herbs in the prescription given by Lin Fan can be found in any Chinese medicine shop. But Zhao Digang insisted on buying some from a pharmacy. He said he couldn't let others see that he had kidney deficiency. That's why he's only now managed to gather all the medicinal herbs. Lin Fan was speechless. If you're making the medicine outside, wouldn't knowledgeable people know what it's for just by looking at the herbs? Inside the private room, Ding Ningxuan was chatting enthusiastically with her friends, but a careful observer would notice that whenever there was any noise at the door of the private room, she would look over immediately. She had added Chen Guanyuan's WeChat ID as soon as she got it last time. However, for some reason, it was delayed in getting approved, so Ding Ningxuan had to ask Zhengyu to invite Lin Fan to her birthday party. Ding Ningxuan saw that the time was almost up, but Lin Fan still hadn't appeared. So she turned to Zhengyu and asked, "Why hasn't your roommate arrived yet? Did he really promise to come?" Zhengyu replied nonchalantly, "I don't care whether they come or not. I invited them, and they said they would come." "Yeah, sister-in-law, why do you care about them? We're not on the same side anyway," Chen Guanyuan chimed in. Just then, Lin Fan finally appeared at the door of the private room. Upon seeing this, Zheng Yu's eyes flashed with a shadow of gloom, but he still stood up and said with a fake smile, "Lin Fan, you finally arrived. By the way, where's Zhao Digang?" "He has something to do and won't be coming," Lin Fan replied calmly. When Zhang Yu heard that Zhao Digang had something come up and couldn't come, his face immediately darkened. "Ha, it's alright, it's just a pity, he hasn't eaten at Tianyun Hotel yet." In his heart, he was thinking, "You bastard, I kindly invited you over, and you actually didn't show up at the last minute. How dare you offend me?" This time, Lin Fan didn't answer Zhang Yu, but instead scanned the entire room. The people present were Ding Ningxuan's roommates and Chen Guanyuan's girlfriend, Wu Lulu. They also scrutinized Lin Fan as he walked in. When Ding Ningxuan saw that it was Lin Fan, her eyes lit up instantly. When Ding Ningxuan's roommate saw Lin Fan, she took Ding Ningxuan's arm and whispered, "Ningxuan, is this my brother-in-law's roommate? He's so handsome. Do you have his contact information? I want a date, sis." Ding Ningxuan's roommates usually call Zheng Yu brother-in-law, which is fine normally. But Ding Ningxuan was particularly averse to this title today, fearing that Lin Fan would hear it. "Hee, I don't have his WeChat ID, and I heard he already has a girlfriend." Because they were roommates, she had no choice but to put it off. "What are you thinking? You haven't even added him yet, and even if you did, you wouldn't give him away." Wu Lulu frowned and asked, "Is this the roommate you always talk about with whom you don't get along?" Chen Guanyuan nodded, "That's right, Lulu, this guy doesn't get along with me or Zhang Yu. He's just a peasant." A hint of disdain flashed in Wu Lulu's eyes as she looked at Chen Guanyuan. She herself came from the countryside, yet she looked down on people from the same background. If Zhang Yu hadn't wanted to have some excitement, Wu Lulu wouldn't have accepted Chen Guanyuan's advances. It's a pity. Lin Fan is so handsome. If her family background were better, maybe I would have turned back and pursued her. Thinking of this, Wu Lulu tightened her legs. "Don't just stand here, everyone. Now that we're all here, let's sit down and order," Ding Ningxuan said with a smile as she stood up and led everyone to the dining table. "Zheng Yu is paying today, so please don't be shy." Zheng Yu feigned generosity and waved his hand, saying, "Order whatever you like. It's rare for everyone to get together for a meal. Wow, I'm going to rob a rich guy today. Then I'll order a large plate of chicken." Although everyone said they wanted to rob the rich, they all wisely ordered some dishes that weren't too expensive. Zheng Yu glanced at the dishes and realized they only cost a couple thousand yuan, which was nothing to him. He then said, "Add another Buddha jumps over the wall and Westlake fish in vinegar sauce." Upon hearing that Westlake fish and vinegar sauce had been added, Ding Ningxuan's beautiful eyebrows immediately furrowed. But he didn't say much, since it wasn't his turn to pay anyway. Westlake vinegar fish is the signature dish of Tianyun Hotel. It is very fresh. Taking a bite is like the fish swimming in your mouth, with a natural flavor all over your mouth. He then glanced at Lin Fan, and to show off his superiority, he threw the menu in front of Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, you should also give this a thumbs up. This is your only chance in your life." Lin Fan picked up the menu, his gaze falling on the prices, and feigned surprise. "So expensive? I dare not order." Of those present, only Ding Ningxuan knew Lin Fan's net worth. Although she didn't know why Lin Fan would say it was expensive, she didn't expose him. Chen Guanyuan sneered, "Just order whatever brother you tells you to. It's not like you're paying. Why would brother you need your pittance?" Zheng Yu chuckled and said, "It's alright, it won't cost much. Just consider it broadening your horizons." Lin Fan was relieved and ordered a few signature dishes. To prevent Zheng Yu from looking at the menu again, he handed it directly to the waiting waiter. The waiter paused for a moment after seeing the menu. Are you sure? Zheng Yu nodded and ordered, that's fine then, hurry up and serve the dishes. When the dishes were served, Zheng Yu stood up with his glass in hand. Come on, let's all wish Ning Shuang a happy birthday. Everyone stood up and said, happy birthday. Ding Ningxuan smiled and thanked everyone, but her eyes kept glancing at Lin Fan. Here, Ning Shuang, this is my birthday present for you. Open it and see if you like it. After everyone sat down, Zheng Yu took a box out of his bag. After Ding Ningxuan took it, she also opened the box. A silver necklace, adorned with diamonds, lay quietly in the box. Wow, this necklace is so pretty. A girl wearing glasses, who was Ding Ningxuan's roommate, couldn't help but admire it after seeing it. Yeah, this necklace doesn't look cheap. How much is this, brother Yu? Chen Guangyuan chimed in at this moment. He knew exactly what Zheng Yu ate. Ha, it's not expensive. Zheng Yu looked at Chen Guangyuan and gave him an appreciative look. It's only a few thousand. But inside, he felt incredibly relieved. Guangyuan, you truly are my good brother. I will definitely do my best to take good care of Lulu for you. Chen Guangyuan was overjoyed upon receiving the message. Chapter 36 Ding Ningxuan's Boldness. When Ding Ningxuan's roommates heard that the necklace cost several thousand yuan, they immediately covered their mouths and exclaimed in surprise. What? This necklace costs several thousand? That's almost half a year's worth of food money for me. Yes. My brother-in-law is absolutely wonderful to Ning Shuang. They even brought us to such a nice hotel and to have such a luxurious meal. Our Ning Shuang really found a great boyfriend. Ha, it's all what I should do. Zheng Yu waved his hand, listening to Ding Ningxuan's roommate's compliments, and looked at Ding Ningxuang affectionately. As long as Ning Shuang likes it, that's fine. Ning Shuang, do you like this necklace? Ding Ningxuan smiled and nodded, quite pretty. But the smile seemed a little forced. Ha, I'm glad you like it. Zheng Yu laughed happily. Others also offered gifts, and Ding Ningxuan thanked them all. Finally, Chen Guangyuan set his sights on Lin Fan. From beginning to end, Lin Fan was the only one who didn't come up to give a gift. He just kept his head down and ate his food. Chen Guangyuan looked at him with displeasure. Lin Fan, it's your sister-in-law's birthday. Since you're here, didn't you bring a gift? Immediately, everyone's attention was focused on Lin Fan. Lin Fan calmly chewed the food in his mouth and said, of course I brought it. Let's see what gift you're going to give your sister-in-law. Ding Ningxuan stared intently at Lin Fan, wondering what gift he would give her. But one thing is certain, the price will be exorbitant. After all, given his wealth, even a small amount of money slipping from under his fingernails wouldn't be a problem. That's enough for an ordinary person to squander for a while. Amidst the expectant, intrigued, or mocking gazes of the crowd, Lin Fan took out a simple, transparent bag from his pocket and handed it to Ding Ningxuan. After Ding Ningxuan received it, she took a closer look and realized that it looked like a headband from a $2 store on the roadside. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, but she quickly recovered, thinking to herself that she was now Zheng Yu's girlfriend. It's understandable that he wouldn't give Zheng Yu an expensive gift since they had a conflict. Thinking of this, her dissatisfaction with Zheng Yu intensified. But after Chen Guangyuan saw the object clearly, he loudly questioned. What do you mean, Lin Fan? You gave your sister-in-law such a cheap hairband? Did you buy it from a roadside stall? Brother Yu kindly treated you to dinner at Tianyun Hotel, and this is how you give him a gift. Zheng Yu's face also darkened. This Lin Fan really didn't take him seriously at all. What will Ning Shuang think of me? After all, Lin Fan is my roommate. This guy looks handsome, but why is he so stingy? Yeah, even if you don't have much money, you should at least give a gift worth 100 or so yuan. What's the point of giving a gift that only costs 2 yuan? Ning Shuang, I don't want this person's WeChat ID anymore. Since she has a girlfriend, let it go. By the way, tell my brother-in-law to avoid associating with people like that in the future. Lin Fan glanced around and said calmly, what's the rush? The person involved hasn't said they're dissatisfied. Is it her birthday or yours? I see you're just not giving up. Sister-in-law, tell me, do you like this gift? Chen Guangyuan looked at Lin Fan with disdain. He knew Ding Ningxuan was picky. How could she possibly be satisfied with such a small gift? Yes, I really like it. I was just missing a hairband. Ding Ningxuan looked at Lin Fan with a smile. This is the best gift I've received tonight. Ding Ning Shuang was trying to curry favor with Lin Fan at this moment, so how could she possibly embarrass him? Did you hear that? My sister-in-law said she doesn't like. Chen Guanyuan's voice, which was originally angrily confronting Lin Fan, stopped abruptly. He looked at Ding Ningshuang in disbelief. He didn't understand why Ding Ningshuang would like this thing, and even said it was the best gift of the night. Where do we put the necklace that brother you gave us? When Ding Ningshuang's roommates heard her say that, they all turned their attention to Zhang Yu. Upon hearing Ding Ningshuang's words, Zhang Yu's face darkened considerably, and he clenched his fist tightly. Wu Lulu, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but cry out and hurriedly took Zhang Yu's hand off her leg. Lulu, what's wrong? Chen Guanyuan saw his girlfriend call out and quickly asked what was wrong. It's nothing, it just almost touched my tongue, Wu Lulu explained, her face flushed as she glanced at Zhang Yu beside her. They noticed that Zhang Yu was staring at Ding Ningshuang, and there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Zhang Yu realized at this point that he had lost his composure. If he didn't say something, he feared he would lose all face. Ning Shuang is still so kind. What I like most about Ning Shuang is her kind heart. Alright, stop worrying about this and go back to your seat to continue eating. Everyone suddenly realized that Ding Ningshuang had said that because she was afraid Lin Fan would lose face. As for saying it was better than Zhang Yu's gift, it was naturally because Zhang Yu knew Ding Ningshuang's purpose in saying that, so he didn't think much of it. After a while, Lin Fan got up and went to the toilet. Seeing Lin Fan walk out of the private room, Ding Ningshuang thought to herself that her chance had come. He quickly stood up. Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom. I drank a bit too much. Does Ning Shuang need me to go with you? One of Ding Ning Shuang's roommates stood up. After all, Ding Ningshuang had drunk quite a bit of alcohol. No need, I'm perfectly sober. Ding Ningshuang quickly waved her hand in refusal. Just kidding, I went there to flirt with Lin Fan, what's the point of going with him? When Ding Ningshuang arrived at the entrance of the men's restroom, she happened to see Lin Fan coming out. Lin Fan, wait a minute, I have something I want to tell you. Ding Ningshuang stood in front of Lin Fan and said. What's wrong? Lin Fan asked, puzzled as to why Ding Ningshuang was stopping him at the entrance of the men's restroom. You said it's inconvenient here, is anyone in the restroom? Nobody's here. This left Lin Fan even more confused. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, Ding Ningshuang pulled him by the hand and led him into the men's restroom. It wasn't until Ding Ningshuang pulled him into a private room and locked the door that Lin Fan realized what was happening. His tone was somewhat amused. What are you doing, Ding? Aren't you afraid Zhang Yu will find out? In the cramped private room, the two were barely inches apart. Lin Fan's warm breath as he spoke brushed against Ding Ningshuang's cheek, causing an unnatural blush to rise on her face. At this moment, she no longer had the courage to pull Lin Fan in. But she finally spoke up, Lin Fan, can I be with you? Lin Fan showed no surprise whatsoever. After all, Ding Ningshuang had most likely seen him drive a Lamborghini, and given her materialistic nature. He was simply surprised by Ding Ningshuang's audacity in daring to block the entrance to the men's restroom. You're Zhang Yu's girlfriend. Lin Fan lifted her chin. Ding Ningshuang was not afraid at all. Since she had made up her mind, there was no need for her to hesitate. Wouldn't that be even more exciting for you? Besides, I haven't even let Zhang Yu touch my hand. I'm still clean. Chapter 37 Wet and Dry Separation Suite. Oh? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. But thinking about it, it's quite exciting. Then we'll have to see how sincere you are. Ding Ningshuang smiled charmingly and pushed Lin Fan back, so that Lin Fan sat on the toilet. Your hair is getting in the way. Lin Fan's legs would always itch from his hair when he reached the peak. Ding Ningshuang raised her head and gave Lin Fan a resentful look. She then used the hairband Lin Fan gave her to tie her hair up before continuing to work. Inside the private room, Zhang Yu, seeing that Ding Ningshuang hadn't returned for a long time, asked with some puzzlement, why has Ningshuang been gone for so long? We're waiting for her to come back and cut the cake. Ding Ningshuang's roommate responded, we girls take this long to go to the bathroom, and we also need to touch up our makeup and stuff. Seeing this, Zhang Yu had no choice but to nod. Lin Fan patted Ding Ningshuang, signaling her to get up. She looked at Lin Fan with some doubt the work wasn't even finished yet. Lin Fan got up, tidied his clothes, and led Ding Ningshuang out of the restroom. He then said to Ding Ningshuang at the restroom door. Wait by the elevator for a bit, I'll go down and get a room. Ding Ningshuang then understood what Lin Fan meant, and nodded with a blush. She then took out her phone and sent a message to her roommate's group chat, saying that her period had suddenly started and she had to go out for a while, and that they shouldn't wait for her. Lin Fan went downstairs to the hotel lobby and looked at the receptionist. Are there any rooms available? The receptionist took a close look at Lin Fan's appearance, and for a moment she felt like she was in love. Seeing that the receptionist didn't respond for a while, Lin Fan had no choice but to repeat, "Hello, are there any rooms available?" The receptionist then snapped out of her daze and immediately smiled. She puffed out her chest and subtly pulled her clothes down a little. Yes, sir. What type of room would you like to book, sir? We have deluxe suites, executive suites, king rooms, and suites with separate wet and dry areas. Lin Fan thought the previous types of suites were quite normal, but what did this wet and dry separation suite mean? What kind of room is this wet and dry separation suite? When the receptionist heard that Lin Fan didn't know what the separate wet and dry areas meant, she immediately thought to herself, could this handsome guy be single? Probably, otherwise, why would a college student book a room alone so late at night? Thinking of this, she pulled her collar down even wider, and the white fabric was clearly visible. She leaned forward, trying to reveal her abyss, and then patiently explained with a smile, "It's like this, because our hotel is located in the university town, most of the guests are couples. The suites with separate wet and dry areas have 2 beds, so they are more popular with couples." Upon hearing the receptionist's explanation, Lin Fan's forehead immediately went black. Good heavens, the hotel really knows how to do business. They changed the name of the standard room to wet and dry separation. But in a sense, how can it not be considered a separation of wet and dry areas? Give me a luxury suite. Upon hearing this, the receptionist's eyes lit up even more. This handsome guy was actually a tycoon. Rich and handsome, he's practically her dream man. Sir, the deluxe suite costs 2,500 per night. Lin Fan scanned the code directly. After refusing the receptionist's offer to show him the way, he took his room key and turned to leave, under her resentful gaze. The receptionist was actually quite pretty, but not as pretty as the one she'd been paired with, and she'd only ever had one boyfriend. If it weren't for Ding Ningxuang waiting for her upstairs. I don't mind tasting it, even if it doesn't meet the system's binding requirements. Room number 8801. Lin Fan opened the door and led Ding Ningxuang inside. As soon as the door closed, Lin Fan suddenly picked Ding Ningxuang up in his arms. Ah! Ding Ningxuang cried out in surprise, clearly startled by Lin Fan's sudden attack. Lin Fan hurriedly threw Ding Ningxuang onto the bed. The soft mattress bounced Ding Ningxuang up, and her breasts bounced as well. Upon seeing this, Lin Fan could no longer restrain himself and immediately transformed into a vicious wolf, pouncing on it. Ding Ningxuang looked up at Lin Fan's aggressive gaze, her face instantly turning bright red. This is my first time, please, be gentle. Zheng Yu glanced at the time in confusion. Ding Ningxuang had been gone for almost an hour, why hadn't she returned yet? He immediately stood up, ready to go out and check. No, Ningxuang has been gone for an hour, I have to go out and look for her. Ding Ningxuang's roommate was also surprised and picked up her phone to check the time, but a message from Ding Ningxuang came through on WeChat. It had been sent half an hour earlier, and they hadn't noticed it because they were having a good time drinking. After reading it, she said to Zheng Yu, "Brother-in-law, you don't need to look anymore." Ning Shuang just said in the group that her period suddenly came and she went with her because of something. Zheng Yu took out his phone and found that Ding Ningxuang had not sent him any messages, and his face immediately turned cold. Zheng Yu's roommates noticed that his expression was a bit off and asked, "Brother-in-law, didn't Ningxuang send you a message to let you know?" "It's out." "I didn't notice just now, but I saw it now," Zheng Yu said, forcing a smile that betrayed his anger, before addressing the crowd. "Well then, since the main character isn't here, and I think it's about time, let's call it a day." Seeing this, everyone readily agreed. "Waiter, the bill." Zheng Yu called out towards the door of the private room. "Sir, here is your bill. The total bill for today is 58,830. We'll round it down, so you can pay 58,800 in total." The waiter walked in respectfully from outside. Upon hearing the price, Zheng Yu momentarily doubted whether he had misheard and asked the waiter again, "How much?" "Sir, that's 58,800 in total." Chen Guangyuan was quite drunk at this point, and he slurred, "Brother Yu is really generous, spending so much on a birthday banquet for his wife." Yes, brother-in-law is really generous. Who can disagree? Ningxuang married well. Ding Ningxuang's other roommates also praised Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu picked up the bill and carefully checked it. When he found that Lin Fan had paid the majority of the bill, he was furious. But now that everyone was watching him, he couldn't lose his composure, so he could only force a smile and take out his bank card. In his heart, he had already chopped Lin Fan into pieces. He had originally planned to take Ding Ningxuan tonight, but now that she was gone, he had been tricked by Lin Fan, and Lin Fan had left, leaving him with nowhere to vent his anger. He could only turn around and glance at Wu Lulu, who was being supported by a drunk woman. Wu Lulu nodded after seeing this. Guan Yuan is drunk. It's so late, and it's not good for him to go back to his dorm. Let's book him a double room at Tianyuan Hotel. Okay. Chapter 38 Separated by a Wall. After seeing Ding Ningxuan's roommates off, Zhang Yu, along with Wu Lulu, escorted Chen Guanyuan to the double room. As soon as Chen Guanyuan was put down, Zhang Yu couldn't wait any longer. Brother Yu, Chen Guanyuan is still here. Wu Lulu struggled a bit, afraid that Chen Guanyuan would suddenly open his eyes. It's okay, he's sleeping like a log, he won't wake up. 3 minutes later. Zhang Yu pulled Wu Lulu out of the room and into his own luxury suite. The room number is 8803, and the room next door is 8801. Go take a shower first. Zhang Yu gestured towards the bathroom. Wu Lulu nodded and quickly went into the bathroom. I drank alcohol last night, and I just got dirty, so I feel sticky all over. While Wu Lulu was in the bathroom, Zhang Yu quickly took out a small pill from his pocket and swallowed it. He asked a friend to get this from the United States. This was originally intended for Ding Ningxuan, but she ran away. Now we have no choice but to let Wu Lulu experience the power of this medicine. Before long, the drug took effect, and Zhang Yu noticed something unusual about his body. I have to admit, foreign drugs are really potent. Then, with bloodshot eyes, she looked towards the bathroom, where Wu Lulu was still showering. He couldn't wait any longer and rushed into the bathroom. Ah! Wu Lulu never expected that while she was washing, she would suddenly be hugged tightly by someone who rushed in from behind. He turned around and saw that it was Zhang Yu, and then he felt relieved. Still washing? It's okay, let's shower together, it'll save water. The next morning at 10:30, next door 8801. Ding Ningxuan felt as if she had been hit by a truck, and her bones were about to fall apart. Lin Fan is just too strong. Moreover, she was making all sorts of poses that made her feel extremely ashamed. She really didn't know where he learned that from. He looked young, but he was a bad apple. Just then, the phone rang. It was Zhang Yu calling. She glanced at her phone, then at Lin Fan, who was still sleeping, and then rejected the call. But a short while later, the phone rang again. It was Zhang Yu calling again. She planned to reject the call and then turn off her phone, but just as she was about to do so, Lin Fan woke up. Then, looking at her, he said, "Answer it." Ding Ningxuan was taken aback for a moment, but in the end she listened to Lin Fan and answered the call. However, to prevent Lin Fan from misunderstanding, she turned on the speakerphone. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Yu's questioning voice rang out, "Ding Ningxuan, where did you go last night? Why didn't you come back to the dormitory? Didn't I tell my roommate that a relative was visiting and I had to go out with him because of some business? What relative is it that made you break up with your boyfriend?" "My brother broke up with his girlfriend, I'm going to comfort him." "Ah." Before Ding Ningxuan could finish speaking, she suddenly screamed. Zhang Yu's expression suddenly became quite interesting. "Ding Ningxuan, what are you doing? Why does that voice sound so familiar?" Ding Ningxuan turned around and glared at Lin Fan, gesturing for him to be gentle, before explaining. "Oh, ouch. It's nothing, I just bumped into the corner of the table and hurt myself." "Where are you? Do you want me to come pick you up?" Zhang Yu seemed to have no suspicions and stopped thinking about it. "No. No need, I'll go to school by myself later." "From your voice, it sounds like you were seriously injured. Are you sure you can make it through?" Zhang Yu asked, somewhat worried, after hearing Ding Ningxuan's voice as she tried to suppress her pain. "No. It's nothing. I study dance, and I often get injured. These are just minor bumps and scrapes. A little rubbing will do the trick." "Okay, I'll go take care of the injury first." "That's all for now, ouch." "Alright, let's leave it at that." As soon as she hung up the phone, Ding Ningxuan said to Lin Fan behind her in an annoyed tone, "Are you in such a hurry? Reviewing the old helps us to learn the new." The artillery fire finally stopped. The enemy had raised a white flag and surrendered. "I've added you as a friend and even transferred 100,000 yuan to your WeChat account. If you behave well from now on, you'll get even more. By the way, you should break up with Zheng Yu as soon as possible. Although it's exciting, you're my woman. Also, I sent you a video, remember to watch it. After Lin Fan finished dressing, he spoke to Ding Ningxuan, who was still lying paralyzed on the bed. Ding Ningxuan didn't want to move at all at this moment, not even after hearing Lin Fan's promise. He simply nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. When Lin Fan opened the door to room 8801 and went out, he saw that the door to room 8803 next door had also opened. It was Zheng Yu who came out. Zheng Yu saw Lin Fan's expression instantly become quite interesting, and he secretly thought to himself that it was a good thing he had let Wu Lulu leave first. Otherwise, wouldn't it be terrible if Lin Fan saw it? But he quickly realized that the luxury suite at Tianyuan Hotel cost 2,500 yuan a night. How could Lin Fan possibly afford to stay there? What are you doing here? Zheng Yu asked Lin Fan, puzzled. Lin Fan hadn't expected Zheng Yu to stay next door to him last night. Wasn't that just a wall separating them? His tone was slightly playful. Why can't I live here? The room rate here for one night is enough for 3 or 4 months worth of food. How could you possibly afford to stay here? Zheng Yu crossed his arms and looked at him with disdain. Then, Zheng Yu, with his sharp eyes, spotted a long, wine-red hair on Lin Fan's white short-sleeved shirt. Ding Ningxuan had also dyed her hair that color. He immediately understood, so that's why. You were with a rich woman. So that's how you got your new phone. But with your looks, you're definitely suited for this line of work. Lin Fan smiled mysteriously. Oh? Are you sure I'm here to keep a rich woman company, and not someone else trying to climb into my bed? TCHU? Save your breath. Lin Fan, what's wrong? Just then, a girl's voice came from room 8801. Lin Fan responded calmly to the person inside, it's okay, you can continue sleeping. Then he closed the door. When Zheng Yu heard this voice, his face instantly turned grim, because the voice sounded very much like Ding Ningxuan's. But wasn't Ding Ningxuan with her brother? How could he possibly be here, especially with Lin Fan? Then he thought about it carefully, and it didn't quite sound like it. The voice was a bit hoarse. It doesn't have the same sweet and refreshing quality as Ding Ningxuan's. I immediately felt relieved. By the time he came to his senses, Lin Fan had already disappeared. When Lin Fan was in the lobby on the first floor, he saw Wu Lulu walking out of the hotel arm in arm with Chen Guanyuan. Wu Lulu is also at the hotel. Could it be that Wu Lulu and Zheng Yu were in the next room last night? Lin Fan watched the two people's backs as they walked away, a thoughtful expression on his face. After all, according to the extra information given by the system, Wu Lulu could date anyone except her boyfriend. Chapter 39 Surrounded by Thugs. Chen Guanyuan was overjoyed at that moment. He opened his eyes to find himself lying in a hotel room. He turned around and saw Wu Lulu sleeping next to him. He thought that Wu Lulu had booked a hotel room to sleep with him because she was worried about him after he got drunk the day before. It's worth noting that Wu Lulu's interactions with him were limited to holding hands, hugging, and going to hotels together were out of the question. But now, he actually spent the whole night in the same house with Wu Lulu. This is simply a qualitative leap. Awesome! Wu Lulu was lying next to Chen Guanyuan because she had come over after the event. She was afraid that Chen Guanyuan would ask her the next day if her roommate was in the dormitory. Normally, I would prepare a reason in advance before going out with Zheng Yu at night, but last night was too impromptu, and I didn't prepare a reason beforehand. That's why I lay down next to him. It's a bargain for him. At the Jiangcheng University Town Police Station, Lu Ruyan was wearing a police uniform. She had been transferred to the University Town Police Station not long ago. If Lin Fan saw her, he would definitely be impressed. The heroic spirit in her eyes and the solemnity of her uniform complemented each other perfectly. This was in stark contrast to her alluring demeanor that night. She was staring at her phone with a furrowed brow, looking at a message from her mother. Ruyan, you're not getting any younger. I think Xiao Huahua from the Xiao family is quite good. When are you going to meet him again? Let me tell you, the Xiao family now has a say in several key positions. If our two families could visit each other more often and help each other out, your father might be able to advance even further. By then, your mother's company will be able to grow bigger and stronger. After reading it, Lu Ruyan covered her phone with it on the table, feeling somewhat annoyed, and rubbed her tired eyes. To put it bluntly, they just wanted a marriage alliance with the Xiao family to elevate the Lu family's status, but none of them asked if they were willing. Nobody even asked themselves if they liked it. According to what she learned about Xiaohua, he was a spoiled brat who bullied the weak and committed all sorts of evil deeds, relying on his father's status. A few years ago, he raped a high school girl and got her pregnant. In the end, the girl committed suicide by jumping off a building. It's causing quite a stir online. He would have faced legal consequences, but he only lasted one night. The whole thing was suppressed, and it disappeared completely online. After he got out, he continued to cause trouble, ruining the girl's family, leaving some dead and others insane. And her mother actually gave the child a good evaluation. When she was arguing her case, her mother said, "He's still a child, it's normal for him to be a bit mischievous. He'll settle down once he gets married." Upon hearing this, she understood that in her mother's eyes, who Xiaohua was unimportant. The important thing is that his surname is Xiao, and it's enough that he can help the Lu family. For some reason, the scene from that night, the man who took her virginity, kept flashing through her mind. Just as Lu Ruyan was getting agitated, a policeman walked in and said he had just received a report. There was a fight near Jiangcheng University, and the police need to be dispatched to resolve it. Jiangcheng University? Lin Fan seems to be at Jiangcheng University. Lu Ruyan, who had initially been reluctant to respond to the call, immediately stood up and expressed her willingness to go. The scene shifts back to Lin Fan leaving the Tianyun Hotel, preparing to return to school. However, at a corner not far from the school, he was stopped by a group of thugs carrying steel pipes. "Who are you?" Lin Fan frowned and looked at the group of thugs surrounding him. Although he was surrounded by these thugs wielding steel pipes, he remained calm. He knew that if it really came down to it, these men wouldn't be a match for him. The leader of the thugs didn't answer Lin Fan. Instead, he took out a photo, checked it, and then pointed it at Lin Fan with a steel pipe, arrogantly saying, "Kid, you've messed with someone you can't afford to offend. Someone wants to take your 2 legs. Remember that, keep your eyes open in the future, and don't offend just anyone." After saying that, he winked at one of his underlings next to him. The underling's eyes hardened instantly, and with a whoosh of wind, he slammed the steel pipe in his hand toward Lin Fan's knee. If that blow lands squarely, the leg bone will surely break. It was about to hit Lin Fan's knee. But at the last moment, a seemingly casual hand reached out and firmly grabbed his wrist, bringing the attack to an abrupt halt. The younger brother looked up in astonishment, meeting Lin Fan's calm and unwavering eyes. The next second, an irresistible force lifted him up. Then Lin Fan kicked out with a straight leg, aiming for his underling's chest. The younger brother lost control and flew backward, crashing heavily onto the road with a thud. He clutched his chest and couldn't get up again. The whole process took only 2 or 3 seconds. By the time the other thugs reacted, the man had already been sent flying. The leader of the thugs' eyes narrowed. He knew this person was not to be trifled with. You have to understand that the underling weighed over 100 pounds, but Lin Fan lifted him up like a shrimp and then kicked him away. That would require a lot of strength. The leader was feeling a bit guilty and wanted to retreat, but then he thought of the reward that person had given him and the weapons they had. Then, with a fierce expression, he shouted to the thugs around him, "Damn it, charge at him side by side. He's just one guy, but there are more than 10 of us. We have the advantage. Brothers, get him." However, in the next 2 minutes, they experienced what despair truly meant. They couldn't even touch the hem of Lin Fan's clothes. Lin Fan's figure was like a ghost, weaving through the gaps between the sticks. He also used his fists, elbows, and knees to retaliate, and everyone he hit ended up rolling on the ground. In the end, only Lin Fan and the leader remained standing on the field. The leader looked around at his brothers lying scattered about, then at Lin Fan's nonchalant expression. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Seeing Lin Fan walking towards him unhurriedly, he tightened his grip on the steel pipe. It's as if only in this way can they give themselves a sense of security. As Lin Fan drew closer, he shouted, "Don't come any closer. I just saw someone call the police. You can still leave now." It turned out that while they were surrounding Lin Fan with steel pipes, someone in the distance who saw that something was wrong had already called the police. However, Lin Fan seemed not to hear him at all, and even continued walking towards him at the same speed. Seeing Lin Fan's cold gaze, unable to withstand the psychological pressure, he immediately struck himself with a stick, then rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. His action made Lin Fan pause in his tracks. Lin Fan touched his nose and thought to himself, "Am I that scary?" Just as he was about to leave. Far away. Beep beep beep. A police car came to a smooth stop beside the road. They arrived so quickly? A woman in a police uniform got out of the police car. Chapter 40 Re-encounter with Lu Ruyan. She was tall and slender, with a sharp jawline and a cool, aloof aura that emanated from within. The police uniform accentuated her curves, showcasing her figure to the fullest. After she stood still, her gaze swept across the scene like that of a hawk, immediately locking onto Lin Fan, the only person standing in the room. And the thugs lying haphazardly around him, groaning incessantly. When her gaze met Lin Fan's in mid-air, both of them were visibly stunned for a moment. A barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. How could it be her? The policewoman who had just arrived at the scene, exuding a professional and aloof aura, was none other than Lu Ruyan. She clearly hadn't expected to meet Lin Fan again here, in this way. She arrived at the scene only because she heard it was near Jiangcheng University, and assumed Lin Fan was also at Jiangcheng University. So I came to try my luck and see if I could run into Lin Fan. But she didn't expect that Lin Fan was the person involved. Her colleague, a male police officer, stepped forward as usual and asked, "Hello, we are police officers from Jiangcheng University Town Police Station. May I ask what happened here?" Lin Fan honestly recounted everything that had happened. The male police officer was stunned after hearing this. "You mean you took them all down by yourself?" Lin Fan shook his head, pointed at the leader of the thugs, and added cautiously, "I didn't hit this guy, he knocked himself out." The male police officer twitched his lips. What difference does it make whether one person is missing or the whole thing is missing? And you have to be so strong that the person would rather beat themselves than be beaten by you. When Lu Ruyan heard that Lin Fan was surrounded, her heart clenched. She didn't even consider that Lin Fan was standing there unharmed. Recounting what had happened, there was nothing wrong with him. After Lin Fan said he would defeat everyone, all that remained in his heart was shock. She knew he was a good fighter when Lin Fan rescued her from the thugs that night. But I didn't expect him to be such a good fighter. He managed to subdue more than a dozen people wielding steel pipes all by himself. Just then, the ringleader woke up. Seeing the police nearby, he scrambled towards them. "Officer, help! Someone is hitting us." Then he noticed Lin Fan standing to the side, arms crossed, watching him with a leisurely air. When the leader saw him again, his teeth chattered immediately. "Police officer. Uncle, it's him. He's the one who hit us. Arrest him quickly. He's so tough, he must have a criminal record." The male police officer couldn't help but look at him speechlessly. You have a dozen men with weapons who can't beat one person, and you still have the nerve to call the police for help. However, he didn't say much, but instead contacted his colleagues and asked them to take everyone away. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Fan and finally said her first words, "Come with me to the station to make a statement." He then turned and got into the car. Lin Fan shrugged and got into the car with her. In the police station's interrogation room, Lu Ruyan was the one taking Lin Fan's statement. Name: Lin Fan. Age: 18. "Huh? You're only 18? Lu Ruyan was shocked. Lin Fan was only 18. What have I done? Seducing a college student who has just come of age. I'm no human being. But being young is definitely a good thing. You have energy. Oh, you're asking about my age? I'm 21. Lin Fan was also secretly regretting that he hadn't heard clearly and had revealed his advantages. Although Lu Ruyan knew, she had an assistant with her. Identity? Lu Ruyan asked Lin Fan through gritted teeth. She gripped the pen tightly in her hand, as if she wanted to break it in two. Meanwhile, the assistant noticed that the atmosphere between the two was a bit strange and kept glancing back and forth between them. A third-year student at Jiangcheng University. Do you have a girlfriend? Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment. This time he heard clearly, then chuckled. Seriously, officer? Is this something we have to ask? The young female assistant standing to the side also glanced at Lu Ruyan with surprise, not understanding why Lu Ruyan would ask such a question. Could it be that even this aloof beauty wants to fall in love? However, just looking at Lin Fan's appearance, he and Lu Ruyan are a perfect match. A blush crept onto Lu Ruyan's face as she said coldly, "If I ask you, then answer honestly." No, Lin Fan had no choice but to answer truthfully. He indeed didn't have a girlfriend. He has had sexual relations with women he has never promised to become their girlfriends. This shouldn't be considered hiding it from the police, right? When Lin Fan answered no, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel a little secretly pleased. Please describe the process in detail. Lin Fan had no choice but to recount what had happened again. He stared at Lu Ruyan, who was focused on her work, lost in thought. She was so different from the crazy woman he had seen that night. He then cast an eye of insight over it. Lu Ruyan, age, 25, height, 173 centimeters, weight, 55 kilograms, favorability, 75. Battery health, 99%, single status, yes. Appearance, 95, charisma, 94, figure, 90. Bonus information, currently troubled by an arranged marriage within their family. Upon seeing the additional information about Lu Ruyan, he finally understood why they had met at the tavern back then. She kept drinking glass after glass, saying things like everyone was pressuring her. He looked at Lu Ruyan's tightly furrowed brows, which seemed to be clouded with unyielding sorrow. Then a surge of anger rose within him. Lu Ruyan was his woman, and moreover, his first woman. Although Lu Ruyan left after giving away 10,000 yuan, it felt like a clean break. However, her favorability rating did not decrease, on the contrary, it increased by 5 points, which shows that Lu Ruyan still has feelings for him. Therefore, I absolutely cannot watch Lu Ruyan marry someone else. After asking some questions, Lu Ruyan said to Lin Fan, "There's nothing else, you can go back now, but please keep your phone accessible." Then he went out. Lin Fan had originally wanted to talk to Lu Ruyan about something, but when he came out of the interrogation room, he couldn't find her. I could only shake my head and wait for another opportunity. It was almost midnight when Lin Fan walked out of the police station. Just as they were about to find a place to grab a bite, Lu Ruyan came out from inside, having changed into some casual clothes. "Come with me, let's go eat." "Huh? Oh, okay." Lin Fan was taken aback, not expecting Lu Ruyan to take the initiative to invite him. "I was just planning to look for her anyway." He then followed her into a Hummer. When Lin Fan saw that Lu Ruyan's car was a Hummer, he didn't show the slightest bit of surprise. This perfectly matches Lu Ruyan's personality. Chapter 41, Xiao Huahua. After Lin Fan sat down, she looked at him and asked, "From the expression on your face, it seems you're not surprised at all that I'm driving this car?" You know, everyone who sees her driving for the first time inevitably asks her why she chose this car. What's so strange about that? It suits you perfectly, it's quite domineering. Why do you think I'm domineering? Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow. You were on top most of the time that night. Lin Fan suddenly leaned closer, his face almost touching Lu Ruyan's. Lu Ruyan's face instantly turned as red as a branding iron, and she quickly turned her face away. "You're so frivolous, I'm leaving." After saying that, he started the engine and stepped on the gas. The Hummer was at a place called Lanting Xiaozhu. Lu Ruyan explained, "This is a private restaurant, and the food is quite good." Lin Fan nodded, went inside and glanced around. The restaurant combined classic and modern elements, and it was quite refreshing and unique. At this moment, a waiter saw the newcomer and quickly stepped forward. "Miss Lu is here. Would you like to sit at your usual spot?" Lu Ruyan nodded slightly. "This way, please." Looking at Lu Ruyan's familiar expression, Lin Fan immediately knew that she often came here. The waiter led them to a seat by the window. Then they took out 2 menus. "Miss Lu, sir, what would you like to order?" Lin Fan opened the menu, glanced at it, and casually ordered a few home-style dishes. Lu Ruyan ordered a few of her usual favorites as usual. "I invited you to dinner today because I want to ask you for a favor?" Lu Ruyan took a sip of water and then looked at Lin Fan. "What's up?" Lin Fan hadn't expected that Lu Ruyan would need his help with something. She was a very strong-willed person. "Yes. I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend." After hesitating for a long time, Lu Ruyan thought about her situation and finally said it. Lin Fan thought to himself, "Just as I thought." But outwardly, she still asked with a hint of doubt, "Why?" So Lu Ruyan explained her situation to Lin Fan. "So you mean I pretended to be your boyfriend to fool your family?" Lu Ruyan nodded, then sighed sadly. "If I hadn't been forced into this situation, I wouldn't have thought of this solution. I would rather die than marry that Xiao guy. I know that having you pretend to be my boyfriend might lead to retaliation, but I really can't think of any other way. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you and I will never let you get hurt in the slightest." Lin Fan shook his head. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan assumed it was Lin Fan who refused, but she never expected that even this person with whom she had a past relationship would be unwilling to help her. However, she didn't blame Lin Fan. After all, she wasn't anyone to him, and no one would be willing to offend the Xiao family for the sake of one person. Then, her face turned pale as she looked at Lin Fan and said, "It's okay, it's alright if you don't agree. I'll think of another way." "I didn't say I wouldn't agree." With a sudden turn of events, Lu Ruyan quickly asked, "Then what did you mean by shaking your head just now?" "I shook my head because I don't need your protection, and I'm not afraid of retaliation. You are my woman, and it is my responsibility to protect you." Lin Fan looked into Lu Ruyan's eyes and said affectionately. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was stunned, her usually aloof eyes widening slightly. Immediately, a surge of sourness rushed to the tip of my nose without warning, and my vision quickly blurred. She instinctively wanted to turn her face away, not wanting him to see her in such a disheveled state. She never expected that at this time, when her family was all pressuring her to marry Xiao Huahua. This man, whom she had only met twice, was willing to help her without hesitation. He even said she was his woman, which Lu Ruyan found amusing. This man, 4 years younger than her, possessed a maturity beyond his years. He possesses terrifying skills, and the fact that he says he wants to protect me makes him seem somewhat reliable. Thank you. All the words I wanted to say were finally condensed into these 2 words. Ding. Target Lu Ruyan's favorability increased by 10, current favorability, 85. Lu Ruyan's favorability level has been detected at 85. An achievement reward of 80 points will be awarded. 80 affection points achievement reward, Xiao Nailan's unwavering devotion. Lin Fan nodded and then asked Lu Ruyan, "Tell me about Xiao Huahua and the strength of the Xiao family." Lu Ruyan then told what she knew. To put it simply, Xiao Huahua is a bastard who bullies young girls and commits all sorts of evil deeds. I heard that when he was young, he would break into a little girl's room and grope her. As he grew older, he became even more lawless, but because of his family's power, he always managed to get away with it. The person in charge of the Xiao family now is Xiao Huahua's mother, Xiao Nailan. Xiao Huahua was born to a man who married into the family, so he took her surname. Xiao Huahua's father passed away 15 years ago. She is the party secretary of Jiangchang, and there is a possibility that she will be promoted further. Xiao Nailan's father was the previous provincial party secretary of Jiangnan province, and he had protégés everywhere. Even though Xiao Nailan's father has stepped down from that position, he still has a certain amount of influence in Jiangnan province, so the Xiao family's network of influence is extremely large. I'm so sorry for causing you such a big problem. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Fan with some apology. She now regretted her decision. No matter how good Lin Fan was at fighting, what use was he in the face of power? Lin Fan shook his head to avoid Lu Ruyan overthinking, and quickly added, "It's nothing, a small problem, I can handle it." Perhaps just a moment ago, the Xiao family was indeed a behemoth to him, but now, it might just be a matter of a word. When the system gave Lu Ruyan a reward of 80 favorability points, he wondered what this devotion of Xiao Nailan was all about. Previously, rewards were either cash assets or skills. Now, the reward is given directly to a person, someone who is completely obedient to one's orders. As it turned out, it was Xiao Huahua's mother, Xiao Nailan. With no worries about the future, Lin Fan looked at Lu Ruyan with amusement. "If I help you get rid of Xiao Huahua, should I remove the pretend part from the pretend boyfriend part?" Lu Ruyan's heart skipped a beat. She forced herself to remain calm and glared at Lin Fan. But her gaze lacked its usual intimidating power. Instead, it seemed like a coquettish reproach. To maintain her usual image, Lu Ruyan forced herself to remain calm as she looked at Lin Fan. "Don't you want to drop the word pretend right now?" Lin Fan's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. He had special feelings for this first woman of his. "That would be exactly what I wanted. Then we'll see how you perform from here on out." After Lu Ruyan finished speaking, she put down her cutlery, paid the bill, and got into the car, with Lin Fan following closely behind her. Chapter 42: The Cunning Lin Fan. When the Hummer stopped again, it had arrived at the foot of an apartment building. "Where is this?" Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and tried to keep her tone as steady as possible. "This is my home." Upon hearing this answer, Lin Fan was immediately startled, pondering carefully what Lu Ruyan meant. "She told me at the restaurant that she'd see how I performed, and then immediately took me to her house? What are they trying to do?" "Come up and have a seat," Lu Ruyan said. He then headed towards the apartment door, his pace seemingly quicker than usual. Lin Fan watched her hurried figure as a slight smile played at the corners of his lips. He then started walking, following behind her at a leisurely pace. Upon entering, Lin Fan first surveyed the room. There were few items, and it didn't have the strong scent of perfume that a girl's room usually has. But it has a peculiar scent, very similar to the fragrance on Lu Ruyan's body. "Your room is simpler than the other girls' rooms," Lin Fan said without thinking, looking around. But he immediately regretted it as soon as he said it. "Really? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes instantly turned dangerous. Oh? Which other girl's room have you been in? It's my neighbor's sister's. Lin Fan subconsciously touched his nose, his eyes innocent and harmless. Oh, so your childhood sweethearts. Lu Ruyan deliberately dragged out her words, leaned forward slightly, and curled her lips into a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Ha, that was all before I went to university. I haven't been back since. Let me show you your room. Seeing this, Lin Fan had no choice but to awkwardly change the subject. Humph. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, and then led Lin Fan on a tour. When they arrived at the bedroom, Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and an idea came to him. He stepped forward and pressed on her mattress, then turned to look at Lu Ruyan. Why is your mattress so hard? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan frowned. It shouldn't be like this. She can't sleep on a hard bed, so the mattresses she buys are all very soft. How come Lin Fan still finds it hard? Thinking of this, she went forward and pressed it as well. When Lin Fan saw Lu Ruyan bend down, his eyes lit up. Now. After saying that, he pounced on Lu Ruyan. Ah! Wait a minute, close the curtains. 2 hours later. Isn't it obvious enough that I brought you to my house? Did you have to resort to such desperate measures? Lu Ruyan shook off the hand that was playing tricks on her soft spot and glared at Lin Fan with annoyance. Lin Fan chuckled foolishly. Ding! Target Lu Ruyan's favorability +5, current favorability, 90. Lu Ruyan's favorability rating has been detected at 90. A 90-point achievement reward will be awarded. 90 favorability points achievement reward, largest shareholder of the Mu Group, holding 37%. Mu's Group, market capitalization exceeding 100 billion yuan, spanning various industries. Upon seeing the system reward, Lin Fan couldn't help but tighten his grip. Ouch, that hurts, be gentle. Lu Ruyan frowned and squeezed Lin Fan's hand hard. Realizing what had happened, Lin Fan quickly released his hands from her chest and then hugged Lu Ruyan tightly. Hee, Ruyan, you're truly my lucky star. Here's a kiss. He then gave Lu Ruyan a big kiss. That's right. Spending one night with Lu Ruyan last time gave him an inexhaustible, golden kidney body. At 80, it paved the way for his political career. Now that it's 90 years old, it has directly become a group with a value of hundreds of billions. Although it only owns 37.5% of the shares, it is worth at least 30 billion. Aren't you disgusted? I have that in my mouth, and you still kiss me. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. Lu Ruyan disgustedly pulled Lin Fan's face away. Even tigers don't eat their cubs, but they don't say they'll abandon them. I don't mind. Lin Fan persisted, nudging his lips toward Lu Ruyan's mouth. Let's go, I'll take you back to school. Good. Jiangcheng University, Girls' Dormitory. When Ding Ningxuang saw the video Lin Fan posted, she was so shocked that her mouth dropped open. The man and woman in the video are Zhang Yu and Chen Guanyuan's girlfriend, Wu Lulu. The two of them were kissing each other. After reading it, Ding Ningxuang took out her phone and dialed Zhang Yu's number. Hey, Ningxuang, wanna have dinner together? Soon, Zhang Yu's joyful voice came from the other end. But what awaited him was a bolt from the blue. Ding Ningxuang said coldly, Zhang Yu, let's break up. Separate? You want to break up with me? Zhang Yu said in shock, raising his voice. Fortunately, Ding Ningxuang had moved her phone away beforehand. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by his hoarse and flustered question. Ningxuang, you're not kidding, are you? Tell me you're not serious. Ding Ningxuang did not hesitate at all. Her voice was cold and indifferent, without any ripples. Zhang Yu, I'm not joking, I'm serious. Zhang Yu, on the other end of the line, felt as if he had been doused with cold water. His face darkened as he asked, why did you break up? Why? Ding Ningxuang sneered, then said, of course it's because I don't keep horses. What do you mean? Zhang Yu didn't react for a moment. It means I don't raise horses, so I don't need to have a vast grassland on my head. Even if Zhang Yu was stupid, he could tell at this point that Ding Ningxuang must have found out about his affair. But he just didn't know which one Ding Ningxuang knew. So he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, listen to me, I was drunk that night and don't remember anything. Upon hearing this, Ding Ningxuang exclaimed, good heavens. This means there's more than one. Heh, that's great. Fine, it's over between us anyway. Don't bother me anymore, or I'll tell Chen Guanyuan about you stealing from his house. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly be with Wu Lulu? She's my best brother's girlfriend. At this point, Zhang Yu could only hope that Ding Ningxuang had no evidence, so he continued to stubbornly insist on his claim. It's fine if you don't admit it, then I'll make you give up. After Ding Ningxuang finished speaking, she immediately hung up the phone, then sent the video that Lin Fan had sent her to Zhang Yu, and finally blocked all of Zhang Yu's contact information. An ex should be treated like they're dead. This gives the current partner a strong sense of security. Moreover, young noblemen like Lin Fan usually have an extremely strong possessive desire. Although I am materialistic, I also know what I should and shouldn't do. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu opened the message sent by Ding Ningxuang. Boom! It was like a bolt of lightning striking Zhang Yu's head. This video is of me picking up Wu Lulu at the school gate and taking her to Tianyun Hotel. Although the picture is a bit blurry, people who know them can still vaguely recognize who they are. Chapter 43: Scamming Money and Emotions. When he tried to send another message, he found that he had been blocked. You bitch. He had only one thought: it was all over. Ding Ningxuang had found out about his relationship with Wu Lulu. If Ding Ningxuang were to expose this matter, it wouldn't matter if Chen Guanyuan found out, but her own reputation would be ruined. After that, rumors spread like wildfire throughout Jiangcheng University that he had stolen his younger brother's girlfriend. Who would still want to work with me then? But when he thought about how much money he had spent, he realized that he hadn't even let Ding Ningxuang touch his hand, let alone have a relationship with her. Wouldn't all that real money just go down the drain? The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became, but Ding Ningxuang had leverage over him, making him afraid to act rashly. You bitch, don't let me get my chance, or I'll show you what I'm capable of. Zhang Yu could only fantasize about this bitterly. At the entrance of Jiangcheng University, a Hummer was parked steadily on the side of the road. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Fan through her sunglasses. We've arrived, let's get out of the car. Lin Fan nodded, but showed no sign of getting out of the car. Lu Ruyan looked at him, puzzled. Is there anything else? Lin Fan didn't speak, but slowly turned his head, presenting half of his face to her. What do you think? Lu Ruyan was taken aback at first, then realized what he meant. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at him with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. She then lightly kissed his cheek, like a dragonfly skimming the water. All right, get out of the car, we have things to do at the station. This time, Lin Fan didn't dawdle. He got out of the car briskly, waved to Lu Ruyan, and then turned and entered the campus. Lu Ruyan stared blankly at Lin Fan's departing figure, lost in thought. She hadn't expected so many things to happen between her and Lin Fan today. The original plan was just to have Lin Fan pretend to be her boyfriend, but now he's become her real boyfriend. Recalling everything that happened in her own home, a smile, unnoticed even by herself, crept onto her lips. She murmured to herself, this feeling seems pretty good. They then started the vehicle and left the area. As soon as Lin Fan returned to school, he went straight to his dormitory. As soon as I entered, I saw Chen Guanyuan holding a mirror and grinning foolishly. He would occasionally mutter not bad to himself. Lin Fan shook his head, unable to help but think about how Wu Lulu and Zhang Yu had treated the child. Then came Zhao Digang, who, as always, played games and called out to his mother. Lin Fan's heart stirred. The task he had assigned to the Red Sword Squad yesterday to find out Zhao Digang's online love interest should have been completed by now. Just then, a message came through on my phone. He took it out and saw that there was a message coming from the internal communication app of Hongjian International Security Group. Red Eagle, boss, I figured out the task you gave me yesterday. Here's the information I've compiled. Lin Fan opened the information sent by Red Eagle. He hadn't meant to look at it, but once he did, he couldn't help but cast a pitying glance at Zhao Digang. According to the information, the online dating partner specifically targeted single men in games, swindling them out of their money. The key point is that this person was a man. The images sent to the victims were all from the internet, and the used stockings sent to Zhao Digang were indeed used, but they were his own. But to be fair, this guy is quite talented. While others use voice changers to speak as women, he can actually produce a female voice on his own. In other words, he didn't use his talents for anything worthwhile otherwise, with his looks that would rank him in the top 10 of a certain city's beauty rankings. With her versatile voice, she'd surely make a fortune without breaking the law. Now that he knew the truth, he naturally couldn't let Zhao Digang get any deeper into trouble. So he went up to Zhao Digang and patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to take off his headphones. Zhao Digang turned around and looked at Lin Fan with a puzzled expression, then looked at the image of his own death, and took off his headphones. Brother Fan, is something wrong? Lin Fan stepped forward and turned off his microphone. Then, lowering his voice, he said, "Do you remember yesterday I asked you to show me your online boyfriend's WeChat ID?" Zhao Digang nodded, a strange sense of foreboding rising in his heart. "I checked, and this person is a man who specializes in scamming people like you online." Upon hearing the words "it's a man," Zhao Digang felt as if he'd been pricked in the butt, and he jumped up from his chair. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." His voice rose sharply with excitement, and his face flushed instantly. Chen Guangyuan's reverie was interrupted by the commotion. He turned around and roared angrily, "What's all the noise about? Don't you have any manners?" Lin Fan turned around and glared fiercely at Chen Guangyuan. "This is none of your business, get out of here." Looking into Lin Fan's eyes, Chen Guangyuan felt inexplicably afraid and immediately let out a cold snort. "Oomph, what's so great about it? I'm going to find my Lulu baby." After saying that, he left the dormitory. Lin Fan took a deep breath, looked at Zhao Digang, and slowly said, "I know this is hard for you to believe, but I'll prove it to you now." After saying that, without waiting for Zhao Digang's reaction, he pushed him aside and sat down in front of Zhao Digang's computer. Lin Fan had previously acquired a top-tier hacking skill, which came in handy at this moment. He quickly opened several interfaces, downloaded the necessary tools, and then his hands flew across the keyboard, so fast that they almost left after images. Lin Fan planned to hack into the other person's computer and then turn on his webcam. Zhao Digang's question was caught in his throat by Lin Fan's actions. Not long after, a live feed suddenly popped up on the screen. A burly man with a round face and a full beard, wearing pink cat ear headphones, was staring intently ahead. He occasionally let out a laugh. It seemed he was playing a game. Lin Fan stood up, stepped aside, and said to Zhao Digang, "Look, this is the person you call mom every day." Zhao Digang glanced at Lin Fan, then stared intently at the screen, his eyes filled with disbelief. He's really my online boyfriend?" "Yes," Lin Fan said firmly. Despite the confirmation, Zhao Digang still refused to believe it, and asked in a trembling voice, "Then, was the lowly voice he sent before a voice changer?" Lin Fan shook his head. "No, he can change his voice." "What about the private photos and used stockings that were sent to me before?" "The photos are stolen from the internet, the stockings," Lin Fan paused, "were ones he wore himself." With each sentence he heard, Zhao Digang's face grew paler. His last shred of hope compelled him to put on his headphones, turn on the microphone, and tentatively ask in a trembling voice, "Hello, can you hear me?" A sweet response immediately came from the other end, "I can hear you, baby." In that instant, two overlapping voices came through Zhao Digang's earphones. One is the game's voice chat, and the other is the live feed from the bearded man on the screen. Only at this moment did Zhao truly believe that the person he called mom and baby all day long was actually a man. A strong feeling of nausea welled up in his throat, and he didn't care about anything else. He turned around and rushed to the bathroom. Chapter 44. Zhao's mother. Zhao Linger arrived at Zhengcheng First People's Hospital early this morning. Yesterday, she withdrew all the gifts that Lin Fan and Zhang Qingxiang had given her. "I still have 1 or 2 million left." Zhao Linger looked at the balance on her phone, becoming more and more excited. "My mother has uremia and needs a kidney transplant to save her life." However, the cost of 800,000 yuan was overwhelming for her, forcing her to keep putting it off. Now that she has the money, she doesn't want her mother to suffer anymore. "As soon as I entered the room, I saw my mother lying on the hospital bed, looking emaciated, her breathing so weak that it was almost inaudible. Her once plump face now has sallow skin clinging to her cheekbones." Hearing the noise, Zhao's mother, lying in her hospital bed, looked towards the door with difficulty. When she saw that it was Zhao Linger, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. "Mom, I've come to see you." Zhao Linger felt a pang of pain in her heart when she saw her mother like this. She immediately lowered her eyelashes, forcibly suppressing the soreness welling up in her eyes, and when she looked up again, a relaxed smile had appeared on her face. "Why are you here?" Zhao's mother gently took her daughter's hand, her voice weak but full of concern. "Aren't there classes at school?" "I didn't have class today, so I thought I'd come and see you." Zhao Linger sat down on the edge of the bed. He took his mother's warm but thin hand in his own and answered in a light tone. "Why did you come to see me?" "I'm still the same as always, I'm neither going to die nor getting better." Zhao's mother. "Mom, I've come to give you some good news today." Zhao Linger looked at her mother with joy. "What's the good news?" Zhao's mother asked curiously. I have money now, you can get a kidney transplant. What? Do you know how much a kidney transplant costs? Where did you get so much money? Zhao's mother's tone revealed disbelief. She knew her family's situation and was also clear about how much her illness would cost. Given Linger's beauty, Zhao's mother was afraid that Linger would do something foolish for her sake if she wanted to raise enough money. Who knows what kind of perverted things those rich people might do? Linger, I'm not going to get treatment anymore. Please give the money back to them, Zhao's mother said, holding Zhao Linger's hands tightly, her voice urgent and pleading. Don't sacrifice your future for me. I'm not worth it. Zhao Linger knew immediately that her mother had misunderstood, so she had no choice but to patiently explain to her. Mom, I didn't do anything bad. It's like this, I can sing, so I live streamed myself singing on Douyin TikTok, and people were sending me gifts. A few days ago. Zhao Linger told her mother everything that had happened in the past few days, afraid that her mother wouldn't believe her. She even showed her chat history with Lin Fan, as well as records of Lin Fan sending her gifts. Finally, Zhao's mother believed that Zhao Linger had indeed earned enough money for the surgery in a short period of time, and even had a lot left over. I see. It seems you're quite lucky, Linger, you haven't run into any nasty people, Zhao's mother said with satisfaction, looking at her daughter. I saw in the news before that many people send gifts in order to meet up with female streamers and then ask them to do something. This Fan Bufan is actually a decent gentleman, you should definitely thank him properly when you have the chance. Yes, I will. Zhao Linger was also somewhat grateful that she had met Fan Bufan, otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do about Brother Chang's situation and her mother's illness. Perhaps, when all else fails, I might actually take that path. By the way, don't tell your father or your brother about this, Zhao's mother said solemnly, as if she had thought of something. If they find out, they'll definitely make a scene for you. Yes, I know, I won't tell them. Zhao Linger nodded. Her family used to be quite wealthy, but everything changed when she went to university. My father became addicted to gambling, and my younger brother started hanging out with the underworld. Even if my mother later developed uremia, the family would still be able to afford her treatment. But her father used it as gambling money, and in the end, he lost the house, the car, and everything else. He used to punch and kick his mother whenever she tried to persuade him to stop gambling. What's worse, he had accumulated a huge gambling debt and even considered selling himself to pay it off. The other party was a fat, over 50-something man. Heartbroken, Zhao Linger hid in the school and never went back. His younger brother was no better. He learned to smoke and fight in junior high school and spent his days following thugs around, bullying the weak. For a time, in order to please his older brother, he actually encouraged himself, the older sister, to spend a night with him. Having had these experiences, she naturally wouldn't tell the two of them about it. After talking with her mother for a while, Zhao Linger got up and planned to go find her mother's attending physician to discuss the issue of a kidney transplant. Zhao Linger gently knocked on the door of the attending physician's office. Director Wang, hello. I would like to know about my mother's recent situation. Director Wang is a middle-aged male doctor with a receding hairline. Director Wang put down his pen and gestured for her to sit down. You've come at the right time. Your mother's condition has been relatively stable recently. Through dialysis, some key indicators are under good control. But you must understand, this is only a temporary measure. I understand. Zhao Linger nodded. Dialysis is ultimately only a temporary solution. Given my mother's current health condition, what is the success rate of a kidney transplant? Director Wang frankly said, your mother's current indicators are maintaining well. Once a suitable kidney donor is found, the success rate of the surgery is quite considerable. Really? Zhao Linger's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, Director Wang nodded, then continued, but I must remind you again that the surgery and follow-up treatment are very expensive, Director Wang, you don't need to worry about the expenses at all. I've already raised enough money. Please submit the application for my mother now and put her on the waiting list for a kidney transplant. We can have the surgery anytime. Zhao Linger replied decisively. Oh? That's wonderful. Dr. Wang was very happy to hear that Zhao Linger's expenses had been raised, and immediately nodded, okay, then I'll submit the application now. But we still need to wait patiently. I understand, Director Wang. Zhao Linger smiled with relief, then asked, is there anything my mother needs to pay special attention to while we are waiting? Just keep things as they are, Director Wang advised. Emotional stability and a balanced diet are helpful for subsequent surgeries and recovery. Okay, thank you, Director Wang. Zhao Linger finally smiled with relief after receiving a clear answer. It was at this moment that her gratitude towards Lin Fan deepened even further. A warm feeling welled up in her heart, and a clear thought came to her, to ask him to meet and thank him properly. Chapter 45: The Battle in the Classroom. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Fan and Zhao Digang went to the classroom together. Next up is a long professional course, which happens to be Su Lingyue's class. Originally, Lin Fan didn't plan to go, but then he thought about how he still needed to increase Su Lingyue's favorability. It's best not to skip her class for now. I can always go over and play on my phone. Sun Pang looked up and saw Lin Fan walking into the classroom as if nothing had happened. He froze instantly, his mind going blank. That's not right. Last night he clearly went to see the notorious gang leader in the university town area in person. Half the money had already been paid as a deposit, and it was agreed that Lin Fan would be carried into the hospital horizontally first thing this morning. But now, Lin Fan is standing there perfectly fine, and his eyes are seemingly glancing at him. What does that mean? Why is he looking at me? Did he sense something? Lin Fan knew perfectly well that the group of people outside the school were hired by Sun Pang. He had originally planned to confront Sun Pang after beating up those people. But he was taken away by Lu Ruyan, and now he just happened to run into her. Having made his decision, Lin Fan stepped forward and walked up to Sun Pang. He patted him on the shoulder. Sun Pang, you hired those people from outside the school, right? Sun Pang stiffened, his neck rigid as he said in a strained voice, I don't know what you're talking about. It's okay if you don't know. After saying that, Lin Fan casually swiped his hand down his chest. Sun Pang looked at Lin Fan's actions with some curiosity, wondering what he was going to do. Then he vaguely felt an ant bite on his lower abdomen. After doing all this, Lin Fan looked at Sun Pang with a mysterious smile, then walked towards the back row without looking back. When Lin Fan acquired master-level medical skills, he bought a box of silver needles and accidentally brought one with him when he went out. Then, by accident, the needle pierced an acupoint on Sun Pang's lower abdomen. This acupoint won't be fatal, but from then on, he'll never be able to be tough again. Even if he goes to the hospital for a checkup, they will only assume that he has overindulged in sex and has erectile dysfunction, and that no matter what treatment he receives, it will not be cured. Meanwhile, Lin Meng saw Lin Fan walk in and head straight for Sun Pang, and she couldn't help but feel pleased. She thought that Lin Fan had approached Sun Pang because of her. Ding! Target Lin Meng's favorability increased by 25, current favorability, 30. Upon seeing the system information, Lin Fan was slightly surprised. How did this rejection sister suddenly gain more favorability? Lin Fan glanced at Lin Meng out of the corner of his eye and noticed that Lin Meng was staring at him, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Brother Fan, what were you whispering about with Sun Pang just now? It's nothing, I just asked about something, Lin Fan said casually. He then saw Zheng Yu and Shen Guanyuan sitting in the other row behind. The two were at opposite ends of the spectrum at that moment. One was beaming with joy, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. The other one looked gloomy and distressed, his brows furrowed, as if shrouded in dark clouds. The one with the worried look on his face was Zheng Yu. Lin Fan understood. It seemed that Ding Ningxuan had already broken up with Zheng Yu. At that moment, a beautiful figure appeared at the door. It was Ding Ningxuan. As soon as she entered the room, she stared straight at Lin Fan, then strode inside with her long, slender legs. When Shen Guanyuan saw Ding Ningxuan, he nudged Zheng Yu with his elbow and said, Brother Yu, your wife is here. Zheng Yu was annoyed, but as soon as he heard what Shen Guanyuan said, he immediately looked up. Just then, he saw Ding Ningxuan walk in, and he was immediately overjoyed. He knew that Ding Ningxuan wouldn't break up with him. He quickly stood up to greet Ding Ningxuan. Condensation. He managed to utter just one word of his name when it felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat, preventing him from making a single sound. Ding Ningxuan simply brushed past him as if he were invisible. Then he sat down next to Lin Fan. Why are you here? Lin Fan asked, looking at Ding Ningxuan sitting next to him. To be honest, he was a little surprised that Ding Ningxuan would come directly to teach him. I'm your woman, of course I'm here to accompany you to class. Ding Ningxuan said to Lin Fan with a gentle smile. Lin Fan was speechless, but he couldn't say anything. They were already here, he couldn't just kick them out. But then I thought about it again, and realized that the current situation was a perfect opportunity to slap Zheng Yu in the face. Thinking of this, he subconsciously glanced at Zheng Yu. At this moment, Zheng Yu's face was so gloomy it could drip water, and an unnamed fire surged within his chest, almost about to explode. He couldn't understand why Ding Ningxuan would get together with Lin Fan after breaking up with him. Moreover, he had never experienced such intimacy between the two of them before. There were plenty of discerning people in the classroom who didn't know that Ding Ningxuan had once been Zhang Yu's girlfriend. Given the current situation, anyone with eyes can see that her relationship with Lin Fan is extraordinary. For a moment, all sorts of inquisitive, curious, and gloating gazes swept back and forth between the three of them. The air was thick with the silent scent of gossip. Several girls sitting in the front row couldn't help but huddle together, exchanging information in hushed tones. Look, look! Why is Ding Ningxuan sitting with Lin Fan? My God, she even clung to Lin Fan's arm. Zhang Yu's face turned green. Could it be that Lin Fan pried open Zhang Yu's wall? I think it's probably been going on for a long time. Zhang Yu has been kept in the dark. TSK, I've never seen Ding Ningxuan be so considerate to Zhang Yu before. These whispered comments, like needles, pierced Zhang Yu's ears. He clenched his fist tightly, his nails digging deep into his palm. He stared intently at Lin Fan and Ding Ningxuan sitting side by side, his chest heaving violently, finally squeezing out 3 words through clenched teeth. Lin Fan! You! Lin Fan heard Zhang Yu calling him, turned around and looked at Zhang Yu. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Zhang Yu looked at Ding Ningxuan with red eyes. Ning Shuang, you broke up with me, and now you're with Lin Fan. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? What explanation do I have for you? I don't like you. I like Lin Fan. It's that simple. Ding Ningxuan didn't even glance at Zhang Yu, her eyes remained fixed on Lin Fan, unmoving. You? Zhang Yu was furious, then looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, what makes you think you have Ding Ningxuan? What can you give her? You're a poor peasant who barely has enough to eat. Do you expect her to suffer with you? Then, feigning deep affection, he looked at Ding Ningxuan and said, Ningxuan, let's not break up, okay? Didn't you want to buy a bag? I'll buy it for you. Don't play these petty games with me, okay? Finally, Ding Ningxuan looked at him, and he was secretly delighted, thinking to himself, I knew Ningxuan had feelings for me. She was just joking when she said she wanted to break up with me. What right does Lin Fan have to compete with me? However, he was completely wrong. Ding Ningxuan turned her attention to him because he called Lin Fan a peasant and insulted him. Who is Lin Fan? He's her father. This is something she cannot tolerate. Then she stood up and slapped Zhang Yu hard across the face. Smack. Chapter 46, A Belated Reward. Smack. This slap not only stunned Zhang Yu, but also stunned everyone present. Even Lin Fan didn't expect that Ding Ningxuan would fight Zhang Yu for him. Ding. Target Ding Ningxuan's favorability plus 30, current favorability, 80. Ding Ningxuan's favorability level has been detected at 60. An achievement reward of 80 points will be awarded. 60 favorability points achievement reward, 100 million dragon coins. Ding Ningxuan's favorability level has been detected to be 70. Achievement reward of 70 will be awarded. 70 affinity points achievement reward, master level culinary skill. Ding Ningxuan's favorability level has been detected at 80. An achievement reward of 80 will be awarded. 80 affection points achievement reward, invulnerability to all poisons. Just then, a series of system messages came through. Hey, isn't this reward a bit late? Shouldn't it have arrived last night? Lin Fan questioned the system in his mind. Forgot. Since that's the case, shouldn't you give me some compensation? Lin Fan was surprised that the system actually responded, and so confidently at that. He immediately took advantage of the situation to see if he could swindle some compensation. However, the system did not respond this time. No one else noticed anything unusual about the interaction between Lin Fan and the system. However, there was much discussion about Ding Ningxuan hitting Zhang Yu. Ding Ningxuan actually hit someone? She doesn't seem like the type to do that. Zhang Yu deserved it. Who told him to be so foul-mouthed? A boy said in a low voice. But that slap was really hard. It seems that Ding Ningxuan really cares about Lin Fan and is willing to take action in public for his sake. Zhang Yu has really lost face now. His ex-girlfriend embarrassed him in public for her new love. I've disliked Zhang Yu for a long time. He's always showing off how much money his family has. Zhang Yu staggered back half a step, and a clear finger mark quickly appeared on his left cheek. The burning pain instantly brought him back to his senses. He stared at Ding Ningxuan in disbelief, his eyes bloodshot with shock and anger. He never imagined that his only physical contact with Ding Ningxuan would be when she slapped him. You dare hit me? His voice trembled with rage, his face contorted into a near grotesque expression. Ding Ningxuan met his gaze without fear, her tone icy. You can criticize me, but you absolutely cannot slander Lin Fan. He clenched his fists instinctively, the veins on his arms bulging, as if he were about to throw a punch at anyone. But when he caught a glimpse of the disdainful or amused looks from his classmates, his last shred of reason forced him to suppress the urge to attack. Fine, very good. He gritted his teeth, forcing out a chilling voice, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Ding Ningxuan and Lin Fan. Then she suddenly turned her attention to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, are you just hiding behind a woman, like a coward? Lin Fan raised his head and glanced disdainfully at Zheng Yu, but still pulled Ding Ningxuan to sit down, then stood up and looked at Zheng Yu. What do you want? When he stood fully upright, he was nearly half a head taller than Zheng Yu. His eyes were calm and expressionless, yet they carried an invisible sense of pressure. This made Zheng Yu somewhat frightened, and he took half a step back. Seeing his boss at a disadvantage, Chen Guanyuan slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Lin Fan, what do you mean? Stealing my brother Yu's girlfriend? Lin Fan glanced at him sideways. Go play in the mud, you idiot, you're being sold out and you're still counting the money for the seller. But before he could finish speaking, Zheng Yu pulled him back. He realized what Lin Fan meant when he heard Lin Fan's words. Lin Fan must also know about his affair with Wu Lulu. If this continues, Lin Fan might just expose the whole thing. At that time, I will be even more embarrassed. So I had no choice but to let it go for now and wait for the right opportunity to get my revenge. Zhang Yu's face turned pale. Under the very gazes of the crowd, he mustered his last shred of dignity and pointed at Lin Fan. You just wait. After uttering those harsh words, he left the classroom without looking back, and didn't even attend the next class. When Sun Peng saw Lin Fan and Zheng Yu getting into a conflict, he was internally shouting for them to fight, but Zheng Yu suddenly backed down and ran away. This disappointed Sun Peng somewhat. But then came overwhelming joy, because with Ding Ningxuan, Lin Meng would still be his. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to thank Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu Rini's area. Lin Meng watched from afar as Lin Fan and Ding Ningxuan became intimate, and what happened afterward. Her fingers unconsciously tightened slowly, and a void clenched in her heart. The matter only came to an end when Zheng Yu fled the classroom in a panic. As soon as Lin Fan sat down, Zhao Digang pulled him aside and asked, Brother Fan, what's going on? How did Ding Ningxuan become your girlfriend? Of course I'm handsome. Lin Fan did not deny that Ding Ningxuan was his girlfriend, as Zhao Digang had said. What's the point of him denying it now? Nobody will believe that. Ding Ningxuan was also secretly delighted and buried Lin Fan's arm tightly in her soft spot. He chuckled and said, Yeah, Lin Fan is so handsome. I was blind before I could appreciate him. You're awesome. Zhao Digang was fed a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection, and then gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. My mood, which had already improved, became even more depressed. She had just broken up with her boyfriend, while Lin Fan had found such a beautiful girlfriend. The key is that Lin Fan still has money. What's wrong with him? Ding Ningxuan asked, puzzled by Zhao Digang's reaction. Lin Fan then briefly told her about Zhao Digang's online romance with a man and how he was scammed out of 1,000 yuan. Ah? Ding Ningxuan gasped softly, instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes instantly filled with sympathy. So tragic. Lin Fan nodded, gestured for her to keep her voice down, and whispered, he knows he cares about his reputation, so don't tell anyone. Yes, I understand. Ding Ningxuan nodded knowingly and made a sealing gesture. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the school bell rang on time. Su Lingyue walked into the classroom carrying her lesson plan, her gaze habitually sweeping across the entire room. Suddenly, her gaze stopped next to Lin Fan, where a girl with an exceptionally beautiful appearance was sitting. Judging from their demeanor, anyone could tell that their relationship was extraordinary. For some reason, Su Lingyue suddenly remembered that a few days ago in the office, Lin Fan had domineeringly declared that he wanted her to be his woman. A strange, inexplicable feeling of sadness welled up inside me, and my fingers on the podium unconsciously tightened. She lowered her eyelashes and smiled coldly to herself. Men, they've already fallen for someone else after just a few days. As expected, Li Wanyu would never betray her. She quickly composed herself, opened the roster, and her cool voice echoed in the classroom. When Zhang Yu was called, no one responded for 3 consecutive times. For some reason, she was in a bad mood and deducted Zhang Yu's participation score to 0. Chapter 47 Xiao Nailan. Su Lingyue finished the entire class absent-mindedly. The bell rang, and the students left one after another. Lin Fan was about to get up when he saw Su Lingyue standing on the podium, her cold gaze fixed on him. Lin Fan, come to my office. Her tone was calm and even, revealing no emotion. Ding Ningxuan looked at Lin Fan with a puzzled expression. He patted her hand reassuringly and said in a low voice, "It's okay, you can go back first." In the office, Su Lingyue placed the lesson plan on the table and turned to look at Lin Fan, who had followed her in. Today, Su Lingyue was dressed as usual, with her long legs encased in black stockings and wearing a pair of red-soled high heels. "Is that girl your girlfriend?" she asked bluntly, her voice revealing neither joy nor anger. Lin Fan didn't answer directly. Instead, he took a step forward, a playful smile playing on his lips. "Is Teacher Su so concerned about my private life?" Su Lingyue was forced to take a half step back, her waist resting against the edge of the desk. She tried to remain calm. "I'm just reminding you not to let it affect your studies." "Really?" Lin Fan took another step closer, lifting her fair chin. "Then it seems Teacher Su still cares about me. Why are you considering another option?" Su Lingyue's cheeks flushed instantly, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She turned her face away and whispered, "I've looked into your situation from your file. Your circumstances are special. You have no one to rely on in society. If you don't study hard and find a good job, it will be very difficult for you to establish yourself in this society." Lin Fan chuckled softly. "Oh? Is that so? I thought the teacher wanted to change her mind about her last choice and pick something else." Then, changing the subject, he added, "But I welcome the teacher to change their mind at any time." After saying that, he straightened up and took 2 steps back casually. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going now, Teacher Su." Only after the office door closed gently did Su Lingyue slowly slide into the chair, pressing her hand to her still wildly pounding heart. "What happened?" "I called him to my office because of the time he tricked me." "How did it turn out like this?" Ding. Target Su Lingyue's favorability increased by 5, current favorability, 55. Seeing that another 5 had been added to the price, Lin Fan smiled slightly. This Teacher Su was truly special. Smack! A young man with a sinister face slammed a stack of photos onto the coffee table. The photo clearly shows Lu Ruyan and Lin Fan dining together and walking side by side. They even entered Lu Ruyan's residence together, and there were consecutive scenes of her sending Lin Fan to Jiangcheng University. Judging from the angle of the shot, the two appeared to be behaving intimately, suggesting a close relationship. "You mean," the young man said coldly, his fingertips tapping heavily on one of the photos taken at the foot of the apartment building. "Lu Ruyan took this man back to her residence, and they stayed there for several hours?" "Yes, young Master Xiao," the subordinate standing to the side replied respectfully. "Our people have confirmed that from the time they went in to the time they left, it took a total of 2 hours and 42 minutes. Xiao Hui's eyes suddenly turned terrifying, and he clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles cracked. "Fine, very well." He laughed in anger, his tone revealing a dangerous signal. "This Lu family really doesn't respect our Xiao family at all. They want to establish a relationship with us through marriage, but they're secretly fooling around with pretty boys. Send these photos to the Lu family," Xiao Huahua ordered coldly. "Yes." The subordinate responded and stepped forward to put away the photos. "Wait." Xiao Huahua suddenly raised his hand to stop him, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. "No need, this time I will come in person." He bent down and picked out the photos from the scattered pictures, including one of Lu Ruyan having dinner with Lin Fan and another of them being sent to Jiangcheng University. He spoke slowly and deliberately, "I want to see with my own eyes what kind of explanation the Lu family can give me." Lin Fan hadn't gone far from the school gate when his phone rang. It was a local, unfamiliar number. Lin Fan found it a bit strange, but he still answered the call. Before he could even ask, a voice so soft it seemed like it could be squeezed to drip water came through the receiver. "Honey. Where have you been? You haven't come to see me in so long, you rascal." The sharp, hushed tone of Fan Baobei from across the room immediately sent shivers down Lin Fan's spine. Who is this woman? Did she dial the wrong number? I've already met Ding Ningxuan and Lu Ruyan today, and Yi Shiyun wouldn't talk to me like this. Lin Fan quickly went through all the women he was involved with in his mind, but couldn't find a match. Seeing that Lin Fan remained silent for a long time, the person opposite him was slightly dissatisfied and said in a somewhat resentful tone, "Lin Fan, you haven't forgotten me, have you? Well, after all, I'm getting old, it's normal for you to forget me. Older? A sudden thought flashed through Lin Fan's mind. Could it be her? Lin Fan immediately replied with a smile, his tone natural and affectionate. How could I forget? Even if I forget myself, I would never forget my sister. And my older sister doesn't look old at all, she looks no different from a girl in her mid-20s. Hee, my husband still got a sharp tongue. The beauty across from him chuckled, then said, So, are you free today, my husband? I'll be waiting for you at Jiang Taixuan. After saying that, the other end of the phone hung up. Lin Fan stared at his phone, standing silently for a moment. He guessed that the person who called must be Xiao Nailan, whom he had never met and did not know what she looked like. I definitely have to go, otherwise the matter with Lu Ruyan will be difficult to resolve. Now his only hope is that the system won't betray him. As long as that Xiao Nailan isn't too ugly, for Lu Ruyan's sake, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and turned off the lights. It was all the same. Jiangcheng, Jiang Taixuan. Lin Fan parked the Lamborghini smoothly in the parking space. As soon as he got out of the car, his gaze was drawn to the figure standing quietly waiting not far away. The woman was tall, wore glasses, had a high nose bridge, and fair skin. The air of someone who has long held a high position exudes an air of elegance and nobility. Xiao Nailan, age, 45, height, 168 centimeters, weight, 52 kilograms, favorability, 100. Battery health, 100%, single status, yes. Appearance, 93, charisma, 98, figure, 91, already bound. Additional information, usually lives alone in an empty house skilled at mining. Seeing the woman before him, and the information given by the Eye of Insight, Lin Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his system father hadn't treated him and his second brother badly. But why is there no reward even though the favorability rating is 100? The system has forcibly upgraded the system, which does not qualify for the reward. Lin Fan. The figure seemed to have spotted Lin Fan, and a look of joy immediately appeared in its eyes. They rushed towards Lin Fan without waiting. Chapter 48. The spring is under attack. Lin Fan felt a fragrant breeze waft over, and a soft, warm body crashed straight into his arms. Honey, you finally arrived. Lin Fan was at a loss for words. To be honest, this was the first time Lin Fan had ever met Xiao Nailan. He was curious about what method the system had used to make this woman of such high status so familiar and intimate with him. Even in public, she, the municipal party secretary, would throw herself into his arms without any concern for others finding out. Lin Fan gently held her shoulders, creating a slight distance between them, and lowered his voice to say, This is outside. Given your status, it would be bad if someone saw you like this. It's okay, I'm not afraid. Xiao Nailan looked up at Lin Fan and shook her head. Helpless, Lin Fan could only say softly, Let's go inside first. Xiao Nailan smiled sweetly, naturally took his arm, and affectionately led him inside. After entering the room, Lin Fan was able to see Xiao Nailan clearly with the help of the light. Judging solely by appearance, Xiao Nailan might be slightly less attractive than Lu Ruyan or Lin Meng. Her skin looks great, she looks no different from a girl in her 20s. It seems that the unintentional praise I gave earlier was not praise at all, but the truth. Moreover, having held a high position for a long time, her demeanor is something that others cannot match. The information provided by the Eye of Insight also proves this point. His temperament, scoring 98 points, was the highest he had ever seen, far ahead of others. Just thinking about the chance to conquer her, Lin Fan's blood was instantly pumping with excitement at the thought of that noble air she exuded. Seeing that Lin Fan was staring at her without saying a word, Xiao Nailan looked at her directly and asked, Husband, what's wrong? Lin Fan looked at her face, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. The system said before that Xiao Nailan was completely devoted to him, so it must be true, right? He made up his mind, the bold will thrive, the timid will starve. 3 years is nothing to worry about. He reached out and pinched Xiao Nailan's cheek, then kissed her alluring red lips fiercely. What followed was a fight between the two of them. You tore off one of my clothes, and I tear off one of your pants. For a time, the fight was fierce and evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Xiao Huohuo was on his way to the Lu family's house in a Rolls-Royce. Suddenly I felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. Uncle Fu, could you please turn off the air conditioning? Xiao Huohuo said to the driver in the front seat. Yes, young master. Uncle Fu was a little puzzled. Usually, the young master would turn on the air conditioning when he rode in the car, and the temperature was always the same. Why are you suddenly turning off the air conditioner today? Although Mr. Fu was puzzled, he still turned off the air conditioner. Xiao Huahua herself didn't know what was going on. Just a moment ago, she felt as if a stranger had suddenly forced his way into the room where she had once lived. They forcibly kicked me out, and then brazenly moved in. That feeling of helplessness is awful. Not knowing the reason, he could only blame it on Lu Ruyan's pretty boy. It was he who bewitched Lu Ruyan, causing her to hesitate to agree to the marriage alliance. Thinking of this, he asked Uncle Fu, how much longer until we reach the Lu family? Almost there, young master, just half an hour's journey left. Uncle Fu replied respectfully immediately. Jiang Taixuan, Xiao Neilan's bedroom. At this moment, Xiao Neilan was panting heavily, her face flushed and a satisfied expression on her face as she lay in Lin Fan's arms. Honey, you're amazing. I've never felt this way before. At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly had some doubts. Had he seen it wrong before? Then he cast another eye of insight. Xiao Neilan, age, 45, height, 168 centimeters, weight, 52.01 kilograms, favorability, 100. Battery health, 99%, single status, no. Appearance, 93, charisma, 98, figure, 91, already bound. Additional information, usually lives alone in an empty house skilled at mining. When he saw that his health was 99%, he was certain that he had not misread it before it had been 100%. But she clearly has a son named Xiao Huahua, so is this another adoption drama? But that doesn't make sense. A wealthy and prestigious family like the Xiao family. How could someone adopt a child designated as an heir when they don't have any biological children? So he tentatively asked, I heard you have a son? Xiao Neilan nodded calmly, that's right, I have a son named Xiao Huahua. The son's father. He passed away 15 years ago. These are exactly the same things Lu Ruyan told him before. Xiao Neilan paused for a moment, then continued in detail, Xiao Huahua was actually conceived through in vitro fertilization. Back then, my father forced me to go on blind dates, but none of those men would become live-in sons-in-law. I had my own ambitions. Actually, I know that the old man is forcing me to get married because he hopes that I will have a stable family, which will make my career path smoother. Xiao Neilan seemed to have been lying in that position for too long, so she rolled over and pressed her whole body against Lin Fan, and continued. Later, a friend advised me to just find someone decent looking to be my live-in son-in-law, since feelings can be cultivated. Finally, after investigating various aspects, I found Xiao Huahua's father, but I made an agreement with him beforehand. He couldn't touch me. He could have mistresses outside, but no one could know, because it would affect my career. Later, to appease my father, I went through IVF with him. After Xiao Neilan finished speaking, Lin Fan finally understood how Xiao Huahua came to be. Lin Fan subconsciously pressed on, how did Xiao Huahua's father die? Without hesitation, Xiao Neilan replied, I killed him. Lin Fan froze, a chill running down his spine. This woman had actually killed her nominal husband? Will she, in the future? Tongzi's dad, are you really that devoted to him? If Baodu were unreliable, he wouldn't have listened to you so much and told you about this. Lin Fan, thank you. Xiao Neilan keenly noticed Lin Fan's unusual behavior, raised her head, and squinted at Lin Fan. Are you wondering if I'll kill you someday? Lin Fan, of course, would never admit it, and immediately shook his head vigorously. How could that be? You must have had a reason for killing him. He can only pray now that this unwavering devotion is genuine. How could I possibly bear to kill you? You are my life. Xiao Neilan gently rubbed her face against Lin Fan's, and as she spoke, she tightened her grip on Lin Fan's arms. Then they began to explain the truth of what happened back then. The reason I killed him was because he was promiscuous and got AIDS. Ha! Lin Fan was immediately dumbfounded. I was in a crucial position at the time and needed to take another step forward, but at the same time there were many competitors. Although I had my father behind me, they were not without powerful backers as well. Chapter 49 demanding an explanation. I don't know how many eyes are watching me. If they find out that person has AIDS, it will become a weapon to attack me and the Xiao family. Originally, I didn't intend to kill him, I just wanted him to go abroad, but for some reason, he just wouldn't agree. So I only have two options, either get a divorce or make him disappear completely. There was no other way, so in the end I had a trusted confidant tamper with his car and then frame one of my competitors. In the end, he died in a traffic accident, and while the evidence didn't do much harm to my competitors, it rendered him unable to compete with me. And I, as the nominal victim's family member, naturally and smoothly took over. Don't you think I'm cruel? As she finished speaking, Xiao Nailan straightened up, looked at Lin Fan, and a hint of worry was in her eyes. However, seeing her like this made Lin Fan swallow hard at this moment. She was completely naked. She sat on Lin Fan's waist, her graceful curves fully exposed under the light. How could that be? This society is inherently dog-eat-dog. There's nothing wrong with protecting yourself. As long as you don't harm innocent people, it's fine. Lin Fan stood up and hugged her, his palm against her smooth back, and gently comforted her. If you have to blame someone, blame him for his own immoral private life, leaving such a big handle on him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nailan's eyes welled up with tears. She looked up at Lin Fan, her cheeks slightly flushed, her voice soft and sweet. I've been thinking about it again. After saying that, she pushed Lin Fan backward. Clang, clang. That's why I say villas are bad. You can hear the construction noise clearly, it's not soundproof at all. I'm not buying it. Lu family villa. Mr. and Mrs. Lu sat upright on the living room sofa, their posture ramrod straight, their eyes occasionally glancing towards the door. They had previously received a message from Uncle Xiao Jiafu saying that young Master Xiao Huahua wanted to pay a personal visit. The news overjoyed the couple, and they immediately found an excuse to call their daughter, Lu Ruyan, back from work. The two of them haven't arrived yet. Lu's mother couldn't help but lower her voice, her tone tinged with urgency. Why hasn't Ruyan arrived yet? Young Master Xiao should be here soon too. If we miss her. Just then, the faint sound of a car engine could be heard outside the courtyard. The two men's expressions tightened, and they quickly stood up and walked to the door. A Rolls-Royce pulled up at the door, and a young man got out of the back seat. It was Xiao Huahua. Upon seeing that the person who came was Xiao Huahua, Lu's mother subconsciously straightened her clothes, while Lu's father cleared his throat and quickly put on a fawning smile. Young Master Zhao's presence is truly an honor to our humble abode. Mr. Lu quickly stepped forward and warmly extended his hand. Please come in, please come in. Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, I'm sorry to bother you. His tone was flat, lacking any warmth. He then walked past them and went straight into the house. Mr. Lu hurriedly followed, his face still beaming with a smile. Young Master Xiao, you've arrived at this hour, you probably haven't eaten yet, right? Why don't we go to the restaurant first? No need, Xiao Huahua refused coldly, without stopping. Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu behind him exchanged a quick glance, both seeing the confusion and underlying unease in each other's eyes. Then, Xiao Huahua looked around. Why don't I see Ruyan? Isn't she home? Oh. She was at work earlier, but I called her back. She should be on her way now. Xiao Huahua nodded, then looked at the two people standing opposite her and said coldly, You two certainly have a good daughter. At this moment, Lu's parents did not understand Xiao Huahua's implied meaning, and their faces immediately lit up with smiles. Yes, we've never had to worry about Ruyan much since she was little. She's been very excited these past few days because she heard she's going to marry young Master Xiao. Bang! Xiao Huahua slammed his hand on the coffee table and shouted, Lu Changhe, do you think I'm a fool or do you look down on the Xiao family? Lu Changhe's expression also turned somewhat unpleasant at this moment. Being called by his name loudly by a junior was a bit embarrassing. Seeing this, Lu's mother hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over, her tone filled with fear and confusion. Young Master Xiao? What does this mean? How could we possibly look down on young Master Xiao and the Xiao family? Heh, still trying to deny it. Xiao Huahua sneered, suddenly pulled two photos from her pocket, and slammed them onto the coffee table. Take a good look at the daughter you all say doesn't cause you any trouble. What has she actually done? Lu Changhe and his wife subconsciously looked down. With just one glance, their pupils contracted sharply, and all color drained from their faces. The photo clearly captures Lu Ruyan behaving intimately with a strange man. Lu's mother quickly covered her mouth with her hand to stop herself from screaming. Lu Changhe felt a surge of heat rush to his head, his vision blurred, and he felt as if the whole world was spinning. You should know that the Lu family wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Xiao family. Originally, the Lu family was not qualified to be associated with the Xiao family at all, but Xiao Huahua took a liking to Lu Ruyan. Everything was in progress, and all that was left was for the two parties to sit down and talk. Now that this has happened, forget about the marriage alliance. We might even face retaliation from Xiao Huahua. Shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation? This. Mother Lu's voice trembled, and she was speechless for a moment. Lu Changhe then came to his senses. Young Master Xiao, please don't misunderstand. How could Ruyan do such a thing? It must be someone with ulterior motives who disapproved of the marriage alliance between the Lu and Xiao families, and that's why they used such methods. Yes, this photo must be a composite. Mrs. Lu hurriedly chimed in, that's right, this photo is definitely a composite. The technology these days is so realistic it's hard to tell the difference. Young Master Xiao, you must investigate carefully. Composite? Xiao Huahua scoffed, his eyes growing colder. These photos were taken by my trusted confidant, and he witnessed them firsthand. Mother Lu immediately became anxious. Lu Changhe said, young Master Xiao, why don't we wait for Ruyan to return and ask her directly how she is? If it's true, I'll definitely punish Ruyan severely, make her break up with that man, and then confine her at home until the day of her engagement. How about that? Xiao Huahua's expression softened slightly at this moment, and he nodded. But in reality, he sneered inwardly, with what Lu Ruyan has done so far, she thinks she can marry into my Xiao family? I just want to humiliate her properly later. The thought of Lu Ruyan spending several hours with that strange man at her residence fueled her jealousy. He secretly vowed to make Lu Ruyan pay for today's humiliation. He wanted to see her set aside all her pride and submit to him in a humble and submissive manner. And that arrogant brat, let him just watch. See how he gradually conquered and possessed the goddess in his heart. Chapter 50 Threat. Just as the atmosphere in the Lu family's living room was easing, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Lu Ruyan pushed open the door and entered, her face still showing the hurriedness of rushing back from outside. Dad, Mom, why did you call me back so urgently? Before she could finish speaking, she saw Xiao Huahua sitting in the main seat. Lu Ruyan's face instantly darkened, and she loudly questioned her parents, what do you mean by this? You tricked me into coming home just to see him? Mr. and Mrs. Lu were immediately embarrassed. Lu's mother nervously wrung her hands, stepped forward, and took her daughter's arm, her voice pleading. Ruyan, we had no choice. It was because young Master Xiao suddenly visited our home that I had to call you back first. Father Lu cleared his throat, trying to ease the tension. After all, the Xiao family is going to form a marriage alliance with us, so we have to give them this much face. Give me face? Lu Ruyan sneered, shaking off her mother's hand. So you're willing to sacrifice my happiness to pave the way for your careers, one in politics and the other in business? She took a step back, her icy gaze sweeping over her parents' instantly pale faces, her voice trembling uncontrollably. What you're doing is no different from selling your daughter. It really disgusts me. These words were like knives, piercing deep into the hearts of Lu's parents. After Lu Ruyan finished speaking, she was about to leave, but her mother held her tightly with both hands and wouldn't let go. Ruyan, please don't go, I'm begging you. Lu Changhe suddenly rushed forward and slapped Lu Ruyan hard across the face. Lu Changhe's finger trembled violently as he pointed at his daughter, his voice distorted with anger. How could you say that about your parents? We did all this for your own good, didn't we? For my own good? For my own good, you mean making me marry someone I don't love? Lu Ruyan touched her slapped cheek, her reddened eyes filled with stubbornness. Don't tell me you don't know what this person did in the past. You can drag your own daughter into this mess, so what am I afraid to say? These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Lu Changhe's head. He staggered back half a step, a hint of guilt flashing across his face, but it was quickly replaced by anger. Enough! I didn't come here to watch you put on a melodramatic show. Xiao Huahua suddenly raised her voice, interrupting the family argument. Lu Ruyan suddenly turned her head, her voice filled with undisguised disgust. What do you mean? What do I mean? Xiao Huahua's lips curled into a mocking smile, then she pointed to the photos on the coffee table. You'd better explain what's going on with these photos. When Lu Ruyan's gaze swept over the scattered photos on the coffee table, her expression suddenly changed. She looked up abruptly, her eyes blazing with fury. You actually sent someone to follow me? Following? Xiao Huahua scoffed, his tone nonchalant. Our Xiao family is, after all, one of the leading wealthy families in Jiangnan province. Naturally, we would want to know a woman's background before she is chosen. This is just a routine investigation. That I'm not qualified. Lu Ruyan looked at him mockingly, as if she had grasped something. In that case, let's just call off the marriage proposal. Forget it? Xiao Huahua's eyes suddenly turned cold. Do you think the Xiao family is someone to be trifled with? No one has ever been able to get away unscathed after offending the Xiao family. What do you mean by that? Lu Ruyan frowned. The marriage alliance is just talk, it's never been formally arranged. How could it offend the Xiao family? Mentioned verbally? Xiao Huahua stood up, his voice laced with pressure. Now, every prominent family in Jiangcheng knows that the Xiao and Lu families are about to be united by marriage. Do you think that at this point, you can still casually pretend that nothing happened? Upon seeing this, Lu's mother hurriedly stepped forward. Ruyan, who exactly is the man in this photo? Is he just your colleague? While speaking, he subtly reminded Lu Ruyan from behind with small gestures. Then Lu Ruyan, as if she hadn't noticed anything, said, "No, he's my man." Lu's parents and Xiao Huahua's faces immediately turned ashen. Although Xiao Huahua knew that the relationship between the two was unusual, when Lu Ruyan personally admitted it, jealousy burned in her heart. "Ha, Ruyan, you're really good at joking. Have you been working so hard that your brain has gone foggy?" Mother Lu stared at Ruyan, blinking her eyes wildly. Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, word by word, "No, I know exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying he's my man." "Ha, very good," Xiao Huahua laughed angrily. "Now that you've admitted it, things are much easier. What do you want to do?" Lu Ruyan frowned, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Xiao Huahua curled her lips into a sinister smile. "Let me tell you, the marriage will continue. If you don't want to, then that man you're talking about, guess what will happen? If you dare to hurt him, I will never let you get away with it." Lu Ruyan shouted at Xiao Huahua, her voice trembling with fear. "Not letting me go? Why not? With your status as a lowly police officer in a university town? Or are you planning to crush me in bed? Ha 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 ha." Xiao Huahua's unrestrained gaze swept over her, and he burst into laughter, making no attempt to conceal the insults in his words. Lu's parents, seeing Xiao Huahua insulting their daughter like this, clenched their fists, but eventually let go. "I will not marry him," she said softly, but her tone was unusually firm. "Unless I die." "Death?" Xiao Huahua sneered, looking at Lu Ruyan and threatening, "If you die, then this man has no reason to live. You two can be a pair of star-crossed lovers in the underworld." Lu Ruyan was so angry that she trembled all over, and her beautiful eyes almost spit fire. She stared intently at Xiao Huahua and said, enunciating each word clearly, "Xiao Huahua, you are a complete scumbag." Instead of getting angry, Xiao Huahua smiled and slowly adjusted his cuffs. "So what? Who in the entire Jiangcheng can do anything to me? Who dares to do anything to me?" He turned to look at Lu Changhe and his wife, his tone suddenly becoming lighter. "Let's set the wedding date for the 1st of next month. In the meantime, please give Ruyan some advice and encouragement." After saying that, he gave Lu Ruyan a meaningful look, then turned and walked away. The moment the door closed, Lu Ruyan felt as if all her strength had been drained, and she staggered back 2 steps. Looking at her parents, who seemed hesitant to speak, she suddenly felt that the home she had lived in for over 20 years was strangely unfamiliar and chilling. This was the first time she had ever felt so helpless. It's bad enough that he's mired in his own mess, but now he's dragged Lin Fan into it too. That's the Xiao family that has deep roots and influence in Jiangcheng, and can control everything with a single hand. No matter how powerful Lin Fan is, he is still just an ordinary person. How could he possibly fight against a behemoth like the Xiao family? Perhaps he shouldn't have acted so recklessly that night, and now Lin Fan has to pay the price for his recklessness. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan fell to the ground, her eyes devoid of any light. Chapter 51 Goddess Slaying Technique. With a cold face, Mr. Lu waved his hand at the maid. "Take Miss back to her room. She is not allowed to step out of the room before the wedding. Also, confiscate her phone." 2 servants quickly stepped forward, one on each side, and carefully supported Lu Ruyan's arms. She didn't struggle or say a word, letting them lead her away from the living room, like a soulless puppet. Perhaps, this is her fate. What good will it do to defy fate? Her resistance alone will only bring utter destruction to those she cares about. If marrying Xiao Huahua could ensure Lin Fan's safety, then perhaps that was the only thing she could do for him. The door closed gently behind me. Lu Ruyan leaned against the door and slowly slid down to the ground, finally closing her eyes and letting warm tears fall silently. "Goodbye, Lin Fan." The next morning, at 7 o'clock. Lin Fan opened his eyes. The outside light was so bright it hurt his eyes a little. Xiao Nailan had already gotten up, packed her clothes, and was getting ready for work. Lin Fan had to admire him. He'd stayed up almost all night and only slept for 3 hours. Xiao Nailan is still able to get up on time for work. "Honey, you're awake? Did I wake you up?" Xiao Nailan finished dressing and turned around to see Lin Fan staring intently at her with his eyes open. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but Xiao Nailan looked even more radiant this morning than yesterday. Despite having only slept for 3 hours, her face showed no signs of fatigue, but instead radiated a healthy, rosy glow. You were exhausted last night, aren't you sleepy? Lin Fan turned to look at her. Xiao Neilan's ears turned slightly red, and she gave him a reproachful look. That's all your fault, but I've been waking up at this time for decades, I'm used to it. Why don't you get some more sleep? Xiao Neilan advised softly, her eyes filled with concern. After all, Lin Fan was much more tired than he was last night. However, she was unaware that Lin Fan possessed the golden kidney body, granting him limitless energy. Even if he only sleeps for 3 hours, or even if he stays up all night, he is still full of energy. He shook his head. I'm still young, I'm not sleepy. Xiao Neilan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then smiled gently. Indeed, he was young. If it weren't for my years of regular exercise, I wouldn't have been able to endure working all night. Alright, let's grab it and have breakfast together. Xiao Neilan smiled helplessly. Lin Fan quickly washed up and came to the living room. Xiao Neilan was already eating when she saw Lin Fan come over. She pulled out the chair next to her and patted it, saying, Honey, sit here. It was half an hour later when I left Xiao Neilan's house. Laren Fan had originally intended to take Xiao Neilan to work, but was refused. The reason given was that Lin Fan's car was too flashy, especially since he was going to a government office. With nothing else to do, Lin Fan had no choice but to return to his school dormitory. As soon as Zhao Digang saw Lin Fan enter, he quickly pushed Lin Fan into a chair. Under Lin Fan's questioning gaze, Zhao Digang massaged his legs and shoulders with great attentiveness. Stop, Lin Fan said, getting goosebumps from his antics, and quickly interrupted, What do you want to do? It's like this, I want to know how you won over Dingning Xuan, I want to learn from your experience. Zhao Digang rubbed his hands together like a fly. That's it? Lin Fan looked at him dismissively. First of all, you have to have my looks. Zhao Digang looked at Lin Fan's face. This kid was indeed excessively handsome, almost as handsome as the readers. Then, thinking about his own appearance, he lowered his head and asked, Is there a playstyle that doesn't rely on character modeling? There is another way to play without relying on modeling, but you can't do it either. Lin Fan stroked his chin. What kind of tactics? Zhao Digang asked hastily. He had had enough of being single for over 20 years, otherwise he wouldn't have been so easily deceived in an online romance. Eat the economy. The expectant look in his eyes froze instantly. Zhao Digang looked at Lin Fan, feeling like crying, realizing that he really couldn't rely on the economy. Don't I deserve sweet love? Seeing the disappointment in Zhao Digang's eyes, Lin Fan said, I have another plan that might suit you. A glimmer of hope instantly ignited in Zhao Digang's eyes. Brother Fan, please tell me. You've never had a girlfriend before, so the previous two approaches really aren't suitable for you. Therefore, given your current situation, you need to practice more on how to pursue girls. How do I practice? First, don't be a simp. Money is for women to see, not for them to spend, unless you reach my level. What level of cultivation are you at? I don't care about money. To me, money is just a number. Second, don't fixate on one tree. If someone doesn't come out after 3 invitations, just move on to the next target. Master, speak slowly, I can't remember them all. Zhao Digang picked up his notebook and frantically jotted down key points on the computer screen. He wasn't even this focused during class. Third, you're casting a wide net to catch many fish. Is that all the energy you have? Isn't it normal to flirt with 10 or 8 at the same time? Finally, and most importantly, kill the ugly ones. Ha! Master, why are the ugly ones killed? Idiot, just kill the ugly ones. After killing them all, the pretty ones will come along. Just don't kill the ugly ones. Alright, that's about all for today's lesson. Now it's time for practice. Zhao Digang nodded solemnly, then saved the knowledge points from the computer, encrypted them, and named the file Zhao's Goddess Slaying Skill. Finally, a hidden folder was also set up. As Lin Fan watched his series of actions, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he had completely fooled Zhao Digang. At this moment, Chen Guanyuan, who was sleeping in bed, woke up and saw Lin Fan there. He immediately shouted, Lin Fan, how dare you touch my brother Yu's girlfriend? If brother Yu hadn't stopped me yesterday, I'd have taught you a lesson. You're quite loyal to your brother Yu, aren't you? Lin Fan glanced at him, his tone sarcastic. I'll post your story of stealing your roommate's boyfriend on the confession wall right now, and I'll ruin your reputation. Lin Fan didn't care, but if he actually posted it, Ding Ningxuan would also be criticized. Although he only had physical feelings for Ding Ningxuan, she was still his woman. Hee, do you think Zheng Yu would beat you up on the spot if he knew you posted the white wall? What do you mean? Chen Guanyuan frowned. He had exposed them, and Zheng Yu should have been happy, so why was he hitting him? Don't try to fool me. Are you kidding me? Lin Fan slowly stood up. You two are really a match made in heaven. One provides Zheng Yu with emotional value, and the other gives him physical pleasure. You work together quite well. Chen Guanyuan understood the hidden meaning in Lin Fan's words. His expression changed drastically, and he roared, Lin Fan, stop spouting nonsense. Chapter 52, Catching Adultery. Believe it or not, I'll show you something. Lin Fan was too lazy to argue with him, so he pulled up the video on his phone and handed it to him to watch. Chen Guanyuan took the phone, and his expression immediately changed drastically. The woman in the video looks somewhat like Wu Lulu in profile, and the car in the video is Zheng Yu's Mercedes CLE. He was very familiar with this car and had ridden in it several times. At this point, Chen Guanyuan also began to suspect that Wu Lulu and Zheng Yu were having an affair. This is extremely suspicious. Sometimes when I try to chat with her at night or ask her out, she always makes up all sorts of excuses to decline. I'm either taking a shower or I'm just too tired. Even the few times I managed to ask her out for a late-night snack, the original plan was to go to a hotel afterwards. But she always says she's on her period. Once, Chen Guanyuan didn't believe her, so she came out of the toilet and showed him a blood-stained sanitary napkin. This finally dispelled Chen Guanyuan's doubts. At this moment, Chen Guanyuan recalled that a few days ago, when he called Wu Lulu at night, she was breathing heavily, just like the teacher in the study materials. She said she was jogging at night, and he didn't think much of it. Now that I think about it, it's getting stranger and stranger. How could someone like Wu Lulu, who doesn't exercise much, go out for a run at night? Seeing that Chen Guanyuan's expression was rather unpleasant, Zhao Digang curiously went up and took Lin Fan's phone from his hand. His expression immediately turned strange. This must be Wu Lulu, right? There really is such a thing. This truck looks so much like Zheng Yu's cargo truck. Zhao Digang returned the phone to Lin Fan and then gave him an inquiring look. Lin Fan nodded. Zhao Digang's eyes immediately filled with sympathy as he looked at Chen Guanyuan. Goodness, this person is even worse off than me. Although I had an online romance with a guy, my loss was only 1,000 yuan. Chen Guanyuan was different. He was betrayed by his best friend and girlfriend. After a moment of silence, Chen Guanyuan shakily took out his phone and called Wu Lulu. After waiting for a while, Wu Lulu finally answered the phone. A familiar panting sound drifted from the receiver. Guang Yuan, what's wrong? Calling me so early in the morning, huff huff. Because Chen Guanyuan was using a loudspeaker, as soon as the sound came out, both Lin Fan and Zhao Digang had a playful smile on their faces. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanyuan's hand instantly tightened around the phone. Where are you? Where else could I be? I'm running on the playground. Whoosh. It's the same rhetoric again, the same panting. Chen Guanyuan gritted his teeth and asked, when did you start liking to exercise? I feel like I've gained weight recently, so I need to exercise to lose some weight. Smack. What's wrong? Why is there a slapping sound? Wu Lulu glared at Zheng Yu, because it turned out that Zheng Yu had just slapped her in the same spot. Then she quickly replied, oh, it's hot. I just had a mosquito on my neck, and I was swatting it. There are still mosquitoes. How annoying. Just then, Zheng Yu heard the sound of a car stopping next to his vehicle. Chen Guanyuan heard it all clearly. That's all for now. Chen Guanyuan hung up the phone, his face ashen. Lin Fan looked at him, so, do you believe me now? Chen Guanyuan seemed to have all his strength drained away, and nodded blankly. Just a friendly reminder, there was a car stopping just now, and her voice was a bit muffled, which means she was in a small, enclosed space. You can try looking at the places Zheng Yu usually likes to park. You might still be able to catch him. As if struck by a revelation, Chen Guanyuan immediately got out of bed. She quickly dressed, opened the door, and ran out. Brother Fan, do you think he'd have a mental breakdown if he saw this scene with his own eyes? Zhao Digang looked at the dormitory door that was still swinging back and forth and smiled knowingly. It's no wonder he was gloating. Chen Guanyuan is just too hateful in general. Following Zheng Yu around, they acted like foxes borrowing the tiger's power, looking down on everyone else. Lin Fan shrugged, who knows? Why bother? Then Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he grinned at Zhao Digang. Come on, wanna go watch the fun? Upon hearing this, Zhao Digang immediately expressed his love for eating melons, saying that they quench thirst on a hot day. After leaving the dormitory, Chen Guanyuan first scanned a shared bicycle and went to the school's parking lot. He looked around but did not see Zhang Yu's bicycle. He then ran towards the shopping mall across from the school. Finally, I spotted Zhang Yu's Mercedes CLE in the underground parking lot. At that moment, the bumpy Mercedes CLE was parked in the corner. Chen Guanyuan's legs buckled and he almost fell to the ground, but luckily he managed to grab onto a nearby pillar. His eyes were fixed intently on the car, and with a sudden burst of strength, he staggered towards it. Just as he walked to the car, it came to a complete stop. Inside the car, Wu Lulu was lying on the passenger seat with her face turned to the side and her eyes closed, her face still flushed from running. Get up, I have class later. She patted Zheng Yu on the shoulder, signaling him to leave. Just then, Wu Lulu opened her eyes and saw Chen Guanyuan's dazed eyes outside the window. Although Chen Guanyuan couldn't see what was happening inside the car at that moment, Wu Lulu was still startled. Zheng Yu got out of the passenger seat, annoyed, saying, "What are you yelling for? It's hurting my ears." Then I saw Wu Lulu staring out the window in terror. Zheng Yu followed Wu Lulu's gaze and was also startled. He hurriedly got to the driver's seat and dressed, muttering, it's all over," under his breath. Seeing that Wu Lulu was not moving, he yelled at her, "Damn it, why aren't you dressed properly?" Wu Lulu then began to put on her clothes using both her hands and feet. Chen Guanyuan pressed his face against the car window, trying to get a better look at what was going on inside, but he couldn't see anything at all. But the next moment, the car started to jolt again, and his face turned ashen, thinking that the people inside had seen him and were starting again. This is provoking myself. Just as he was about to smash the car window, the driver's side door opened, and Zhang Yu, pale-faced, crawled out, staring wide-eyed at Chen Guanyuan. With red eyes, Chen Guanyuan charged forward, fists clenched, and slammed a punch into Zhang Yu's face. Fuck your mother. Zhang Yu touched the spot where he had been hit, his eyes blazing with anger. He had never been hit by anyone before, and the first time he was hit was by his own underling. How could he stand it? Even if I slept with his girlfriend, he was the one who came first. If it weren't for me. Wu Lulu isn't even his girlfriend yet, and instead of being grateful, he dared to hit him. Chapter 53 Mutual Defense Break. He immediately stepped forward and started fighting with Chen Guanyuan. You fucking dare to hit me? Damn it, what's wrong with hitting you? You put a hat on me, so I can't hit you back? After saying that, Chen Guanyuan threw another punch. And so they started punching each other. Since it was still morning, there were hardly any people in the underground parking lot, so naturally no one was watching. But apart from the two sixth sons, these two people were naturally Lin Fan and Zhao Digang, who had been following Chen Guanyuan all alone. When Chen Guanyuan found Zhang Yu's car, the two of them tacitly took out their phones and hid behind a pillar to take pictures. Wow, I didn't expect Chen Guanyuan to be so courageous, rushing in and fighting like that. Zhao Digang muttered to himself as he adjusted the camera angle. Yes. Lin Fan wholeheartedly agreed. He never expected that Chen Guanyuan, who always followed Zhang Yu's lead and was always subservient to him, would actually dare to do something to Zhang Yu. But when I thought about how I'd been cuckolded, I understood. Not all men like being cuckolded, especially college students, who are in the prime of their lives. Alright, stop reminiscing, let's get filming. I think the female lead will be on stage soon. Lin Fan watched the scene with great interest, but felt like something was missing. If you had a small stool and a handful of sunflower seeds, you'd be all set. Finally, the car door opened, and Wu Lulu, disheveled, hurriedly got out. Seeing that Chen Guanyuan and Zhang Yu were already fighting, she was so anxious that she kept stamping her feet. Stop. Stop it. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Lin Fan subconsciously touched the top of his head. It wasn't wet. Amid Wu Lulu's screams, Zhang Yu seized the opportunity to kick Chen Guanyuan away, wiping the blood from his mouth as he cursed. Are you fucking crazy? All for a woman? Just for a woman? Chen Guanyuan gasped as he got up, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. She's my girlfriend. You knew perfectly well that she's my girlfriend. Wu Lulu rushed forward to try and grab Chen Guanyuan, but he shoved her away. Get out. You bitch. Wu Lulu's face immediately turned ugly. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Guanyuan was a decent meal ticket and Zhang Yu wanted that kind of excitement, she wouldn't have gone up to help him. Guanyuan, let me explain. Wu Lulu still wanted to salvage the situation. Explain what? I saw it all. Chen Guanyuan roared angrily at Wu Lulu. Zhang Yu finally realized what was happening, straightened his collar, and said disdainfully to Chen Guanyuan. What do you think she's after with you? With your meager allowance, you can't even afford the bag she's eyeing. Do you know why Wu Lulu accepted your advances? Chen Guanyuan stared at Zhang Yu with a stiff expression. What do you mean? Ha, the reason Wu Lulu agreed to your pursuit was just to satisfy me. Do you know how exciting it is to sleep with your underling's girlfriend? He felt a wave of relief, having shaken off the frustration of being dumped by Ding Ningxuan the day before. He was now extremely happy. I forgot, you haven't even touched Wu Lulu yet, so you don't know what it's like, ha. Nonsense. Wu Lulu slept with me the night before last. You're saying I didn't touch her? You're as drunk as a dog, you can't even get up. These words completely ignited Chen Guanyuan, who pounced again like an enraged lion, but Zhang Yu dodged him. Zhang Yu covered his swollen, red lips, but managed a mocking smile. Aren't you angry now that you know the truth? Ha ha ha. What are you so smug about? Your girlfriend was still stolen away by Lin Fan, wasn't she? Chen Guanyuan spat out a mouthful of blood and retorted sarcastically. As far as I know, you've never touched Ding Ningxuan, have you? You haven't even touched a single finger of hers. These words struck Zhang Yu squarely where it hurt, and the smile on his face froze instantly. Seeing Zhang Yu's changing expression, Chen Guanyuan felt a surge of satisfaction. Judging from how intimate Ding Ningxuan and Lin Fan were yesterday, Lin Fan might have already slept with her on her birthday. He deliberately dragged out his words, enjoying Zhang Yu's increasingly contorted expression. No wonder Lin Fan and Ding Ningxuan both left halfway through, ha 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 ha. It's ironic, Zhang Yu, isn't it? The person you've been trying so hard to get close to is being offered to you by someone else. Ah, how satisfying. After hearing what Chen Guanyuan said, Zhao Digang looked at Lin Fan with admiration. You're awesome, Brother Fan. From now on, you'll be my mentor. But Brother Fan, did you really have sex with Ding Ningxuan that night? He never imagined that by not going, he would miss out on such a wonderful event. If there's a next time, he'll definitely go. Lin Fan waved his hand casually, a smile playing on his lips. It's all basic stuff. When Zhao Digang saw that Lin Fan didn't refute him, he gasped. Who was that? The most beautiful girl in the dance department. How much effort did Zhang Yu put in? According to Chen Guanyuan, he didn't even get a chance to touch her before Fan Ge won her over. Zhang Yu's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and veins bulged on his forehead. He suddenly remembered his encounter with Lin Fan at the Tianyun Hotel yesterday morning, and the faint female voice coming from that room. At the time, he felt that it sounded like Ding Ningxuan's voice, but he didn't think much of it. Now, after hearing Chen Guanyuan's hurtful words, he realized that the woman was Ding Ningxuan. The thought of Ding Ningxuan being in the room next door that night, just a wall away, writhing and yielding to Lin Fan. Puff. Overcome with anger and anxiety, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the cold cement floor. Upon seeing Zhang Yu vomit blood, Zhao Digang exclaimed excitedly, Holy crap, Brother Fan, Zhang Yu was so angry with you that he vomited blood. What's it to me? I didn't say it. Lin Fan scoffed, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. Ah, Brother Yu, what's wrong? Wu Lulu rushed forward to support Zhang Yu when she saw him vomiting blood. The most important thing right now is to keep Zhang Yu calm. Who does Chen Guanyuan even matter? When Chen Guanyuan saw Wu Lulu help Zhang Yu up, his heart sank. This was the woman he loved. First she was having wild sex with other people, and now she's helping another man up in front of me. But seeing Zhang Yu actually vomit blood from anger, I felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Ha, your mental fortitude is really weak. I caught them cheating in front of everyone and I didn't even get so angry that I vomited blood, but I made you vomit blood with just a few words. Screw you, let me tell you, the night Wu Lulu slept next to you, I did it with her right next to you. Zhang Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and burst into maniacal laughter. He paused deliberately, savoring the sudden twisting of Chen Guanyuan's expression. Ha, in the end you even took her to a hotel room, and she didn't go back to sleep next to you until the next day. Chapter 54. Lin Fan stood up and kicked. Hearing Zhang Yu's hurtful revelations. Regardless of Chen Guanyuan's expression, Zhao Digang, who was just watching the drama unfold, was quite excited. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. I missed so much because I didn't go. But this Zheng Yu is really something, actually doing it in front of others, isn't that? Is it because he was too short-lived, or was Chen Guanyuan too drunk to hear anything? Lin Fan smiled mysteriously. He possessed master-level medical skills and could tell at a glance that Zheng Yu had kidney deficiency. He has kidney deficiency, and it's even more severe than yours. Zhao Digang, who had been laughing, suddenly stopped laughing. However, he has been drinking the prescription Lin Fan gave him for the past few days, and his body is indeed feeling much better than before. I used to get up frequently at night to urinate, and it would be a lot of dribbling and foamy. In just 2 days, his peeing became incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, Chen Guanyuan had already accepted the reality that Wu Lulu and Zheng Yu were together. Moreover, he hid Zheng Yu and saw Wu Lulu for who she really was, which made him feel much better. But when she found out that the two of them had actually been doing it right next to her that night, and that she had been laughing like an idiot all day, he thought that spending one night with Wu Lulu had led to a breakthrough. Put. Like Zheng Yu, he also couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and staggered to his knees. Zheng Yu wiped the blood from his lips, looked at Chen Guanyuan who was also vomiting blood, and suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha, you're one to talk. You're no good either. You green-haired turtle. Although Chen Guanyuan was also so angry that he vomited blood, he was not to be outdone and retorted directly, "Damn it, aren't you the same green-haired turtle? You're reluctant to pedal your bicycle, but Lin Fan stands up and pedals it hard. And once this gets out, your reputation will be ruined, while I'll be pitted by others, ha ha. Having your girlfriend stolen and sleeping with your brother's girlfriend are enough to make you lose face at Jiangcheng University." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu's laughter stopped abruptly, and his face, which had been flushed with excitement, turned deathly pale at a visible speed. He knew Chen Guanyuan was right. These two things combined made it impossible for him to make any progress at Jiangcheng University. If her family found out, they would break her legs. Zheng Yu's voice trembled with suppressed emotion. "What do you want to do to keep this from getting out?" Chen Guanyuan pointed at Wu Lulu and grinned maliciously. "Simple, make her stay with me for 3 days, plus 50,000 yuan is hush money, and I won't tell anyone about this." Zheng Yu was furious, pointing at Chen Guanyuan. You're really asking for an exorbitant amount. 50,000 yuan? Do you even know how much 50,000 yuan is? Then don't blame me for exposing this. We'll see how many tens of thousands you'll have to spend to settle this then. A smaller amount, 30,000, and Wu Lulu will spend an extra week with you. 50,000 is 50,000. Besides, Wu Lulu is a slut. She doesn't deserve to pay that much. Chen Guanyuan shook his head. Are you kidding me? Less than 20,000 yuan for 4 more days? How could someone like Wu Lulu be worth 5,000 yuan a day? Wouldn't it be better to live a carefree life with an extra 20,000 yuan? Seeing that Chen Guanyuan was unyielding, Zheng Yu had no choice but to agree. I can't come up with 50,000 right away. Can I wait a few days? Okay, within 3 days, you must mark the remaining 50,000 yuan as a voluntary gift. Chen Guanyuan was unusually quick-witted. He knew Zheng Yu too well. He knew that this man would definitely have a backup plan for revenge. When Zheng Yu realized that Chen Guanyuan had seen through his plan, his face immediately stiffened. Originally, I was going to pay him 50,000 yuan and then report him to the police for extortion. His plan didn't work out, so he had to put up with it and wait for an opportunity to settle things. Seeing Zheng Yu and Chen Guanyuan betray her with just a few words, Wu Lulu felt her heart sink. When she saw the look Zheng Yu was giving her, she quickly shook her head. She knew that if she fell into Chen Guanyuan's hands, she would be tortured severely. However, he noticed that Zheng Yu's eyes remained completely unmoved. She hurriedly grabbed his hand and pleaded, "Brother Yu, no, don't make me go with him. I'll do anything as long as you don't make me go with her." Zheng Yu remained unmoved. He gently whispered in Wu Lulu's ear and threatened, "If you don't go, the video of me playing with you before will be uploaded online. You'll be expelled from school, and while I might face punishment as well, would I care about that considering my family's situation? You're in big trouble. Let's see how you explain this to your family." Wu Lulu was struck dumb, completely stunned. She hadn't expected Zheng Yu to have filmed a video. When? Why had she never known? Moreover, if she really posted it online, she would definitely be fired. What would her family think of her then? Moreover, without a graduation certificate, how can she find a job? She'll probably end up as a prostitute. Thinking of this, she nodded stiffly. After seeing Wu Lulu agree, Zheng Yu glared at Chen Guanyuan before getting into his car and leaving. Only Chen Guanyuan and Wu Lulu remained at the scene. Oh, I forgot, there are also two sixth brothers. Wu Lulu looked up at Chen Guanyuan, only to see him with a cruel smile on his face and his bloodshot eyes staring intently at her. Chen Guanyuan finally moved, raising his hand and beckoning to her. Upon seeing this, Wu Lulu felt frightened and dared not go over for a moment. Come here. Chen Guanyuan suddenly shouted when he saw that Wu Lulu did not move. Wu Lulu trembled from the shout and finally took a difficult step. Guanyuan, don't do this, I'm scared. Seeing her dawdling, Chen Guanyuan's patience with her had long since run out. He strode forward, grabbed her wrist, and roughly dragged her out of the parking lot. After the three of them left, Lin Fan and Zhao Digang came out from behind the pillar. Zhao Digang clicked his tongue, sighing with lingering satisfaction. That's it? Isn't seeing this enough? Lin Fan glanced at him irritably. Do you have to see the three of them fighting until they're bleeding to be satisfied? Let's go. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the parking lot. Zhao Digang quickly put away his phone and followed, muttering to himself. What a pity, it would have been even more exciting if they had actually fought. Tianyu Hotel lobby. Chen Guanyuan dragged Wu Lulu all the way here. He slapped his ID card on the table. I'll book a double room. He paused, then added, I'll take room 8404. The waiter took the ID card and glanced at the guest with a slightly surprised expression. It just felt like the girl in front of me had just left here with another guy this morning. Her professionalism made her suppress her doubts and lower her head to complete the procedures, but a hint of understanding flashed in her eyes. Chapter 55. Even if I sew it up, I won't give it to you. In room 8404. This is the room where Chen Guanyuan slept that night. Chen Guanyuan shoved Wu Lulu to the ground and grabbed her hair, forcing her to lift her head. Remember? This is the room I slept in that night. What position did you two use that night? Wu Lulu's eyes were filled with fear. Chen Guanyuan was no longer the gentleman he once was. He was now only violent and insane. No, please, spare me. I didn't do it on purpose, Zheng Yu forced me to do it. She looked at Chen Guanyuan with teary eyes, pleading. Chen Guanyuan looked at Wu Lulu's face and pinched her chin. Spare you? Do you know how excited I was when I saw you lying next to me yesterday morning? Now you're telling me it was all an illusion? You smelled like Zheng Yu all over me. So now it's your turn to make up for my disappointment. After saying that, he suddenly grabbed her hair, lifted her up, and threw her onto the bed. Ah, it hurts. No, Guanyuan. After leaving the shopping mall, since there were no classes in the morning, Lin Fan planned to take Zhao Digang with him to buy a computer. After all, he possesses top-notch hacking skills, and without a high-spec desktop computer, how could he possibly utilize them? I'll also give him a computer after all, I tricked him out of his money before. Before he finds out, let's give him a computer as compensation. Gangzi, come with me to the electronics mall. Why go there? It's over 20 kilometers away, and it'll take half a day to go back and forth. Zhao Digang scratched his head reluctantly. Lin Fan hooked his arm around his shoulder and led him to where he had parked his car. Stop talking nonsense, I want to get a new computer, you be my strategist. But how could Zhao Digang know that Lin Fan, with his top-notch hacking skills, wouldn't be unfamiliar with computer configurations? They just wanted to trick Zhao Digang into going there. After walking for a while, Zhao Digang saw Lin Fan lead him into the parking lot. His eyes lit up. Brother Fan, are you going to take me for a drive in your car? By the way, what kind of car did you buy? Lin Fan smiled mysteriously. Yes. I wonder what Zhao Digang's expression will be when he sees that he actually drove a Lamborghini Veneno. Will your jaw drop in surprise? Brother Fan, where exactly did you park the car? Lin Fan smiled but said nothing, and walked straight to a parking space in the corner. When Zhao Digang saw the sharply styled Lamborghini Veneno in the parking space, he froze on the spot. This is... He stammered, pointing at the car, then looking at Lin Fan. His eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Fan, don't tell me this is your car? Lin Fan lightly pressed the car key, and the Lamborghini's headlights flashed in response. He opened the car door and raised an eyebrow at the petrified Zhao Digang. What do you think? Zhao Digang screamed and lunged at the car, his hands trembling, but he dared not actually touch it. Holy crap! A Lamborghini Veneno? There are only a handful of these in the whole world. Don't tell me you went to buy this car last time? But there's nothing for sale at all. Everyone's keeping them as collectibles. Brother Fan, who exactly are you? Seeing his incoherent ramblings, Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. This reaction was even more entertaining than he had imagined. Seeing him still caressing the car's streamlined shape as if it were a beautiful woman, Lin Fan couldn't help but lean out of the window. It's getting dark if we keep looking, let's get in the car. Zhao Digang then seemed to snap out of his daze, hurriedly opening the car door while muttering to himself. This is poison, Brother Fan. Do you think my rough hands are fit to touch it? Zhao Digang sat in the passenger seat as if in a daze, his fingers carefully tracing the carbon fiber interior trim. I can't believe I've ever sat in a poison car. Lin Fan skillfully started the engine, and the roar of the V12 engine echoed in the parking lot. He glanced at Zhao Digang, who was still in a daze, and deliberately stepped on the gas pedal hard. The strong push made Zhao Digang let out a strange cry. Brother Fan! Yamada, Hajime, Brother Fan, slow down. If I scratch this car, I couldn't afford to pay for the repairs even if I sold myself. Lin Fan chuckled, don't worry, you won't have to pay for it if it gets scratched. It didn't take long to get there, covering 20 kilometers. The main reason is that there was no traffic jam. With a final, powerful stroke, the car smoothly came to a stop in a roadside parking space. This stunning entrance instantly drew the attention of all passers-by. Holy crap! A Lamborghini. And a Veneno. A boy holding a brand new monitor almost dropped it, exclaiming in surprise. His girlfriend beside him also widened her eyes and instinctively tightened her grip on her boyfriend's arm. This car must cost several million, right? Look closely, that's poison. It's a limited edition worldwide, even money can't guarantee you'll get one. Another knowledgeable car enthusiast's voice changed as he immediately pulled out his phone and started snapping photos of the car. It was worth coming today. I can actually see the real car. Not far away, several young white-collar workers who had just come out of the mall also stopped in their tracks. Who is this big shot traveling incognito? Look at that license plate, 59s, I don't need to say more about their power. Maybe it's some internet celebrity filming a video? Which online celebrity can get their hands on poison to film a video? I just don't know if the car owner has a girlfriend. Why don't you ask the car owner if he's handsome? Are you crazy? With a car like this, who cares if it's cool or not? Amidst whispers, the scissor doors opened upwards like eagle wings, and Lin Fan and Zhao Digang got out of the car one after the other. Feeling the intense gazes converging from all around, Zhao Digang became so nervous that he moved his hands and feet incoherently. Lin Fan, however, was already used to such occasions and was not at all reserved. Wow, that guy who got out of the driver's seat is so handsome. Sister, I'm pregnant, and it's his. A man in the distance, seeing how handsome Lin Fan was and how he drove such a nice car, couldn't help but say with a hint of sourness, what a pity the owner is gay. These words immediately drew a barrage of criticism from the girls around him. Don't you dare slander my husband. Exactly, I think you're just as sour grapes. The man looked at the group of women with disdain, then pointed at Zhao Digang and said dismissively. What slander? Such a nice car, instead of picking up girls, it carries a guy. What else could it be but gay? Besides, even if this guy is straight, to be frank, he wouldn't be interested in you guys. As soon as he said that, the guy was attacked by even more girls who heard him. So what if you look down on us? Can't we even dream? That's right, he looks down on us, and we look down on you just the same. Who forgot to zip up their pants and exposed you? Look at you like this, I'd rather sew it up than give it to you. My buddy was speechless after being bombarded with insults by these girls. Their words were just too hurtful. Furthermore, being isolated and helpless, he could only slink away in disgrace. Chapter 56 An Encounter. It's fortunate that this guy was standing a bit far away. If Lin Fan had heard him, he might just show him what a real man is like. Brother Fan, they're all watching us, he said in a low voice, his neck hunched over. You'll get used to it, Lin Fan said casually, locking the car door behind him. Amidst envious glances and whispers, he patted Zhao Digang on the shoulder and said, let's go, let's get down to business. Wherever he went, the crowd automatically parted to make way, leaving behind a trail of barely suppressed excitement and discussion. If Jintai Mall is a paradise for women, then this online mall is definitely a paradise for men. From the latest smartphones, tablets, and laptops to the high-performance desktop PC assembly area. Then there's the dazzling array of core components such as graphics cards and processors. This place not only offers a variety of digital products, but also gathers many skilled hardware technicians. We are always ready to provide customers with professional assembly and debugging services. As soon as Zhao Digang entered, his eyes instantly shone with a dazzling light. Wow, my goodness! It's all art! He spent one moment squatting in the computer case exhibition area studying the water cooling system, and the next he rushed to the peripherals area to test the feel of typing on a mechanical keyboard. He kept muttering, "This keyboard feels amazing. Fan, look at the lighting effects. And that demo unit over there, it's so cool." Watching Zhao Digang dart around between the counters like a husky running wild, Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. At this moment, a salesperson stepped forward and asked, "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Place 2 top-of-the-line desktop computers, and all components must be the latest and best. The salesperson's eyes lit up. "You've come to the right place. We just received a batch today." "Wait a minute, brother Fan." Zhao Digang finally snapped out of his daze amidst the dazzling array of displays and jogged over. "Why do you need 2 of these by yourself?" Lin Fan casually put his arm around his shoulder. "One of them is for you." Zhao Digang froze on the spot, his mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside, as if he had been frozen in place. It wasn't until the salesperson turned to go to the warehouse to get the parts that he realized what was happening, and he grabbed Lin Fan's arm, his voice trembling. "Brother Fan. From now on, you are my brother. No, you are my godfather. My own father." His exaggerated actions drew the attention of several customers around him. At that moment, Lin Fan caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. He looked closely and realized it was Zhao Linger. I previously tipped a singing streamer on Douyin. Zhao Linger wore a simple white t-shirt, paired with light blue jeans and clean white sneakers. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail at the back of her head, and she wore light lipstick, making her look refreshing and approachable. At the same time, Lin Fan also noticed the unusual feature on Zhao Linger's chest, which didn't seem out of place. No wonder the system rated her figure as 98 points. Her E-cup size is so large that it can't be grasped in one hand. This morning, Zhao Linger dragged her roommate Luo Qiushui to this online store, intending to buy a computer because her live streaming equipment couldn't keep up with the current traffic. At this moment, Zhao Linger and her roommate Luo Qiushui were standing in the accessories area, quietly discussing the hardware in front of the display case. "Is this configuration really enough?" Zhao Linger asked uncertainly. The shop owner, beaming, said, "Don't worry, young lady, this setup is more than enough for live streaming, and it's currently on special offer for only 8,800. Luo Qiushui tugged at Zhao Linger's sleeve and whispered, "Isn't this price a bit too high?" Zhao Linger bit her lower lip lightly. "But I have to do a live stream tonight, and my current equipment keeps lagging." Just as she was about to scan the code to pay, Lin Fan quickly stepped forward and gently pressed her phone down. "Wait a moment." Everyone present froze. Lin Fan turned to the boss, his tone calm. "An i7 processor with a 40 series graphics card, priced at 8,008? The shop owner's expression changed slightly, but he forced himself to remain calm. "What do you know? These are all the latest models." "Latest?" "That's just for fooling newbies." Lin Fan picked up the graphics card from the counter and lightly touched the label with his fingertip. "This model was released a few years ago, the packaging hasn't even changed, and the processor is still the same." He turned to Zhao Linger. "Selling loose pieces as boxed ones can make a significant profit." Fine beads of sweat appeared on the boss's forehead, and Zhao Linger suddenly realized, how could you deceive consumers like this? Lin Fan put the parts back on the counter and looked directly at the boss. "Reconfigure them at market price, or I'll go to the market supervision office right now. I'll replace it right away." The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly and hurriedly began replacing the parts. Zhao Linger finally had a chance to properly examine the strange man who had suddenly appeared. "Thank you," she said softly. "If it weren't for you, I would have been deceived." Lin Fan smiled slightly. "It's no trouble at all." Ding! Zhao Linger's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 10. "Hello, my name is Luo Qiushui. This is my friend Zhao Linger." Luo Qiushui introduced herself in a graceful manner, but Zhao Linger, aside from thanking her at the beginning, simply nodded to Lin Fan at this moment. It wasn't that she was impolite, but rather that she was a bit socially awkward, and live streaming was a last resort. Fortunately, she was still behind a camera. "I am Lin Fan." Lin Fan glanced at Luo Qiushui, who was wearing a beige shirt dress with a dark brown thin leather belt around her waist, and the skirt was knee-length. She was tall and slender, slightly taller than Zhao Linger, with shoulder-length black hair neatly tucked behind her ears, revealing her beautifully shaped neck. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he sent over an eye of insight. Luo Qiushui, age, 22, height, 172 centimeters, weight, 51 kilograms, favorability, 10. Battery health, 100%, single status, yes. Appearance, 91, charisma, 92, figure, 90, meets the binding criteria. Ding. S-class target detected, Luo Qiushui. Bind on? Bind. Ding. Binding successful. Lin Fan? Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger's eyes twitched slightly, and the name Fan Bufan inexplicably came to mind. Could he be? Impossible. Lin Fan is so young, how could he possibly be a big shot like Fan Bufan? At this moment, Zhao Digang also came over. Brother Fan, who are these two? Oh, friends I just met, these are Luo Qiushui and Zhao Linger. Lin Fan pointed to the two girls, then introduced them to Luo Qiushui and Zhao Linger. This is my roommate, Zhao Digang. Zhao Digang's face flushed red, and he stammered, "Why you, hello." The two girls nodded in response in a friendly manner. Luo Qiushui turned her gaze to Lin Fan, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Are you roommates? Are you still in university? Chapter 57 Practical Lessons. Yes, Lin Fan nodded frankly, we are third-year students at Zhengcheng University. What a coincidence. Luo Qiushui raised an eyebrow slightly. Linger and I are at the Zhengcheng Art Academy next door. Really? Logically speaking, someone as beautiful as you should be someone I remember. Lin Fan said with a smile. After saying that, he gave Zhao Digang a look, as if to say, watch carefully and learn well. This is a practical lesson that your teacher is giving you. Ha, Linger and I don't really leave the school gates much, Luo Qiushui chuckled, covering her mouth as she was amused by Lin Fan's words. And you, with your good looks, you must have a lot of admirers at school. Zhao Linger, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but feel a bit of goodwill towards Lin Fan, who had helped her. Such a handsome guy, and he's so witty too. Ding. Target Zhao Linger's favorability plus 10, current favorability, 20. Ding. Target Luo Qiushui's favorability plus 10, current favorability, 20. Lin Fan shrugged and spread his hands. Unfortunately, no one is pursuing me, and I'm still single. Standing to the side, Zhao Digang watched Lin Fan speak without changing his expression, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. However, he was slow to react and did not show any particular surprise. After all, this is my biological father now. My biological father is obviously interested in these two beautiful women in front of me. Can I stop him from finding me a stepmother? Really? I heard that your Zhengcheng University has a campus belle named Lin Meng, Luo Qiushui blinked. With a hint of teasing, she said, then you must be a campus heartthrob, right? Campus beauty and campus heartthrob, they sound like a perfect match. Then you're wrong, Lin Fan said with a smile and shook his head. I'm not that familiar with Lin Meng. We're very close, and she even rejected my confession. Oh, I see. Luo Qiushui's eyes darted around, and she smiled as she gently pushed Zhao Linger forward. Then what do you think of my best friend? She's never been in a relationship. And she's the most beautiful girl in our art school. Oh dear, Qiushui, what are you doing? Zhao Linger blushed deeply at her teasing and hurriedly lowered her head. Really? That's good. Lin Fan smiled gently. Then you two can exchange contact information. Just as Luo Qiushui was about to take Zhao Linger's phone, the shop owner, whose unscrupulous nature had been exposed by Lin Fan, returned with the pre-matched parts, a fawning smile plastered on his face. Hey buddy, all the parts you requested have been provided at market price, no problem at all. Lin Fan took the list, examined it carefully, and after confirming that the prices were reasonable, said to Zhao Linger. This configuration is sufficient for live streaming, and the price is reasonable. Zhao Linger nodded gratefully, thank you so much for today. While Zhao Linger was scanning the QR code to pay, Luo Qiushui leaned close to Lin Fan and whispered. My best friend is such a nice person, and she sings really well too. How about we talk about it? I'll add you on WeChat first, and then I'll recommend you to her. Lin Fan didn't know how to respond, so he could only nod. Just then, Zhao Linger returned after paying and asked curiously, what were you talking about? It's nothing, Lin Fan casually put away his phone, then looked at the spot where he had set up his computer and said, my computer is almost done, I'll head over now? Let's go together. Luo Qiushui readily agreed, then gently nudged Zhao Linger beside her with her elbow. Anyway, it's still early, right, Linger? Zhao Linger looked up at Lin Fan and nodded gently. Okay, let's go together. Seeing this, Lin Fan nodded without saying anything and took Zhao Digang over. Sir, as per your request, the two top-of-the-line desktop computers will cost 123,500 each, totaling 247,000 for both. The two women who arrived later gasped when they heard that Lin Fan had such an expensive computer. It's really unbelievable. Even Zhao Linger, who recently became a millionaire, wouldn't be willing to spend tens of thousands on a computer. Moreover, each pair consists of 2 units. Zhao Digang hadn't expected to receive such an expensive computer. He opened his mouth to say something. Lin Fan stopped them with a single look. Could you deliver one of them to this location for me? Lin Fan opened his phone's map app and handed it to the salesperson. The salesperson glanced at him, surprised. He never expected that this excessively handsome young man would live in the most upscale villa area in Jiangcheng. No problem, sir. She immediately straightened her back and tried her best to show off her beautiful figure. Zhao Linger and Luo Qiushui, standing behind, took in the whole scene and both inwardly curled their lips in disgust. Lin Fan seemed completely oblivious, simply adding calmly, "It can be delivered this afternoon." Then he added, "Please send the remaining one to Jiangcheng University, to dormitory building number 8 for male students." The salesperson was somewhat disappointed that Lin Fan didn't react at all, but still responded enthusiastically, "Okay, sir." After everything was settled, Lin Fan turned around and looked at the three of them. "Alright, all done, we can go now." Luo Qiushui hurriedly stepped forward and said eagerly, "Lin Fan, you're so rich. You have such an expensive computer. It's so." Lin Fan said calmly, not caring at all how much money he spent. Although Zhao Linger didn't say anything, her gaze towards Lin Fan showed a hint of surprise. She secretly observed this incredibly handsome boy, filled with curiosity about him. Without realizing it, I compared him to Fan Bufan again. I wonder if Fan Bufan is as good-looking as Lin Fan. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Zhao Digang couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Look, this is my dad, Fan." He casually mentioned over 200,000. And the girl practically wanted to stick to him. No wonder he's the second person with superpowers after Batman. Those two beautiful women didn't even glance at him. This also indirectly proves that I am not suited to the modeling and money-based playstyle that Fan's father mentioned. No, I need to go back and properly hone the Zhao family goddess slaying skill, so that I can also be surrounded by women on both sides. Lin Fan glanced at the time and realized it was almost lunchtime, so he looked at the group and suggested, "It's noon, let me treat you to lunch." "Oh. That's not right. You just helped us so much, how can we let you treat us to a meal? How about this meal is on me?" Zhao Linger, who had been silently standing by, finally spoke up at this moment. Lin Fan thought for a moment and finally nodded, "Okay, then let's just find a small stir-fry restaurant nearby to eat at." "Yay! Can I order spicy chicken?" Luo Qiushui asked excitedly. "Anything is fine, my friend and I don't have any dietary restrictions." Lin Fan nodded with a smile. Afterwards, the group found a Jiangxi stir-fry restaurant. Lin Fan had always heard that Jiangxi stir-fry was delicious, but he had never had the chance to try it. Fortunately, there was one right next door. As soon as we entered, the proprietress warmly greeted us and led us to a refrigerated display case. Some of the confused crowd didn't understand what was going on until the proprietress explained. It turns out that Jiangxi stir-fry doesn't have a menu, you just look at the dishes and tell the owner what you want to eat. This is indeed quite unusual for someone who has never been to Jiangxi province. I must say, Jiangxi stir-fry is really delicious and goes well with rice. Chapter 58 Arrested. After a hearty meal. By the way, how did you get here? Luo Qiushui looked at Lin Fan curiously. I drove here. Really? Then can you give me and Linger a ride? Luo Qiushui's eyes lit up, and she gently shook Zhao Linger's hand. Lin Fan froze. He regretted not buying a car that could seat 4 people. What's wrong? Is it inconvenient? Luo Qiushui noticed Lin Fan's slightly hesitant expression. No, Lin Fan shook his head, it's just that my car can't fit so many people. Not enough room? Luo Qiushui asked, even more curious. What kind of car do you drive? She secretly wondered, could this handsome young man really be driving a sports car? But even sports cars, some models can probably squeeze 4 people into the back seat, right? Lin Fan remained silent, but led them out of the mall into his car. He took out his car keys and pressed a button lightly. Not far away, in a roadside parking space, a sharply styled Lamborghini Veneno turned on its headlights. Luo Qiushui gasped, and Zhao Linger covered her mouth in surprise. This. Luo Qiushui looked at the supercar lying on the ground, extremely aggressive. She walked around the car once and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is so cool." Lin Fan smiled and stepped forward to open the scissor door. "Look, there's really no room here." "Lin Fan, how much is this car?" "It must be at least 10 million. Luo Qiushui's eyes widened, her voice filled with amazement. "More or less?" Lin Fan chuckled and nodded, without directly stating the car's value. Although Zhao Linger didn't know much about cars, she could tell from the car's unique appearance that it was quite valuable. It was definitely not the 10 million that Lin Fan had admitted. The look in their eyes towards Lin Fan became even more curious. Who exactly is this college student who casually spends hundreds of thousands on computers and drives an expensive supercar? Moreover, he didn't have the superior attitude of other rich kids. You can tell from the fact that he gave his friend a computer worth tens of thousands of yuan that he was easy to get along with. Ding. Target Zhao Linger's favorability plus 10, current favorability, 30. Oh, what a pity, I can't take this car for a drive. Luo Qiushui sighed with feigned regret after receiving Lin Fan's reply. It's nothing, just a car. Lin Fan smiled. If you want to experience it, I'll take you for a spin sometime when I have time. Really? Then it's a deal. Luo Qiushui immediately beamed with joy. Ding. Target Luo Qiushui's favorability plus 10, current favorability, 30. Meanwhile, Zhao Digang, watching Lin Fan subtly show off in front of the two beauties, twitched his lips slightly. He knew the value of this poison, it couldn't be bought for 10 million. Especially after hearing Lin Fan say it was just a car, he felt even more like jumping up and slamming it down. That's quite the show-off. I wish I could act like that too, but alas, my abilities don't allow it. But when he thought about how his father had bought him a computer worth 120,000 yuan, he immediately changed his mind. Fan's dad wasn't showing off. He was just being honest and truthful. Fan's father is an honest man. Can I take a picture? I've never seen such a beautiful sports car before. Luo Qiushui held her phone in both hands and looked at Lin Fan with expectant eyes. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, "Take pictures as you like." Having received permission, Luo Qiushui immediately ran excitedly to the front of the car, skillfully finding the perfect angle, and didn't forget to call out to Zhao Linger. "Linger, come quick. Let's take a picture with this car." Zhao Linger was pulled by her friend to stand next to the car, making a peace sign and cooperating with the photo in a slightly reserved manner. After Luo Qiushui finished taking the last set of photos in the 9-grid layout, she put away her phone with satisfaction and gave Lin Fan a sweet smile. "Thank you." She didn't forget to gently nudge Zhao Linger beside her, indicating that she should also say thank you. Zhao Linger snapped out of her daze and said softly, "Thank you." "It's nothing." Lin Fan glanced at the time. "Now that filming is finished, how are you getting back?" Luo Qiushui waved her phone. "We've already booked a taxi and we've arrived." Lin Fan nodded, "Then we'll be going now, let's meet again next time." "Okay." Luo Qiushui replied with a smile, gently nudging Zhao Linger beside her. "We'll contact you via WeChat later, bye-bye." Zhao Linger nodded slightly, her gaze lingering on Lin Fan's face for a moment. Lin Fan beckoned Zhao Digang, who was standing resentfully to the side, to get into the car. Subsequently. Buzz buzz. Originally, he was supposed to start off gracefully under the envious gazes of everyone. However, before he could even take a step, a figure wearing a navy blue shirt and a yellow vest suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. He was a young traffic policeman. The young traffic policeman held a decibel meter in one hand and made a turning off gesture with the other. Lin Fan, still shaken, quickly turned off the engine. If he had noticed the person standing in front of him a moment later, the traffic policeman might have already been hit and killed. Zhao Digang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was also sweating profusely. Luckily, Fan's father reacted quickly. He could already foresee that it would soon be widely circulated online. Shocking. Arrogant rich kid crashes into traffic police officer with sports car. Rich kid drives recklessly in downtown area, knocking down traffic police officer. Lamborghini owner's lawlessness, what has become of Jiangcheng University's reputation? Then you and your alma mater will become famous. The young traffic policeman walked to the car, gave a solemn salute, and then said seriously, "Comrade, your car." He waved the decibel meter in his hand. Noise level is 128 decibels. According to regulations, the fine is 200 yuan and 1 point will be deducted. Please show me your driver's license and vehicle registration. As she spoke, she showed the decibel meter in her hand to Lin Fan, which clearly displayed the number 128. Lin Fan was surprised to find a traffic policeman lying in wait here. I didn't see anyone when I got on the bus. Their sudden appearance was as if they had been lying in wait, watching his car. However, since he had indeed exceeded the relevant regulations and the punishment was compliant, Lin Fan had nothing to say. He honestly handed over his 2 certificates. Lin Fan's guess was pretty much correct. When Lin Fan arrived earlier, people around him took photos and posted them online. This eccentric traffic policeman happened to be on duty nearby. His girlfriend saw the video and forwarded it to him. It was originally just a routine sharing. But it's the end of the quarter, and performance indicators are due. He noticed the car owner was young. Usually, young people driving sports cars would cause a ruckus in the streets. So, in order to meet his KPIs, this traffic cop came here and hid behind a tree beforehand, waiting for Lin Fan to ignite the fire. Of course, it's not entirely for KPIs. In this bustling downtown area frequented by young people, the sudden appearance of a luxury car. It will cause some congestion, so he came here to help ease the traffic. This is why Lin Fan didn't see anyone surrounding his car when he came out. Chapter 59 Fellow Travelers. He was actually gambling on the idea. Most rich kids who drive cars like that have powerful backgrounds and are arrogant and domineering. If I try to stop his car, I might get dragged away. Even if I do manage to stop him, I might be threatened by his connections. But faced with both his duty and the performance evaluation, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. He only felt relieved when Lin Fan actually handed over his documents. Luckily, this rich kid is well-mannered. Otherwise, his first words might have been, "Are you looking to die? Do you know who my father is?" The traffic police quickly checked the 2 sets of documents, then carefully circled the area to ensure there were no signs of modification. He then printed out the ticket and handed it to Lin Fan, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation. Please pay the fine online yourself." After saying this, he saluted and turned to leave. Under Lin Fan's gaze, a motorcycle was pushed out from a corner, and he skillfully straddled it. Lin Fan was immediately dumbfounded. The case is solved. This person was specifically sent to arrest him. The 2 girls, who were already in the car heading back to school, were unaware of this. At this moment, Luo Qiushui was holding her phone, focused on editing the photos she had just taken. Of course, given their looks, there's no need for Photoshop. She simply photoshopped out the passers-by around her, such as Zhao Digang, who accidentally appeared in the frame. "Hey, Linger, do you think Lin Fan has a crush on you?" Luo Qiushui, while staring at her phone, didn't forget to nudge Zhao Linger sitting next to her. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhao Linger's ears burned slightly. "Then tell me why he helped you." Luo Qiushui persisted. "How would I know?" Zhao Linger turned her face away. "We only met today. Can't it be that I've fallen for you?" Zhao Linger retorted, blushing. "That would be wonderful. If he takes a liking to me." Luo Qiushui glanced at the driver in the front row, then leaned close to Zhao Linger's ear and whispered. I immediately took off all my clothes, washed myself thoroughly, and then climbed into his bed. "Aren't you ashamed?" Zhao Linger lightly punched her, her ears turning bright red. Luo Qiushui laughed heartily, showing no embarrassment whatsoever. "I'm telling you, you're quite wealthy now, and your aunt's medical expenses have been covered. Why are you still thinking about making money through live streaming?" I just like live streaming. Is that so wrong?" Fine, Luo Qiushui drawled, her eyes clearly saying, "I don't believe you at all. How could someone with such social anxiety possibly enjoy live streaming with their face showing?" Actually, Zhao Linger wanted to continue the live stream mainly because of Fan Bufan. She promised Fan Bufan that he wouldn't have to wait in line to request songs. He spent so much money. If he stops streaming, he won't feel at ease keeping that money. Thinking of this, she opened her chat interface with Fan Bufan. The chat history stopped at the invitation she sent him when she left the hospital last time. "Linger is no longer working, brother Fan, may I ask where you are from?" However, 2 days have passed and there has been no reply. In addition, Fan Bufan hasn't come to the livestream for the past few days. This inevitably made her somewhat disappointed. However, what she didn't know was that Lin Fan had added her on WeChat using a secondary account, which she didn't log into very often. Luo Qiushui seemed to sense Zhao Linger's bad mood, so she pretended to be relaxed and said, "Hey, I'll send you Lin Fan's WeChat ID now, you can add him later." She blinked and lowered her voice, "Try to get him, so you won't have to work so hard on your live streams. He's such a good catch, why don't you go after him yourself?" Zhao Linger couldn't help but ask back. Luo Qiushui said matter-of-factly, "Is there a conflict between him being with you and me being with him?" Zhao Linger was speechless, stunned by her shocking remarks. Looking at her seemingly genuine eyes, how could she have such a dangerous idea? Seeing that Zhao Linger was hesitant to add her as a friend, Luo Qiushui snatched her phone away. Before Zhao Linger could stop her, she had already swiftly sent a friend request. Evening, at the Emperor Hotel. Bang! Get out of here! Sun Pang, completely naked, kicked the beautiful woman off the bed. The beautiful woman was terrified and hurriedly tidied her clothes before stumbling and running outside. However, upon closer inspection, one could see a hint of disdain in the beautiful woman's eyes. "If it weren't for his status, I wouldn't have come. He's not as useful as an electronic boyfriend." He himself lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. It's just because he invited a college student over to a hotel tonight. But no matter how much he tried to seduce her, she just couldn't get up. At first, I just thought it was because college students were too inexperienced and lacked skill. After letting the college student leave, he then called over his father's mistress. Originally, he thought he could rely on the beauty skills and her identity as a double stimulus. He was sure he could regain his virility now, but no matter how hard the beautiful woman tried, he couldn't react. That explains his actions of throwing things and kicking the beautiful woman off the bed. He looked down, his face growing increasingly grim. He quickly got dressed and went to a private hospital. After a series of examinations, unfortunately, the doctor told him that his inability to get an erection was due to excessive sexual activity. Sun Pang asked anxiously, "Doctor, can this disease be cured?" "It's treatable." The doctor lowered his head and began writing a prescription. "I'll prescribe some medication for you first, but during the treatment period, you must strictly abstain from sex and refrain from any stimulating behavior." Upon hearing that it could be treated, Sun Pang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. My wonderful life is not over yet." Sun Pang leaned forward and said in a low, serious voice, "Doctor, please keep this matter strictly confidential." He was afraid that if his family found out, he might be abandoned. Although he was officially an only child, he knew that his father had other sons outside the marriage. "In the past, because of my mother, this matter was never brought up in public." However, if he knew that he would no longer be able to have sex, even his mother would probably not be able to protect his position. "Please rest assured," the doctor nodded solemnly, "protecting patient privacy is our top priority." Before leaving, he gave the doctor a generous bribe, not believing that a single word from the doctor would be enough to keep his secret. In the environment where one has lived since childhood, only mutual benefit can provide a sense of security for both parties. "Hello?" As soon as Lin Fan answered the phone, Yi Shiyun's resentful voice came from the other end. "What's wrong?" Lin Fan asked. "How long has it been since you last came to visit me? Didn't you get your period?" "Yesterday, it's over." Yi Shiyun's voice suddenly lowered. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. His aunt had just finished her period and she was already calling him over. Chapter 60 No Room for Provocation. After hanging up the phone, I glanced at the sky and realized it was indeed getting late. But Juk is not far from here. Holding Ruin's body at night is better than being alone in the dorm with Zhao Digang. He decisively picked up the keys and prepared to leave. Zhao Digang was still fiddling with the computer that had been delivered that afternoon when he saw Fan's father about to leave and quickly asked, "Father Fan, where are you going?" "To the harbor," Lin Fan said, and left without looking back. Zhao Digang stood there, stunned, scratching his head. Harbor? Jiangcheng is an inland city, where would it be a harbor? But seeing that Lin Fan had disappeared, he had no choice but to continue assembling his computer. During a break from driving, he opened his control panel, something he hadn't done in a long time. Host, Lin Fan. Physical condition, 59. Spirit, 29. Appearance, 10. Skills, Grandmaster level combat, God level driving skills, Master level medical skills, traditional Chinese medicine, photographic memory, keen insight, top level piano skills, Master level culinary skills, and top level hacking. Physique, golden kidney body, immune to all poisons. Cash, 1.765 billion dragon coins. Assets: Juk, Jixing Law Firm, Lamborghini Veneno, Hongjin International Security Group, Xingyun Building, and 37.5% of Moose Group. Currently bound goddesses: Lin Meng, Lu Ruyan, Yi Shiyun, Dingning Xuan, Zhou Linger, Su Lunyue, Xiaojian, Chen Xia, Shao Nailan, Luo Qiushui. I've unknowingly tied myself to so many goddesses, but I haven't started increasing my affection for most of them yet. Alas, the path to kidney health is long and arduous. Dragon's Nest Bay, 9 Palaces. After Lin Fan opened the door with his fingerprint, Yi Shiyun was dressed in an exquisite maid outfit, her legs wrapped in black stockings elegantly crossed, as she lay on her side on the sofa. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Fan with a gentle, spring-like gaze. Upon seeing this, Lin Fan immediately saluted to show his respect. Then he swallowed hard, his gaze lingering on her, his voice a little dry. "Where's Xiaoshui?" "Xiaoshui is already asleep." Yi Shiyun responded softly, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Didn't you say before that Xiaoshui is still young and needs you to sleep with her? You still dare to say that? It's all for you." Yi Shiyun gave him a coquettish glance. With just that one alluring look in his eyes, how could Lin Fan possibly resist? He let out a low growl and pounced on Yi Shiyun like a hungry wolf. "No, go to the bedroom. What if Xiaoshui comes out and sees us?" Yi Shiyun quickly put her hands together in front of her chest to stop Lin Fan's actions. Lin Fan immediately picked her up and rushed to the master bedroom on the second floor. Seeing his eager look, Yi Shiyun covered her mouth and chuckled, "You rascal." 1 hour later, Lin Fan leaned against the headboard, while Yi Shiyun lay on his chest. "How's the divorce going?" Lin Fan asked softly. "It went very smoothly." Yi Shiyun looked up, her eyes filled with gratitude. "The lawyer you recommended is very professional. The process is almost complete, and we're just waiting for the court hearing." Lin Fan nodded, gently stroking her long hair with his fingers, and continued to ask, "How's Xiaoshui's transfer going?" Not yet. I've been busy with the divorce and things at the villa these past few days. By the way, why are you dressed like this today? How is it? Isn't it nice?" Yi Shiyun smiled sweetly. "You mentioned before that you wanted to hire a few maids to manage the villa, so I looked at a few sets of work clothes. Is this a work uniform? Why did you choose this?" Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "Just tell me if you like it or not." Yi Shiyun gave him a playful glare. Lin Fan couldn't help but picture several pretty women dressed in maid outfits. The sight of everyone greeting him with "Good day, young master" as he entered the room made his Adam's apple bob involuntarily. Yi Shiyun burst out laughing at his reaction. "I knew you lecherous devil would like this." "No. I didn't say that," Lin Fan said with a serious expression. "Come on, stop pretending. I know you too well." Yi Shiyun lightly poked his chest, her eyes filled with laughter. "The way you looked at me when you first came in, you looked like you wanted to eat me alive. And just now in bed, and now you're acting like a saint with me?" Lin Fan stroked her smooth shoulder, his face expressionless and detached. "I am a saint now." "Oh? You can't do that. You used to work until dawn," Yi Shiyun said slyly. "Could it be that you've already handed over the grain outside?" Ding! New mission issued, no provocation allowed. Mission objective: to deliver a strong counterattack against Yi Shiyun's provocation. Task deadline: tomorrow at dawn. Success reward: depends on the situation. The more you work, the more you earn. Penalty for failure: the golden kidney body is revoked, it's useless anyway. Looking at the light blue system screen that suddenly appeared in front of him, and the tasks displayed on it, Lin Fan was almost startled. Damn, what kind of heaven-defying mission is this? Lin Fan couldn't help but complain inwardly. The reward is the same as last time. It's not explicitly stated, but it's euphemistically called "the more you work, the more you earn." You still have to work hard yourself. However, I noticed there's a penalty for failure, whereas previous missions didn't have penalties. Now, they're taking back the previous rewards. Did he also take the opportunity to mock himself for being useless? Unable to bear the mockery, Lin Fan immediately flipped Yi Shiyun over and pinned her beneath him. "Since you're so eager for dawn, then I'll grant your wish." "Ah, I was wrong. Too late." Fortunately, the soundproofing at Juk is better than that at Jiangtaixuan. Otherwise, the noise from the renovation might wake up Xiaoshui next door. The following Saturday, at 10 a.m., Lin Fan got up looking refreshed. Looking down at Yi Shiyun, who was still fast asleep, with a few tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes, It was obviously quite a hassle. Lin Fan glanced at it apologetically and decided to get up and make breakfast to make up for it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission that cannot be challenged. Detected that the host has severely punished the provoking Yi Shiyun. Mission completion rate, 200%, exceeding target. Rewards for exceeding the task target are being distributed. Strengthening Body and Bones Pill 10, Youth Preservation Pill 10. Strengthening Body and Bones Pill, 1 pill can increase the user's physical fitness and mental state by 2 points each. Eternal Youth Elixir, for women only 1 pill can keep a woman young in all aspects forever. Seeing the reward given by the system, Lin Fan finally smiled. Whether it's a tonic for strengthening bones and muscles or elixir for maintaining youth, it's all worth the hard work last night. Yi Shiyun and the others must really want to stay young forever, even though they already look very young. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Xiaoxue standing at the door holding a doll that was as tall as herself. Judging from her appearance, she must have just woken up and was about to knock on the door looking for her mother. Xiaoxue, why are you up so early? Lin Fan bent down, picked up Xiaoxue, and then closed the door behind him. Daddy! Xiaoxue's sleepy eyes perked up immediately upon hearing Lin Fan's voice. I'm hungry, I want to find mommy. I'm not looking for mom anymore, she's still sleeping. Dad's making breakfast today. Lin Fan gently flicked Xiaoxue's nose. Chapter 61 Staying Young. Since it was getting late, Lin Fan didn't bother to cook anything fancy. I simply cooked some noodles and poached a few eggs. He was intently watching the steam in the pot when he suddenly felt a gentle tug on his clothes. Looking down, I saw that Xiaoxue had moved a small stool over at some point and was standing on tiptoe, gazing longingly at the stove. Dad, it smells so good. Lin Fan smiled and carried her to a safe area next to the kitchen counter. Wait 3 more minutes, the noodles will be ready. At that moment, Yi Shiyun appeared at the kitchen doorway, wearing a bathrobe and leaning sleepily against the doorframe. How come you can cook? Of course. Lin Fan turned to her and smiled. Go wash up, we'll be eating soon. A few minutes later, Lin Fan scooped up the noodles and placed them on the dining table. Xiaoxue, who couldn't wait any longer, had already started clumsily picking up noodles with children's chopsticks and eating. Yi Shiyun also came over at this moment, and after taking a few bites, her eyes lit up instantly. I never knew you had this skill. I didn't see any special ingredients in it, but it tastes so good. Lin Fan smiled and didn't say much. Master-level culinary skills are truly impressive. I'll let you eat my noodles sometime. Yi Shiyun. Yes, I love your noodles the most. When did you eat the noodles I made? Yi Shiyun looked at Lin Fan with suspicion, only to find Lin Fan looking at her with amusement. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at Lin Fan reproachfully, but she was too embarrassed to say more in front of her daughter. After Yi Shiyun finished eating, Lin Fan took out one of the eternal youth pills that the system had rewarded him with. Eat this. Yi Shiyun looked at the small meatballs in Lin Fan's hand and ate them without hesitation. After finishing the food, they asked, what is this? It doesn't taste like anything. It's a good thing, Lin Fan said with a mysterious smile. You'll know when you look in the mirror. At first, Yi Shiyun didn't understand why, but when she got up to clear the dishes, she suddenly felt a sense of relief. She, who was originally sleep-deprived, was no longer tired. She subconsciously touched her face. The skin she touched was as smooth as a peeled egg. This is... She walked quickly to the bathroom, and when she saw the person in the mirror, she was stunned. The woman in the mirror seemed to have returned to her 18-year-old self. The fine lines around her eyes disappeared, her skin became fair and radiant, and even her hair became shiny and smooth. Most amazingly, she felt full of energy, and even the neck and shoulder pain caused by years of work disappeared. Lin Fan. She ran back to the restaurant excitedly, her voice trembling. What kind of miracle drug is this? Such an amazing effect. Lin Fan glanced back at Yi Shiyun, who was as beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water. My skin is more delicate and hydrated than ever before, and I radiate youthful glow. Looking at her radiant face, he nodded with satisfaction. It's what keeps you young forever. You'll always look like this. Little Shui opened her big eyes and said in her childish voice, Mommy has become more beautiful. Really? Will I always be like this? Yi Shiyun looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. Certainly. Only after Lin Fan nodded affirmatively did Yi Shiyun dare to believe it. Then, in a moment of excitement, she jumped into Lin Fan's arms. She wrapped her legs tightly around Lin Fan's waist, looking at him with red eyes. Thank you, husband. No woman is indifferent to her appearance, especially someone like Yi Shiyun, who is 8 years older than Lin Fan. She sometimes felt inferior because of her age, but she never showed it to Lin Fan. After dinner, Lin Fan originally planned to buy another SUV. Supercars are cool, but they can't carry that many girls. Just like yesterday. But Yi Shiyun stopped him. Since you're here today, why don't you come with me for the interview? Interview? It's a maid interview. I've scheduled it for today. Yi Shiyun blinked. Lin Fan suddenly realized, I have reason to suspect that you called me back yesterday just for this matter today. Of course, Yi Shiyun said matter-of-factly, taking his arm. The maids are ultimately there to serve you, so you, as the master of the house, should naturally take a look at them yourself. The interview will be held in Lin Fan's study, and the computer that arrived yesterday afternoon has already been set up. By this time, quite a few attractive women had arrived in the living room, and each of them was dressed beautifully. Wow, I heard this villa is the most expensive villa in the entire Jiangcheng. The person who can afford this villa must be an old man. What's wrong, old man? Are you here to work, or to climb the corporate ladder? That's true. Hey, do you see that woman? One of the women pointed at Yi Shiyun. I heard she's the housekeeper of this villa. She's so beautiful. Her skin is so nice. You know, if the owner has such a stunningly beautiful woman as his housekeeper, is he some kind of perverted old man? Just as everyone was discussing, Yi Shiyun interrupted. All right, the interviews will begin now. The first one to arrive, come with me. After she finished speaking, a woman who looked to be about 24 or 25 years old stepped out from the crowd. She was very beautiful, about 1.7 meters tall, with a pair of long, slender legs exposed. Especially her bulging chest. Yi Shiyun glanced at it, nodded, and then turned and walked towards the study. The tall, beautiful woman's eyes lit up as soon as she entered and saw Lin Fan sitting in the chair. She hadn't expected that the person interviewing them would be a tall, rich, and handsome man. She then bowed to Lin Fan. Hello, my name is Jin Xiaoxiao, I'm here for an interview. Lin Fan didn't listen to her self-introduction carefully. Instead, he used his eye of insight directly. Jin Xiaoxiao, age, 24, height, 170 centimeters, weight, 51 kilograms, favorability, 30. Battery health, 90%, single status, yes. Appearance, 84, charisma, 79, figure, 93, does not meet the binding standards. Additional information, falsified academic credentials. After reading the system information, Lin Fan looked up at Jin Xiaoxiao with a calm expression. You just said you graduated from a top university with a major in hotel management, right? Jin Xiaoxiao nodded confidently, yes. Then let me test you. What is Sin 30? Huh? Jin Xiaoxiao obviously didn't expect that interviewing a villa maid would involve math or physics. She didn't do well in high school and went straight into the workforce without going to university. Her math, physics, and chemistry were so bad that her teachers couldn't bear to look at her. She still vividly remembers what the teacher said to her, even if I stepped on the answer sheet, I would still get a higher score than you. Didn't you hear me? Let me say it again, what is Sin 30? Lin Fan even repeated it considerately.